In the shadow of my dream. In the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With faith as my shield, I'll keep marching on. You may try to bring me down, you may try to silence me, but the warrior in me will never give up. You'll see, through trials and tribulations, I'll keep the fight alive. With courage in my heart, in the face of darkness, I stand. In the shadow of my dreams, I was confined a prisoner of my own mind, hoping to. Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a. Oh man, I gotta take this thumbnail off. What up, though? Blessings, word, blessings. How you doing this morning, yo? Did you go live, yo? I just woke up not so long ago. I passed out on everybody, yo. But hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble morning. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. Ooh, this y'all shorty Rachel. Damn, I showed all this combobulated shit that I didn't even dress myself right. All right, this y'all shorty Rachel. I want to welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast show. This is part 4 of When Innocence is Lost, the case of Janiyah Russell, right? And we're going to get into, an update with Keimani, Latigue, right? We was going to dive down the rabbit hole, right, on our ancestries and presidents, but we're going to do that tonight, right? Y'all know that I do this on some late night shit, right? Sometimes I get on here early. Sometimes I get on here 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Those are the times that I can get on here. So I appreciate all those subscribers that I have, right, that are, rocking out with a shorty, that understand that a shorty, has to put that footwork in out here in these streets, and she has a family of her own, right? So I really do appreciate each and every one of y'all that are rocking out, man. You was chilling? Yeah, I thought I missed your live, yo. I'm like, I was like, yo, he usually on around here. So I was setting up my live for a minute. I was like, if he live, I'll be watching him while. I was like, nobody was live today. Damn, on a Saturday night. I mean, what? Sunday morning, ain't it? Yep, on a Sunday morning. But guys, right? My bad. I got off a little topic on that, John, man. But right. Like I said, I want to welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast, man. This is part 4 of When Innocence is Lost, the case of Janiyah Russell, right? We're going to catch up on the last 32 minutes, right, of the video that we was reviewing and reacting to, right, last night. And what's crazy is, right, the GOAT himself, the GOAT himself, Mr. Black, paid us a visit yesterday while we was live reviewing and reacting to his video. I want to give him a big shout out, for being on the live yesterday. Let me make sure I find the video because now I lost the video. Oh, here we go. I got the wrong video on this drum. Oh, shit. You tired as shit. You broke night watching TV. I know what that's like, yo. Shit, I'll be doing the same thing, yo. The same thing. Man, but I'm up now, and I'm ready to talk about it, yo. All right. So last night we left off right with we left off right here, an hour 55 seconds, right, of the story with the story of convicted murderer's best friend tells all. Right, the Janiyah Russell story, right? So this is a story, right, for those of y'all that don't know. Y'all would have to catch, all, I'm going to say 5 lives, right? This is part 4, but yesterday, we ended up doing a part 3 of the Janiyah Russell, right? The same way that today is going to be like part 3 of the Keimani Latigue case that we're reviewing and reacting to, all right? So we left off here, but this is a case where, right, apparently we have a little girl that hasn't gotten, her justice, right? A case that, where innocence was lost, right? And it's like the world forgot about this little child, right? So when we bring awareness, right, to cases like this, is to, in a way, find justice to this for these kids, right? For the youth, right? I'm also searching. When I bring panels like this, right, I'm also searching for solutions to bring to the table on how we can, work together to help our youth, right? For example, what systematic changes are needed to ensure that predators face sentences that reflect the gravity of their crimes, right? And the reason I asked that question is, right, I've noticed that for a while, right? And I think it's, throughout history, right? No, I'm not even going to say throughout history because I'm tripping, I'm lying, I'm bullshitting y'all if I say throughout history, yo. So I'm going to say, for a while now, right? I've noticed that the justice system, when it comes to predators, right? These predators don't get, how can I say it, the sentence that they should be getting, right? Some of them get a slap on the wrist, some of them get away with murder. For example, Richard, right? Janiyah Russell's father. He has gotten away with sexually assaulting his child, right? And the possibility of him murdering his own biological child, right? With his girlfriend, and his girlfriend covering up, taking the whole rap for him, right, and for herself. I feel as though that these two, right, the stepmother, right, of Janiyah Russell, Siobhan Miller, and I forgot Richard's last name, but Janiyah Russell's biological father, right, Richard. They no listen for me. I feel as though like listen, I got somewhere in La La Land, right along with Peter Pan. A shorty got caskets lined up for predators. I feel as though that no type of rehabilitation would work for people that sit here and play and take away the innocence of any child, right? Should rehabilitation ever be considered for individuals who commit crimes against children, or should justice focus solely on punishment? And I would like to hear your comments, right? Why, right? Throughout this story, y'all going to see why it is that I ask, right, these mind-provoking questions, right? And these same questions I will be asking y'all, right, when we review and react to the Keimani Latigue case. These are these are sensitive cases, right? Real sensitive cases. Well, we're talking about, right, fathers, right? Biological fathers sitting here and bringing the demons that they got, I guess, far in within the depths of their soul, right? And they're bringing them out to play games with the innocence of their own kids. Parents that don't care and take away the life of a child with no regards and no regrets. What safeguards can be implemented to prevent predators from re-offending after serving their sentences, right? Even though Siobhan Miller is behind bars, right? I'm not the only person, right, that thinks that she's not the only one that sat here and hurt this child. But me personally, deep down, I feel as though that she's covering for the father. It seems like, both the stepmother and the father, right, seem to have gone through some type of sexual abuse when they were younger, right? The father seemed to, it's way more than just sexual abuse. There is a history of incest when it comes to the father in the way he was conceived, right? So with that being said, right, how can society and communities unite to advocate for harsher penalties for crimes against the innocence of children? So with that being said, guys, man, like I said, I would love for y'all to answer my questions down below. Let's get these discussions started, right? And let's also get the video started where we left off yesterday. I might have to rewind it back a little bit to understand what she's saying, right? But like I tell y'all, when I review and I react to these cases, right, one is to bring awareness. Two, right? Well, let me put one, to bring justice to the child, and two, to bring awareness to cases like this because it's happening more and more, right? And I feel as though that, communities, right, and the people around these children should not wait to speak up, right, after a child has lost their life. I feel as though that they should speak up on time. Don't wait for a child to be unalive, then for y'all to sit here and speak your concerns. But this is me personally. You don't have to do what I'm saying. But I am saying that, what should be isn't. And what's logic isn't logic at all no more. You see what I'm coming? So at the end of the day, listen, man, you're going to have, I don't know how much duct tape, I don't know how much rope to tie me down, right? And censor. censor my thoughts, censor my opinions, and censor how I feel. So once again, I would love to hear your thoughts down below. What do y'all think when it comes to the Janiyah Russell case, right? If y'all have been keeping up, right, with all our lives, right, and the videos we've been watching, when it comes to, you know, the people that were around Janiyah, who do y'all believe failed her? Me, you know, a shorty, in my own opinion, I feel as though everybody failed her. And Siobhan Miller's best friend, which is her, we've been watching her story since, you know, yesterday, right? There's a lot of hypocrisy in her story, a lot of contradiction in her story, right? And it shows. But what's crazy is she's telling, you know, how can I say it? There's truth behind her story, right? But even though she's selling some truth, she's also adding, right? And she's taking away from the story. And she's also twisted. And I'm not the only one that thinks like this, right? I want to give a big shout out to We Unlock Nation, right? He came on panel yesterday. Word, you won't believe who was on panel yesterday. But we got, listen, if it wasn't for We Unlock Nation, but it's crazy. I have a question on people's behavior because, like, the way he acts on your panel, he didn't act on my panel. He was a completely different person on my panel. I've never seen Wildheart behave the way he behaved yesterday. It was like he was a freaking good boy. I was shocked. But, you know, I gave We Unlock Nation the benefit of the doubt. Not the benefit. Yeah, I could say the benefit of the doubt. I let him hop on this John. He actually behaved, and he didn't turn this John into a debate. But when he goes on your panel, everything is a debate. But you know what? This is not the lie for that, right? I was just a little curious. Like, does that have to do with emotions? Like, you know, we talk a lot about this on the 9. So it's kind of like, I'm curious. Wait, I'm over here talking. I don't even know what he's saying. Okay, I don't even know he's on this show. But let's get this podcast started, right? We're going to finish off the last 32 minutes of, you know, what Siobhan Miller's best friend was saying. And then we're going to move on to the Keimani Latigue case. All right, guys. We're funny as shit, yo. Yo, this shit. I mean, you ain't lying. It ain't the first person that would try to do that. On some real shit. But it's funny they come over here. I'm sitting here, I was like, damn. Yes, meal, yes, meal. Y'all do know I support the 9. I support the 9. I rock out for the 9. If we crash out, we crash out together. But some real shit, we crash out together. We a familia over here. But let's get this podcast started, guys. All right. Rachel, stop joking around. You gotta take this serious. Let me stop too, because Word is the type that'll sit here and clip my ass the fuck up, yo. That was some cool shit I just said, yo. We crash out together. We the 9. Yo, I ain't gonna sit here and lie, yo. But anyways. Let me press play, Ray. Shut up, Ray. Let me see.
So sometimes they would leave the door open for me, but this was in the daytime.
All right, so we're gonna have to go back a little bit. Let me see.
But I think I told them, that's why I keep saying Friday. That Friday, I told them I would spend the night, or something. No, I told them that I would get on the bus early that.
All right, so I'm gonna put it right here where Mr. Black asked her the question, right? So shout out to Mr. Black, man. I appreciate him for blasting my chat last night. He is the person that put these videos together. He is the person that actually interviewed, right, Siobhan Miller's best friend, right? And he put these videos out here, right, for us to share. I'm reviewing and reacting to it, right? Because this case, I'm like, yo, listen, man. I don't have, you know, that little lyrical poem out there, you know, A Nightmare with Freddie for no reason, man. I have a similar story. But I'm here today, right? Able to speak on my story, Janiyah Russell, Keimani Latigue, and many more cannot speak on their stories. So what can we do but bring justice to them? Let's, put the kill. Am I saying it? Let's put the killer that's out here walking free away behind bars. She deserves justice.
Chevion actually, in her interviews, when the police brought that up to her,
she just got, they corrected. So that was just that one.
We can already kind of expose a lie out of Richard there immediately. And if we notice that Chevion actually, in her interviews, when the police brought that up to her, she didn't seem to understand what Richard might have been referring to. So it seems to me like Richard may have been trying to use that old incident as a way to justify the bruises that were on Janiyah's bottom. Well, tell me this, because Richard also mentioned that Janiyah wakes up in a cold sweat, like deep sweat. Did you notice anything like that with Janiyah, that she had trouble sleeping? Or
she did have problems with sleeping, but he was the one that woke up in cold sweats. The bed was so soaked every day that he woke up. He was the one with the cold sweats. And I told her, I was like, why do he sweat like that?
My shorty wanted to say hi to the chat. Damn. Oof. Let me go back. My bad. I apologize for that.
The bed was so soaked every day that he woke up. He was the one with the cold sweats. And I told her, I was like, why do he sweat like that?
Do you think Janiyah didn't, or do you think it's possible they both did?
It could have been genetic. It could have been genetic.
Well, it also could have been, some kind of shared trauma that they both experienced. I mean, if there's sexual assault, and let's say the possibility Richard was sexually assaulted as a kid, and he's passed on that trauma to another child, I mean, they both could be experiencing the same symptoms. Is that a possibility?
Yes, it is. It's definitely a possibility in that area. And like I said, his family is incest. So that's when she starts breaking it down to me about everything.
What have you heard in regard to Richard and his family being incestuous, or any possibility that, he has been sexually interfered with at some stage, or anything like that?
I never heard anything about Richard being touched or anything like that, but I do know that his mother had sex with the grandfather. Or the grandfather raped the mom, and she ended up having a baby. But they're still cool though, like they're still all together as a family. They're still all whole.
That baby that you're referring to is that Richard?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The baby is Richard. So Richard was an incest baby.
Are there other indications of incest within that family?
Like I said, remember I told you that she was kind of quiet about a lot of stuff. That Chevion was very quiet about certain stuff, but she did.
Yo, word. Don't Mr. Black sound like Ozzy?
Explain to me that the little sister, and she's light skinned, they put makeup on her. They put all types of stuff, and I thought that was weird because she's young, They put makeup on her and they dressed her up like a grown girl. And she thought that was weird because the little brother, was trying to go in a room with the sister and do weird stuff with her. And that's where they fell out. And she got into a fight with the mom because she was trying to protect the sister. And they didn't like the fact that she was exposing what was happening. So that's where the altercation came in with her and the mom in the family. Because she started witnessing like, hey, well, I come from molestation. Chevy was molested when she was younger. So I understood that, why she would want to protect another child, which is the little sister of Richard. So that's where they ended up. I'm not sure if they kicked them.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold. She protected, wait. So you're telling me Siobhan protected Richard's little sister, right? From all that stuff that was happening. But yet she'll sit here and try to wipe away the evidence of the stepdaughter that she was raising, helping Richard raise allegedly for a year. You see where I'm coming from? And unalived her? Yo, this is crazy. This is not making sense. But I love the fact that Mr. Black let her keep talking. He didn't really interrupt her. He asked her the questions that he asked her, right? And he has his own opinion, and I respect his opinion. But when you let somebody talk long enough and you listen carefully, you can hear, how can I say, you can listen, right? And you can hear. I don't know how to break it down, right? You can actually hear them say the answers that you're looking for. I hope I said it right this time.
Out or what, but they ended up in the weekly, which is the Seagulls, the Sweets. So from there, she just was telling me that it was just strange stuff that was happening around. She really didn't go into grave details about it, but she just felt weird about their family. And I was like, well, now this took a dark turn on my perspective on Richard personally. So I'm like, okay, well, if you know all this, friend, like at this point, it's just weird. Like it becomes weird. But he never like denied it. He never like contested it. He just used to sit there and just let us talk. Fast forward the day that I left. I was at Chevion and Richard's house, and I woke up in the middle of the night, and it was cold, and everybody was sick in the house, in the apartment. Everybody, we all was sick. So I asked, like, "Hey, can you turn down the air conditioner?" And I ain't gonna lie, I was kind of being like irritable, like, "Hey, I'm gonna turn, like, I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. I'm gonna turn this air up." So I turned the air up. She came back out and turned it off. And then I was like, well, it's cold in here. Everybody's sick. Everybody's runny nose. Like you guys need to tell them to come fix the AC and fix the filter and da 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 da. And she was like, well, don't turn it off and da 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 da. And then we ended up getting into it like really bad, like some sister shit. Like Richard was in the back, but he was like saying something, but I couldn't really hear him because me and her was going back and forth. She was like, well, you could get the fuck out. And I was like, damn, you gonna put me out over some air conditioning? Like, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't have to touch the air conditioner. But I was just, at the time, I was like, bro, you're not finna just do me like that, knowing that we staying here, And it almost got physical between me and her. That whole situation almost got physical. So I went to sit outside. I brought my kids outside on the stairs, and probably 10 minutes go by. I'm on the phone with my mom chatting up, telling her about everything that's going on. Like, can you come?
We said we the same thing yesterday where like, why did the stepmom take it offensive? Like, yo, everybody's in there, with a cold cough, and you see where I'm coming from, but you got the AC on blast. All right. She was wrong. She shouldn't have just touched it and turned off the AC. But I'm sitting here like, what was going through the mom's, the stepmom's head? Like, if your stepchild is sick, why have her under all that cold? Like, that right there has no logic in it within itself. Like, as a parent, my daughter is sick. I'm just going to turn the AC on and keep her under the AC. It makes no sense. I'm going to make her worse. I'm going to make the situation worse.
Get us. This bitch is weird. I'm ready to go. And so she comes out like, y'all could come in. Like, don't be weird. Like, at least if you don't want to come in, you could bring my nieces in. And I was like, nah, fuck you. Like in that energy. And from there, that's when I left. My mom came and picked us up. But Richard was always keeping Janiyah close. like he wouldn't let her do anything by herself. And I was like, we used to be like, that was weird. Like, even when I had a birthday party for my baby, like all the kids was out running and playing, and he kept Janiyah right there by him. Like, we was all smoking and stuff. We was drinking, like cussing, doing whatever. And we was like, well, why don't she go out there and play with the kids? Like, at this time, that's when Richard just started acting weird. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I just felt like a weird vibe from him. Like, he just started being weird. When I was...
See, let me say something first about the party, right? I never understood, and I'm not ever going to understand, why is it that adults, right? It's a kids party, right? Let it be about the kids, right? For, set the party up, all right, from maybe, all right, if there's no school, I would say 8 in the morning, maybe 3 o'clock. I mean, I'm not going to say 8 in the morning. That's early as shit. Let's put it like this, 12 p.m. to like 5 p.m., a 5-hour little party. Then if the adults want to gather together when the kids, are in their homes, relaxed, chilled, falling back, maybe ready for bed, at nighttime, then y'all want to gather up, smoke, drink, and do y'all little thing after the party, that's fine. But y'all doing all that during the kids' party. And I never understood why adults, do that shit. And the reason why I say that is, right, it never fails. There's always bullshit going down, right? If it's a kids' party, let it be a kids' party. Why is there adults drinking, getting high? And the majority of the time it goes left, right? And what I mean by it goes left is not, always, it turns out into a fight, right? It does happen. That does happen. People arguing, not getting along, or let's put it like this. You got someone in the party that, doesn't respect the children or the innocence of the children under the influence of drug and alcohol. You see, like, things really do go left, right? And another thing is, right, and that's the reason why I don't like parties. I've noticed that since I was a little girl. It doesn't matter what party I went to, right? Especially the kids' party. It was like the adults was enjoying that shit more than what the kids do. It's like the best parties are when the kids are 1, 2, and 3. Once I see the kids turn 5, 6, 7, and up, whoa, these parties be adult parties, not kid parties no more. The only thing that's childish about the party is the candy, right? And the decorations and whatever design, whatever cartoon character the kid picks or they're into at that moment. Real shit. But another thing I wanted to ask, right? And if y'all haven't checked out the Word, make sure y'all do, right? I don't know if Word is still in there. If I have somebody in the chat that has a wrench right now, right? But if Word is not there, can somebody, leave the link to his channel down below, right? Make sure y'all go check him out. Because like I tell people, he breaks all that stuff down, emotions. Listen, he'll break down the I can't even say the words. He'll break history, philosophy, right? Astrology, all that stuff down for y'all, right? Like if you was in kindergarten. And I call Word the human dictionary, the human encyclopedia on this drawing, right? He a little Albert Einstein in this drawing, for real, right? And I'm not saying that he's perfect and he knows it all. What I am saying is that so far out of a lot of people, right, that come on this app, Word has been on point, and he don't bullshit when he brings information to this, into this platform, right? Or he's bringing awareness to something. So he is somebody, and there's very few on this platform that I see that take these type of things very serious and wants to help others, right? I see that he is somebody that, the same as I, right, loves trying to have conversations with people to try to bring solutions to the table. Fuck the arguing, fuck the debate. You see where I'm coming from? We want the solutions, right? What can we do now in the present? We don't want to go to the past and dwell. We don't want to think about the future, something we can't control. What can we do today, right? In the present time, right? Like back on this case, what can we do today in the present time, right? To help these kids, right? Let me ask you this question, right? That's one question. Today in time, right? What do y'all see? What are the biggest challenges youth face today with existing programs that fail to address, and why? How can we ensure that programs designed for the youth truly reflect their diverse needs and backgrounds? See, that's what we want. We want solutions. And that's why, right? I ask mind provoking questions, right? Because I know that Word does enough reading, right, to sit here, right, and bring out enough, enough information, right, to have somebody out there researching. And that's what y'all supposed to do. Y'all supposed to go out there and research. Don't go by what anybody says. And that's the problem that we have in society today. People don't research. They hear somebody, right, and they just want to debate that person. You see where I'm coming from? Instead of bringing some proof with them, or saying, "Oh wait, listen, I got a challenge." You see where I'm coming? I got a solution, to bring to the table. Let's see if this works. But for some reason, right, it doesn't work like that. So what role should mentorship play in youth-focused programs, and how can we make it more impactful to help the youth before, we have more children, right, end up in the situations like Janiyah Russell or Keimani Latigue, which will we be getting into in a little bit, right? And I hope I ain't confused nobody by me saying what I've been saying. All right, guys. Why you drinking and smoking at a kid's party? These people don't need kids, man. Boy, I tell you. Stoic, what up, man? Adults acting belligerent ain't good. Like, to the young ones should feel shame, real shit. Guys, words linked to his channel is down below in the chat, man. Make sure y'all go check him out, right? Subscribe, and if y'all enjoy the lives and the streams and the videos, the shorts that he be uploading, and help him, right, by sharing his videos, bring awareness to the topics that he brings to his channel. Stoic says, I remember as a child at events and whatnot, and usually somebody bound to act the fool. And that's what I'm saying. Like, ever since I was a little kid, I don't like parties for that reason. They invite me to parties today, and I'm not going. You want to go out and do that? No, man. If I want to drink, I drink at home. Netflix and chill. I want to smoke, I smoke by myself. I ain't giving you my, I don't know where your mouth been at. I don't know what you've been doing with your mouth. I don't know what you've been doing with your hands. You see where I'm coming from? So it's like, I'm good. It's crazy because, I could trust you, right? I could trust you to show me who you really are, who you really is. I'm saying like I'm actually talking to somebody. Who you really is. I'm talking to multiple people, not one person, Ray. Phew. Nah, I ain't perfect, but it's progression over perfection over here. Facts, 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 facts. And what's crazy, I love the fact that he'll go based on, how can I say, he goes by the truth. You see where I'm coming from? Like, how can I say it? I'm saying it a little wrong, right? I'm gonna let him, make sure y'all check him out. He speaks on himself, because I'm focused on this case right here. I'm not gonna be able to, but make sure y'all check him out, man, on some real shit, yo. Like, when I tell you that he checks out and the information that he gives is legit, check him out, yo. Like, I don't understand. Like, word should be further up than what he is right now, especially with the information that he brings, and he brings it to the people for free. There's other mofos out here, right, that want to charge people for the same information that Word is giving y'all for free. Check him out, support him. You see where I'm coming from? Because, listen, you're not going to get another channel like that. Let me just put it like that. Results, Word will say results. Facts, that's what we're looking for, results. Is it an open panel? I want to answer a couple of questions you asked. Yeah, the link is right there. Y'all should be able to hit the link. If not, if you can't hit the link in the chat, the link is in the community wall, which I'm posting right now. My bad, guys. I thought I did that already, but it looks like I didn't do it on the community wall. But I just posted the link right here on the community wall. Cheers now. All right, I'm gonna keep talking. But yeah, I just really wanted y'all to know that, right? Listen, it's not that I'm putting this man on a pedestal. It's that I've watched so many people, right? And there are few people that come on, on live and actually give you information for free. Other mofos, like I said, want to charge somebody just for the same information that I see this, this man right here give to us. So it's crazy. Like I said, we've gotten to a point in society where people have gotten lazy, right? They want people to do the work for them. It's like, no, I want you to show me the work. I don't got to show nothing, but you're the one interested in trying to figure out what I've learned, right? And I don't have a problem with passing it forward, but it's up to you. And it's like the word says, right? And a lot of our OGs, a lot of our elders, right? You can lead a horse to water, right? But you can't make the motherfucker drink it. For real, for real. Yeah, the internet could be a great place, right? If we utilize it. But let's get back on topic and let's hear what the shorty got to say. My bad. But yeah, guys, these are open panels, right? I could have sworn I left the link in the chat. I'm not sure. I think I did. But the link is also in the community wall, right? Y'all should be able, I think they fixed that. People have been able to hit the link through the chat. All right. So the link is there and it's also in the community wall. If y'all, got something to say, right, about this case or the Keimani Latigue case, which we'll be getting into in a minute, right? Hey, let a shorty know.
Outside, and she was like, "Oh, don't be acting weird, and you and the girls can come in the house." Chevy on. She said Richard wanted us to fight. Basically, he was taunting her while she was in the house by herself, while I was outside. And he was like telling her, like, you fight everybody else. Why you don't fight her? And he was
Richard seemed messy
to his mom and the family and stuff like that. Like, basically, why we not fighting? And she was like, no, I'm not going to fight my friend, like, about no air conditioner. That's stupid. So when she told me that, I'm like, word? He said that? And from there, that's when I stopped liking him. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be around him. I told my mom to come get me. We left. A couple of days go by, probably like a week go by. I ran into Richard on the bus. Mind you, I haven't talked to Chevy on. I was just pissed off. I was angry at her. I was angry at him because, like, dude, I thought she was a respectable dude. Like, dude, why would you want me and my friend to fight? Like, it was just weird to me. That's when I moved back to my mom's house.
That's because it took you for that moment for you to realize that there were red flags. I'm a little lost. Like, you saw red flags before that, but you still thought he was a respect. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like she contradicts herself, and I see a lot of hypocrisy in her story. And like, I'm not saying that she's lying because she has filled in the gaps, right, for the last video that we reviewed and reacted to, right, on the stepmother and the father, right? If y'all watched yesterday's live, y'all see that I did a little recap, right, to refresh people's minds before we got into this video, right? So a big shout out to We Unlock Nation for coming up here, giving his perspective, speaking on the case, and not just his case. This case he spoke on and gave his perspective on. He gave his opinion, right, on current life situations that are happening now. You see where I'm coming from? So like within our community. And this is why, another reason why I also bring awareness to these type of cases, right? Because within our communities, I don't care where you're at, right? I'm in North Philadelphia, HP community, right? Y'all, that's why y'all always hear me say, welcome to Philly, baby, right? If not, you hear me say, welcome to HP, baby. HP, baby. Y'all hear me say that a lot because that's it. This is my community. The Hunting Park community in North Philadelphia is the community where Shorty actually grew up in. This is the community where I put the footwork in to try to get resources for our youth. You see where I'm coming from? So it's like within our communities, right, we got resources. And that's why I constantly keep asking, right, what can we do? Right, and especially when I bring these cases up, right, I ask these mind-provoking questions because I'm looking for solutions. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not looking for an argument. You see where I'm coming from? We're looking for justice, whichever way it comes.
I felt like she kind of chose him over me in that situation. But I mean, what else was she supposed to do? She was already deep in with him. A week go by. I ran into to Richard on the Flamingo bus,
What is
and
a flamingo buzz?
he
I'm gonna keep
tells
asking
me
that.
that Chevion needs a friend to be there for her. You egged me and my friend on the fight, and now you want us to get cool again? Like, that was just
Messy.
weird to me. He was like, here, call the number. Whenever you get home, I know you mad at her, but whenever you get home, call her so y'all can make up.
If y'all been paying attention, Richard seems like the type of man, right? I mean, to me, he's got some zestiness in him, right? Now I'm hearing that he's messy. You see where I'm coming from? But listening to the whole story, right? He seems like the type of guy that's very possessive, right? Abusive. He has a girl. He was controlling, right? I'm hoping I'm picking the words right. He seems very toxic. He shouldn't be with a woman. It seems like he hates women. Like, something's off with the bull mentally. Like, shout out to Mr. Black, because he even said it. Like, if I wanted to know, it was a history of incest and much more, right? I spoke on it yesterday and I gave my opinion on that, right? I would have just thought that the bull was straight up evil, straight up sick. But like I said yesterday, right? People fail to realize, right, when people come together and they're related like that, real close, right? Incest. Like, if it's a grandmother and if it's like, for example, a granddaughter and a grandfather, right, having sex, and that's alleged. That's how supposedly Richard was conceived, right? His mother had sex with her grandfather, right, and boom, Richard was conceived. And people fail to realize, right, that when you have a child like that, right, out of incest, right, it's only maybe, I'm gonna say 1%, 5% out of the time that you see a kid be normal. Either they come out deformed, right? They come out with disabilities, right? Or they come out with mental health issues. Or the worst of it all four, all the above. And yes, those are all the risks of having a child out of incest. Like, it's crazy. Like, people don't want to believe it, but this shit. So, what's crazy? They be like, I believe in God. Then you got those that say, I believe in science. But, right, if you believe in science so much, why can't you believe the fact that, right, ancestry is not good? It's not good at all.
You guys are sisters. And so I was like, okay, whatever. So I met up with Chevy. I told her, I was like, I'm mad at you still. I still come see you. So that's when I met up with her at the bus stop. I
Facts.
told her, I was like, I'm not
Facts.
going in his house. I was like, he say that he wanted us
Yes, word. It seems like he was already off from the gate.
to fight. I'm like, I'm not going to his house. He's weird. Like, that was weird to me. I thought he was cool with me. Like, why
Facts,
would he
boy.
do that? I ended up at the bus stop with her. And that's when I realized something. Friend, you look dark. Like, you look like shit. Like, basically, like, I never seen my friend like that. She always keep herself up. Even if her appearance wasn't up, her hair was up. Like, she was always looking decent. So I'm like, are you okay? Like, is everything all right? Because he was saying that I need to be here for you. Like, what's going on? And she was telling me that they had to get out of their apartment soon, that they didn't have money and stuff like that. And that's when she proceeds to ask me, can I make money with her? Go out and make money with her and stuff like that. And then we just sit there and did our catching up. And then that's when she asked me, can I watch Janiyah? She was like, can you watch Janiyah for me? Because we need to get out. I barely get out. Me and Richard's gonna go out with the best friend. Now that's the best friend that was in Popeyes, with Richard. And she told me that um they're taking them out on like a date or something, like they was doing like a double date together. So I said, I don't mind. You know, they watch my kids so many times. I didn't mind. So that's when I was like, don't trip. Okay, Friday, I think I told them, that's why I keep saying Friday. That Friday, I told them I would spend a night and then, or, or something. No, I told them that I would get on the bus early that day and come over and spend time with them until they leave. So I came over. I was like, fuck it. I'll just come in because I got to watch Janiyah anyways, you know? So I came over with my kids and then I watched Janiyah because they left that later on that night. They went out, came back. I asked them, can they watch the kids for that morning? And then they told me that they had to go watch their other friends' kids. They was going to work for money. So that was going to be their occupation for a moment, watching their kids for them, and they was going to get paid. So I was like, good, y'all figured something out. I was happy for them because I was like, you know, that's what's up. Like, I know that y'all was stressing out about it. I told her I was going to call her when I get home. When I got home, I called her on the phone. We was talking on the phone, and I'm like, I'm on my way to my little friend house, and yada yada yada. I just made it, and that's when she tells me that Janiyah just got in trouble for making other kids do inappropriate things. And then after that, she said, I will call you right back. I heard a little commotion in the back. And then that was the last time I talked to her. The phone disconnected. That was the last time. And then the next time I saw her, what was...
And once again, right, I'm going to ask this question. And I know I ask it a lot, right, because I just can't seem to get into the mind of people why they do this, right? Listen, I don't know if it's fear. I don't know if it's their ego or their pride, right? But why do people say they notice all these red flags after the tragedy has happened? Why don't people speak up when they notice that something is happening to a child? But I noticed that in every situation, whether it's within our communities, right, or a video that we're watching that the news has posted, or an interview that somebody has done speaking on these type of topics, right, people don't speak up until after someone has been unalived, whether it's a child, whether it's a woman, whether it's a man. They see red flags and motherfuckers think that there are six flags, right? But they say they worry during the situation, but I don't see nobody step up or do nothing, right? What is happening, right, within our communities? Why are people scared of speaking up and saying, you know, what's happening in the current situation? Why do they wait until after tragedy has happened for them to say that, oh, I knew this was happening. I knew that was happening, right? How can we make sure that the voices of our young people are included in decisions about programs that are meant to benefit them, right? Because CPS, right, aka DHS, CBS, whatever y'all want to call it, right? CBP, listen, I don't know, right? Ain't shit. You got good social workers out there that, you know, want to do, you know, right by the kids and stuff like that. But then it's kind of like, what's wrong with the other 95%? How can we make sure that the voices of our, of the young, how can we make sure that the voices of young people are included in decisions about programs that are meant to benefit them? What changes would you make to existing programs to make them more accessible, inclusive, or impactful for our youth, guys? Right? These are the reasons why I do these lives. Because as a leader of my community, right, if I'm going to make changes, right, I would love to hear everybody's thoughts and opinions on what type of changes do y'all think should be made, and is it possible? If y'all could design a program to support the youth, what would it focus on, and what policies would y'all propose to make it successful? How can we help kids that are going through the problems, right, like type of situations that Janiyah Russell and Keimani Latigue, right, suffered from, right, before they was unalived. How can we as communities better, right? How can I say the communication, right? Because everybody has to be involved one way or another, right? The communities, DHS, and the police department. How can we make these policies benefit our kids? And how can I say not just our youth, but how can I put it together? How can we make our communities work with each other? Police department, um, Department of Human Services, and much more, right? To get these programs to better work for our kids. Maybe I'm saying the wrong things. I don't think I am. I think I'm asking the right questions, right? But the next step is up to us. The decisions we make is on us. But then going back into Siobhan Miller, right? She was somebody that stood quiet while she saw red flags and didn't speak up until afterwards. What makes a person do that? And it doesn't matter the situation, you don't see nobody speak up. Just like in the Menendez case, Siobhan stood quiet when the father took the little girl into the room and gave her 20 lacerations to the thigh and buttocks with a belt. Left lashes on her buttocks, cuts, bruises. She sat there while she heard this little girl scream for her life, and she didn't get up to not once see what happened. Because according to her, right, it happened, for a minute, or probably 60 seconds, but I don't know who's going to tell her, that 60 seconds is, a minute, right? 60 seconds equals a minute equals 60 seconds, right? But she said, all she heard was whack, whack with the belt, and that's it. I'm sitting here, I was like, wait, all that happened, all of that you heard him give her 20 lashes to the buttocks, right? In a minute or 60 seconds. She don't know which one it was, a minute or 60 seconds, right? She can't even get her math right, her time right. 1 minute or 60 seconds, even though a minute is 60 seconds. But she heard 20 lashes. Like, he must have been real fast with them lashes. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of like her story. I'm not saying she's not telling the truth. Like, you could tell that there's some truth in the story, but she's adding and taking away. But still, it's not going to answer that one question. Is it ego? Is it pride? What makes people stay shut when they witness abuse within the people they say they love?
She was on the news saying the death of a 6-year-old baby.
You noticed some weird things about Richard as well. So now a lot of people have noticed that in the Telecrest video, he has this weird look. He seems to have this weird stare. I think when you and I spoke yesterday, I mentioned that it almost looked like he was talking to someone in the sky or something. He has this. Is that something typical of Richard, or
he just always looked like bugged out? Like, his eyes was, I don't even know how to explain the eyes. Like, his eyes always look weird to me. Like the way, I just thought maybe that's just how he looks. But I always just got a weird vibe from him because of his eyes. Like, his eyes always gave it away. Like, I didn't know if he was angry. I didn't know if he was sad. I didn't know if it was just a blank expression. He always had this like blank expression on him. Another thing that I want to talk about too as well, because forgive me, I don't want to leave nothing out. One time I walked in the house And the way the apartment, as you can see on the video of how the apartment is, there's this, it's a view that you can see inside the room, but you would actually have to like kind of walk past, like and be tall enough to see, or stand on the couch if you're short like a kid to see inside their room. And basically, when I walked in one time, I saw him and Chevion having
Good questions.
sex.
Good questions, Stoic.
And he was looking at me while he was like getting, like you could tell he either he just climaxed or something, but it was like he got off to my face. It was like weird because I see the kids, they're sitting on the couch. It's all three kids sitting on the couch. They're real quiet. They playing with their dolls. And then I walk past and I like glance to the right of me, and I see Chevy's face to the side. Like I can't see her face, but I can see his face. And the way they were sitting, it was like she was on top of him like that. And her face was to the left. So you can't see her face, like I said, but you can see him. And he's just looking at me. He didn't budge and say, hey.
He a freak.
Your girl saw us. Richard didn't say anything. He just kept going. So then I proceed to walk to the kitchen to go wash my hands. When Chevion walked out of the room, I tell her, like, girl, you know, I seen y'all. And this is when I was staying with them. Like I said, I don't want to, forgive me, I don't want to leave anything out. It's so many tips and pointers that I'm running through trying to get through that. You know, if he knew that he saw, why didn't he stop? That was like, it was like he got off.
That's a different way of perceiving it. I never even thought about it like that. People's antisocial behavior tend to want to be around people who aren't. I mean, my bad. Let me read that right. I'm over here tripping. Big screen. People's antisocial behavior tend to want to be around people who are enablers, and I think that's a fact on some real shit.
To my face. So she was like, what? You saw us? I was like, yeah, girl. I walked past. I saw you. I was like, all the kids needed to do was hop on the damn couch to see y'all doing y'all thing. Like, the door was unlocked because they knew that I was coming right back. I had.
Yo, there's issues all around. Like, I think this went over my head yesterday. Oh, that's because this is where we stopped at yesterday. And I didn't really pick. This is where we ended the live. Oh, shit. This is crazy. Wait. So you're telling me that they was here having sexual relationships in the living room, and then on the other living room where the kids was at, all they had to do was get on top of the couch to see over the TV, and the kids would have seen them do the do? Why do people do that? Like, if you know you got kids, right? Damn, is that deep? You need it that bad that you can't wait to have some privacy and do it? Like, get in the bathroom and do it while y'all taking a shower? I don't know, but not in a place where you know your child will walk in. I think that's the ultimate. I mean, I'm not going to say it's the ultimate disrespect, but it's disrespectful. It's disgusting to sit here, right, and do shit like that. I mean, and I'm saying it because I know of people like that. I've been in a situation or two where, like, boy, like, wait, you told me to come over, right? We chilling, boom, boom, boom. Next thing I know, I was like, oh, okay, if it was going to be like this, yo, I didn't want to be here for this. You see where I'm coming from? If I wanted to see, porn or some shit, I would have sat there and watched it. I don't want, listen. So that's, but still, they was doing that with the kids around, and yet, you stood around and let your kids still be around. That's my whole point. You didn't do shit. You saw the signs of sexual abuse and you didn't do nothing. You saw the signs. Man, I think that, listen, this is my opinion. I just can't sit here and see the signs of sexual abuse and not do nothing. I don't care if it's not my kid. Because if I wasn't in this world, right, and somebody seen signs of, somebody harming my child in that way, I would want them to speak up. I would want them to do something. Not to sit around and then say something after something has happened tragically. But that's my opinion.
Left out, and I told them I'll be right back. So sometimes they would leave the door open for me, but this was in the daytime. That's what was odd to me. Maybe they didn't hear me, but he saw me. That's all I can say. He saw me, and instead of him budging like a regular person's, it was nothing. Like, he just looked at me with this look, like his eyes is like this, like owls, like how.
Man, ain't none of y'all have any dignity, any morals, any respect at that moment. None of y'all. You listen. Once you notice that shit, I would have been like, yo, I'm sorry, sis, man. I rocks with you, but I can't be in this environment. Like, I don't know how y'all could do that, with your daughter, with your with his daughter here in the house, right? Like, oh my God, lacking. Let me see what they gotta say in the comments. Oh shit. What up, Nine? We got Commander in the building. Blessings, Commander. Welcome to the live. Yo, this shit is crazy, man. Impoverished areas. If I say impoverished areas are like that. No dignity, no shame, lack of care. That's just what they brought up in. Real shit. But does your environment make you? And I don't think that, listen, I'm going to be honest, right? I don't think that our environment is what creates us, because we got options and we got choice. Are we really a creation of our environment? Blessings, word.
What up, though?
What up, dude?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I wouldn't say, what up, though, Nine? I ain't see Commander in the chat before I came up. But I wouldn't say we product of our environment. If we are, is by choice. But it definitely has an influence, So,
but that's why I said we got choices and options. And, at a certain age, we start realizing things. You see where I'm coming from? And it's kind of like, that's why I say it's like, I know some of us is ignorant to certain facts, but, we know right and wrong. You see where I'm coming from? And that's more than enough, like some old heads used to tell me, to help us take us in the right direction, the path that we're trying to go. But some of us, I don't know, I guess like you say, our emotions get in the way.
Yeah, not only the emotions, but your total perception. Because even knowing right from wrong, what's right for me might be wrong for you, and that's just predicated upon my experiences, right? Like, I mean, I didn't know dog. I knew dog. Now check this out. I knew dog fighting was wrong because I see animals getting hurt, but it was normal, right? Because I grew up in the hood. But until the Michael Vick case, I didn't really understand why it was wrong, right? I knew it was wrong. I never did it, but I watched it, and I never judged no one, because it was normal. Like, a lot of times, right and wrong, you can be desensitized to it, right? I grew up around people getting unalive and worked in the hospital 15 years, and it took 7 years for me to realize, like, this ain't normal. Like, people just getting, I grew up in the hood, man. People have little discrepancies. People get drunken off one another, but you used to the violence. But until you get out of that environment, I was desensitized to it. So if somebody get popped, like, that's normal, bro. That's normal. That's not abnormal to me. But once I get out that environment, I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. I didn't really comprehend it because I was desensitized to it.
But you know something, something that the environment I'm gonna put it like this, right? I've noticed that, and it's something that we talk amongst the community here, right? And I don't know if it's happening in Detroit, right? You know, you got the hoods, right? And then you got the suburban side, right? Where, you know, the people, the nicer area, I'm gonna put it like that, right? I'm not gonna say rich because they got Section 8, they got housing in them areas, and that's, you know, the people from the hood is moving that way. But I'm hearing a lot of talk within the past 3 years, right? How we're moving from the hood to the suburbs, right, to the suburban side because of the housing in the Section 8, and where they're saying that, you know, the people that come from the hood are destroying them type of areas. Do you believe that's true?
Yeah, that
Oh
happened.
shit!
Like when I was in the D, like I don't know if I shared this, but when I got shot, my mom sent me down to Pennsylvania, and when we moved, like I was down there for like 3 months, and in that time, she found a house in a nice upscale urban neighborhood. It was still in Detroit, but it was an upscale neighborhood. Now I don't watch that. I'm talking about we had firefighters, we had doctors. There was doctors on my block. You know, my mom was a nurse, made great money. You know what I'm saying? So this is like a police officers. Um, everybody, it's some everybody living on our block. But those people start moving out and renting the houses out to Section 8. In a matter of 3 years, that neighborhood turned to shit. It was the hood. And right now, my house that I grew up in ain't even there no more. As soon as we moved out, they stripped it. The second day, we was gone.
Damn.
We still had stuff in there trying to, we was moving. So, I mean, you got, 13 years of stuff in the house. It take you a minute to move, but they stripped the house. Went in, took whatever was in the garage, they stripped the house. That impoverished
That's
mindset is a
crazy.
motherfucker.
Damn, see, Philly, man. Listen, I'm not this in my hometown, man. But y'all better get yourselves together, y'all. Y'all little niggas out here. Y'all little, my bad. Y'all little boys out here talking about y'all gangster. But yo, Philly ain't compared to Detroit and these other places I keep hearing about, y'all. Y'all better get y'all shit together.
Man, it ain't like it used to be, man. Even being gangster ain't gangster no more, man.
No, that's why I'm saying it.
Yeah, these people just they doped up. I mean, everything had a rhyme or reason, had a meaning. You just ain't stump somebody out. It was a reason to happen. But nowadays, these people, bro.
But
And
if my bad.
no, you good.
But if we're bringing this over there and we're destroying them type of neighborhoods, we do see the possibility of there being any change? Because it's kind of like, all right, we're going to that area because we're leaving this area, like people like us, and we're going to that area because the area is better, right? Our kids got a better chance of, but it's like we're bringing what we're leaving behind to the
Mm-hmm.
present. So is there a possibility of change with us doing that? I don't see it.
It's change starts from within, right? And just because somebody move, don't mean their mind change. So they gonna do the same thing they've been doing. They're just in a nicer place to do it. It's the mentality of the individual. I'm not gonna say everybody who moved from the hood into the burbs got that mentality, but the ones who bring that mentality, that be the ones who fuck it. You only think about fruit, man. You get a fruit basket, right? Say if you get 10 pieces of fruit in there. You only need one fruit to be riding to fuck up the rest. That's just how life is, man.
Fast. One
You
more
only
the
need
apple,
one. Yeah.
one
You
more
only
the
need,
apple holds the rest.
yeah, you only need one. So that's why it's important to always eliminate the bad fruit before it spreads the rottenness to the rest of it. Keep that in mind.
So that's the biggest, not the focus. I gotta choose my words right. I've been practicing on that. Chill, all right. I think I'm doing a little better.
It's a process, you're aware of it. That's the most important thing.
But
That's the
with
intention.
facts. So with that being said, right, if we have to eliminate the mold, you see where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Do that. That's why I was like, wait, focus ain't the word. So that shouldn't be our focus because we got better. I mean, we got more problems and more solutions to find for them problems. But how do we stop the mold from molding?
The rest of the fruit gotta agree, or you need one strong fruit to kick that motherfucker out. But my bad. But when you talking about the community, we gotta turn back. Like I was listening when you was asking, like, what can we do? Um, it was two. The very first question you asked, it was
The very first one.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
What can we do about these programs, right? And I'm gonna be
Yes.
honest with you. I'm gonna give you a right now solution and then a later solution, right? Right now, we got to start inside the home. We got to work it. We got to work within the home and let it work out. Because changing the program that's already established that we truly don't have no power over, that's gonna take time to do. We'll have to
Yeah.
form some type of influence or get some type of influence within the structure to actually make change in it. But what we can do is start at home with our own. And once we get our own home set, then we start talking as neighbors again. Okay, look, you see my shit cool, your shit cool. So now I'm gonna watch your back, you watch my back, and let that ideology spread. And if we all get our own homes and then we looking out for one another, that's what we used to do. We got to get back to that. But you can't let everybody in, man. Everybody ain't allowed, bro. That's the thing, man. We got to be willing to have standards, right? That's what it is, man. People don't got standards no more. You see some foul shit and then you just okay it or justify it because it's not directly affecting you. No, you see that foul shit, cut it out. Okay, yeah. You can do that shit over there, not over here.
Okay, I found that you was answering the question: what are the biggest challenges youth face today with that existing programs fail to address, and why? And how can we ensure that programs designed for youth truly reflect their diverse needs and backgrounds? And then I asked, what role should mentorship play in youth-focused programs, and how can we make it more impactful?
Yeah, that's the thing about them programs. Some of them programs, got people in there hurting kids. Like, that's why I said we got to get back to the root. I mean, we see what they got. It's a template, man. We create our own shit. If you're really serious about it, right? Create your own shit with some people that you trust and that's been vetted already.
Oh, we already did though. See, like you already started with yours, and I already started with mine. You see what I'm coming from?
You see what
That's
I'm
why
saying? That's how
I
you do
told
that.
I told
Yeah.
a lot of people I'm cautious, and it's not because I got one foot in politics. Man, like if people really knew me, man, I'm worse than Griselda. There's no hairs in no filters in my mouth, no hairs in my tongue. It's just that I learned how to humble myself within the years. First of all, I was forced to be a woman ahead of time, and people don't realize that shit. So I was already grown as a little kid, but ignorant to a lot of facts. I didn't understand what I was doing or understanding the decisions or the choices I was making because of the influence around me. That's what I get what you're saying.
You see the protege in the chat? That's
So,
my nine, man. She was like,
stoic.
we said it at the same time. I'm talking about Commander. Commander, my protege.
Oh, Commander. I was
I done
always
deemed her my protege. Commander, a bad motherfucker. If y'all listen to her, man, I'm telling you.
she funny as hell, but people don't pay attention to what she be saying, and she be having some good ass punchlines. And I'm not saying it like she's not comedic with it. What I mean by a punchline is like she be having key points, but it goes over people's heads.
Mm-hmm. She before her time and she don't know it yet. They just realize it.
Commander Little Prophet. She's Simba. Say no. We got Mufasa up in the panel and Simba down there somewhere.
But yeah, that's like when people realize like, man, we got to stop putting all this energy into things that they have no control over and put that energy into things they can create for themselves. Man, we'll be all right, man. Everybody just take if people can just take like 30 minutes to an hour out their day to help their neighbor, to help their friend, to help their family member, bro, we'll be all right. If we all giving each other that 30 minutes to an hour, okay, you have a long day. Okay, let me entertain your kids for an hour. Let me teach them something that I know that you don't. Let me add to them. We all do something. That's how it was when I was growing up. That's why shout out to my OGs, man. I had a lot of older people around. So I'm learning how to fish. I'm learning how to bake. I'm learning how to sew. And it's like I'm just being around them while they doing what they do. I'm picking it up. But I'm around positive people who are adding to me. And I'm a kid. There's just a bunch of older people watching me doing their thing. But it was the positive influence. I didn't really have negative influences, honestly, until I moved to Detroit. And got around my stepdad people. instead of the fishing and the knitting, I'm learning how to bag up. You know what I'm saying?
Word, funny as shit. No, but you be speaking some facts. It's like I tell people, like, yo, besides my baby pop, yo, here on YouTube, you helped me a lot through a lot. Like, listen, word was there when my brother, you know, he passed away and everything. Like, he helped me out on YouTube while my baby pop was consoling me over here. You see where I'm coming? Like, this big bro over here. People hear me say that shit a lot. And like, not just that, when I got into that car accident, you see where I'm coming from? I was also falling into a depression and shit like that because it's like, damn, I was getting close to my goal and boom, right back down to, you know, square zero. I'm like, what the heck am I doing wrong? I'm doing everything the way I'm supposed to be doing it, you know. And then where we had that little conversation, it's like, you know, he broke down a lot of things and got me to understand certain things. Like, and it's not sometimes that we're doing something wrong. Is, you know, sometimes we need to sit down, right? I guess that was God's way of saying, you know, sit down for 1 second, you know, analyze. It's not just about making the money. You see where I'm coming? Now you because it's true. I thought that, you know, I bust my ass doing this, doing that, you know, try to take care of my kids, do what I got to do as a woman, as a mother, right? Put my focus on just work and forget about the, you know, everything else that was happening. If I make this money, I could do this. But I was trying to put everything on my shoulder, the whole world on my shoulder, not realizing that I can, you know, how can I say, solve every problem. Like, even though the world wants me to solve it, Ray, you're not the one to solve it. You have to sit here and figure out yourself. So it's kind of like, boom, when that accident happened and like you can't work no more, that shit almost, that shit almost, yo, that almost shut me down. I was like, yo, I can't work, I can't make no bread. And look, a year and a half later, a shorty together. Now back to focusing on getting back to where I had paused everything. And it's not about the money. Like, yeah, you need the money to, you know, because you're in the politics to do what you want to do. But at the end of the day, nah, there's another way to do it, Ray. And you can make that money by not over exhausting yourself. I hope I said the right word. Oh, shit.
You right. Like even, you know what I do, man. I look at it like, look, man, the money. I felt like this for a long time though, and I lived it, so I know it now. But as long as I'm doing the right thing, the money will come. And it's not even about the money; it's about the goal. You know, most people want money, and then when they get the money, it's something they want. So instead of focus on money, focus on what you want, and then the money will come. You just matching that frequency. So like even what I'm doing, you know, free, man. I never asked nobody to donate or anything for the mentorship. I'm just doing it out of the love, and then people donate. You know, I'm like that. It might not be millions or hundreds of dollars, but it's something that help out. You know, and I can do what I do. It make it easier. I'm gonna do it regardless, but it just make it easier. So
and that's what made me overwork, because I noticed that a lot of people was, you know, playing around. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Y'all not taking this serious. Watch me make this money. Watch me do this. But in the process, I was overdoing it. Like, I'm going to put it like this. The more money, the more problems. And every time I land on, you know, square one again, it's like, oh shit, Ray. Like, what the, you were this close again. It's like, okay, what is you? I'm like, you know what it is? That you're making this at the same process, but then it's like the more you're doing this, the more they want from you. So you're doing it wrong. Do this first, then let the money flow. And it's something that my baby pops was telling me, right? But he was telling me the old school way. And like I told him, I'm like, it's in the riddle. Word broke that shit down. Like, I'm like, yo, you were just saying, remember I say that a lot here. I'm like, yo, you're saying the same thing he said it, but in a different way.
Yeah, shout out to baby pops, man. Yeah, very. I enjoyed the dialogue we had a couple times. We had it. I'm still waiting for them to come through so we can rock out, man. Still waiting.
I told him, I was like, yo, Word is gonna be doing another live. He's gonna be up there with Wifey. I was like, I don't care what you're doing. When I call you, just come down here. I'm like, we're gonna invade his live.
Yeah, man. Yeah, baby pop's cool, man. Yeah, cool dude. Both of y'all lucky to have one another. You know, that's what I always tell people. One ain't lucky to have them, you know, the other, but y'all both lucky, man. But, you know, it's messed up out here, man. People, everybody ain't right, man. And they ain't trying to get right neither. So when you find the right one, man, show appreciation. You know, both of y'all do that. Y'all be all right. Make it do what it do.
Your word, CB. Word pulled off what I be pulling off almost every night. I be trying to do my thing and still, watch TV with them and do their thing. And then when they leave, that's when y'all see me hop on panels.
Yeah, man. We watching Spider-Man. I miss Gary live. I ain't even know. And then I went and put my son to sleep. And then I'm like, man, my wife, my daughter, everybody's sleeping. I'm like, so I just did some stuff around the house. And I was about to go to sleep. And then I seen yous on. I'm like, I'm fuck with Rach for a minute.
Yeah, I had to do this, John. I was supposed to do it a little earlier, but they had me watching The Lion King. And I was like, man, the same thing is going to happen like the first time. I was like, this movie's not drawing my attention because they changed the whole plot. I'm like, it has nothing to do with the books. The first movie and the second movie. I don't care what nobody's. I'm like, y'all changed too much.
Yeah, we were supposed to watch Mufasa tonight, and my son was like, I want to watch Spider-Man. I'm like, all right. So we watched the very first Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire.
I be having my baby pops watch a lot of movies with me, right? And I be cracking. I'm like, yo, you're the only person that'll sit and watch a Disney movie with me. He's like, why shouldn't I? I'm like, you're into it. Why can't I watch it with you? I was like, oh shit. I'm like, you don't care? He's like, why? I'm like, because everybody else complains that it's a Disney movie, and I'm a Disney baby.
Man, my wife made me go to the movie theaters and watch that new Beetlejuice with her. I'm like, it ain't gonna be better than the first one.
No, it wasn't.
No.
He watched it with me too.
I hate going to the theaters, but I go because she like it. But I hate
we didn't go to the theaters. We gotta stay home because I gotta smoke. We can't smoke in the theaters.
Yeah, I don't like movie theaters. Dark and like people behind me. I don't like that.
That's the part where I think I'm antisocial. Like, I know this, but I don't think I'm antisocial. But it's kind of like it comes out a little bit when I'm in a crowd of a whole bunch of people. It's like, I feel like I gotta be observant.
Yeah, man. And then I live, shout out to all the white people, man. I'm just saying, I live around a bunch of white people, bro. If I go to the movie theater, I ain't trying to get shot up, bro. I'm just trying to watch a damn movie, bro. I ain't trying to go through none of that shit.
He said it's not the remake of Scream. I can't believe he just said that, though. Man, yeah, that's the first thought that comes to mind. If y'all heard what Word says, tell me that Scream is not the first thought that went to mind. Except he said shot up. They got stabbed up.
Yeah, man, I'm straight, man. Be some crazy ass people, man. I ain't trying to be in no big crowds like that. I'm good. Even though I do, my wife, like, she one of them, she extrovert, so she like being out and about. So she gonna be out there. I gotta protect her, but I just don't. I'd rather not do large crowds like that. A bunch of people I don't know. I don't trust people like that. I'm good.
I just don't like people. I don't like being in crowded people. I don't like being touched. Sometimes they stink. I swear that's why I hate riding the bus. People are like, I'm good. First of all, it gets too crowded. And then mofos be in there like they can't take a shower in the morning. Like, how in the world do you smell like ass-butt juice and a trash can and a sewer at the same time?
Man, it'd be. Man, I remember we used to go down to New Orleans every year and just be chilling down there. You walking around the street like, bro, how you stinking outside? Like, I smell you outside, bro. That shit wild. He walking around outside and smell people like, bro.
I'm about to get back on the topic with you though. Right, I noticed something with this best friend. Right, this best friend said that how she was describing the biological father of the 5-year-old girl, right, that was unalived. He seemed like he was the type of guy that was like possessive, controlling over the women. Right, if they didn't do what he wanted them to do, he would abuse them, right? If I'm like me as a woman, right? If I see my best friend going through that, if I seen them type of signs, I don't know, I would do everything in my power. But I know, sometimes they got to go through it and figure it out. But it's kind of like she didn't even tell the bull that, she felt like he was like this, da 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 da. She just said she saw the signs. But even with that, you stood quiet. Would you speak up if you seen the red flags? If you have a friend that's going through this, Would you stay quiet, let them go through it, or at least try to give them a warning?
I mean, nah, I'll say something, but like this is the reality too. Like it sounds like I'm not trying to be funny, but
I know.
like when we talk about impoverished mindsets, right?
Yeah.
It's like that's common, bro. Like I grew up watching, you know what I'm saying? Like my female friends, they dating old, like the stuff we talk about now, right? One of my female friends had a kid by a grown man at 16, and that was normal. Like she ended up moving in with him and everything. Now looking back at it, like, hold on, bro, that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on,
Yeah.
bro, that ain't cool. I remember I had to go get her out the house. Dude, he bigger than me. I took a bat to him. That's how I got her out the house.
Oh
You know
shit.
what I'm saying? But like that behavior is normal. Man. So like I was saying earlier, like even listen to like the way she describing herself, being at a party, smoking a drink, a kid's party. Yeah,
That's
kids
another
party.
thing.
You smoke. So people are desensitized. Like when you in impoverished mindsets in the hood, you desensitized to a lot of things, and shit don't make sense until it happens. All the signs is there, but you know you desensitized to it, and then when something happens, you start thinking back like, well, this happened, like she doing now.
Damn. Okay. So
You
it
see,
could be. So to us, it seems like hypocrisy. Is there another word for it that is not hypocrisy? If it's not hypocrisy, what she's okay. I don't know how to
just
explain this. Wait a minute. I'm about to ball it all up.
it's not hypocrisy. Is her ignorance. You know, ignorance ain't something bad. It's just her lack
Okay.
of knowledge and understanding. Like I like a lot of times when you condition to think like use these two terms, right? When you looking at people's behavior, condition and desensitized. Sometimes people are conditioned, meaning that they know is wrong, but this is just something common to them, but it's right. Like knowing, like hustling, like man, we know selling drugs is wrong, but we making money and living up. We know, we probably taking somebody kids meal for the week, because their parents getting high. We taking food out of kids' stomach, clothes off their back, putting the kids in a bad situation because now their parents are high. We know that's wrong, but we making money. Our kids ain't like that. We conditioned to it. And then some people are desensitized. Like they not even aware that it's wrong. Like it's just normal. Like
So
this is just life. This is just reality.
the
Like
influence around
you're
us.
not even really thinking wrong or right. You just know it exists. Like shit, this shit happen every day. So
So
like
basically,
even how they
okay.
talk like back in the day, you got that uncle that everybody know that uncle touching that, be touching kids. Everybody know that for years. Everybody know that, but they keep still leaving his ass around kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we're still going through that now. I was
Yeah.
asking that not so long. I'm like, we're in 2025. Why not speak up? So again, that leads back to, like you said earlier, the influence around us too. Because me growing up, the people around me would speak up, seeing something like this. So it's kind of weird when I see somebody not speak up. You see where I'm coming from? It's like, why you not speaking up? Why you not protecting this child? You say you love this child. The people around me, I'm used to them. They say I love you. They would speak up. They would do something. They would protect this child. You see where I'm coming from? But it's like the people I'm looking online, it's like completely different. And I was just wondering, like, are there communities where people just don't give a fuck and they really do turn a blind eye?
You know what messed me up? I was listening to this girl's story, and she said when she told her mother she got abused, her mother said, "You will be all right. I got abused too."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I
That's
think
what
I
I'm
know the
saying.
story you're talking
People are
about.
conditioned. Some people are conditioned is not like wrong or right. That's just exists. It happened to me, so yeah, I know it was probably what happened to you too. She conditioned to it. She probably almost allow it. She created an environment or conditions for that to happen to their kid. People. So I mean, for me, it's recognizing that. People aren't. I'm uber protective of. I let my kids be kids. They run around, fall, hit their head, and stuff like that. But I'm uber protective of everybody. I don't touch my kid. You don't need to. Everybody don't hug my kids and nothing like that. My wife be like, you tripping. I'm like, nah, because I don't know people. Ain't no random person just about nah. Even some family members. If I think I done seen little kids around my daughter, like, man, keep his little ass away. I don't like the way he looking at my daughter. My wife be like, you tripping? No, I'm not, man. Kids touch kids. Kids fuck with kids too, bro.
Oh
And
yeah,
that little
that's a fact.
motherfucker looking crazy. Now I don't want to have to hurt him. So guess what? Keep him away from my baby. Flat and simple. I'm just being honest. Just keep him away. My job is to protect her, and I'm damn good at it. And until I ain't breathing no more, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna provide for mine, and I'm gonna protect her.
You know what's crazy? I was watching an episode of Lucifer today, right? You know I'm into that little series today, right? And he was saying something in the show today that you say a lot, right? And you constantly say that, you know, it's up to us, right? We got the ability, the capability, right, in our minds to, you know, change whatever is going wrong in our lives, right? It's not God. God has nothing to do with it, right? The bad things that we do in life, it isn't the devil that's influencing us. It's us. The pain that drives us within us, the emotions, right? So it's crazy, right? And you constantly say it. It's us. We will the power to change the things that are going in our lives, right? But people, for some reason, it leads back to what you just said. So I might as well not even say it. For some reason, they just can't even.
Hey, Commander, I'm a on that point you made. I'm gonna say that I didn't. I drew.
I missed the last one.
For that, I say this. Only
What did you
time
say last
people
night?
get defensive is when they need to defend things. I'm gonna say it like that, right? Only time people get defensive is when they feel they need to defend something, right? So, yeah, I was thinking about that too, man. Yeah,
Why
you
did I
know.
do that? You said the last 15 minutes of Word Live? See what he said. I'll get back to the video in a minute. That was yesterday. Because I was live them last 15 minutes. I don't know what was happening. Make sure y'all sub up to the Word, right? Support. She said the last 15 minutes. Around here? No.
What that shit was tried. That's how I look.
You have this huge social media and you're not showing them at all, then they're.
You sure 15 minutes?
You know.
15 minutes? You sure, Commander? Wait a minute. This don't add up.
Damn, that's
it's like in the middle of a conversation.
The long way, bro. That shit crazy, bro. Like,
do I start it before the dude gets on, the avatar guy? I don't know. I see an old man there with monkey. Wait, he got fucking Dumbo ears. Oh shit.
Oh yeah, Baba cool, man. Baba be tripping.
Okay, I guess she said 15 minutes, but I think it's a little longer. Let's see what's going on.
Nah, it should be. I know it's towards the end.
Oh, towards the end?
It was when Baba was on the panel.
All right, so when he gets on. Yeah. Hold on.
I was not offended by that.
What's wrong
at
with
all.
Commander, please. Girl.
The Commander makes a statement. And I think I mentioned Rachel, didn't I? Because I thought she was still in the
Tell me. Pussy.
That's all I heard. What the hell? Wait, Ozzy.
I can grab.
Wait.
Guys talk like this all the time.
No, it was definitely with Baba.
In the law.
Yeah, I was trying to get it. He hops on, but
rabid.
There you go.
And I can grab him more by the pussy.
It was further than this?
They don't care. Is that on me? Or them?
Bro.
It's on everybody. Not
I understand what you're saying, but that dude was not in the locker room talking about no cook at the gym. He was talking about a married woman. And that's just how 15 he look at minutes. women. And that's fine.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, wait.
It is what it is. Why say something ain't what it is? I mean, that's the nature
When I
of
put it in the
the
15
sexual
mark
man. Like,
somewhere
I
around
didn't
here,
talk about women like that.
it's like y'all right in the middle of
If
a
you said
conversation.
it, I think you would say in the locker room. I'd stop it like, damn, you talk about women like that? Don't you got a mama?
Hey,
That's how I think.
No, come on, bro.
Listen.
Come on, bro. Even if you have a mama, even if you're like cool, if your boss's wife turns up, well, hang on.
hang on.
You have a mama, you have daughters, you have sisters, like all the good shit. It's all cool. But your boss's wife turns up and she has like magnificent tits. Is it bad to say, whoa, bro, she's got some tits? Is that
What the
like a
fuck?
bad thing?
Honestly, I think it is. And I'm going to tell you why. I don't say I don't say 90% of the things I think. Because once I say it, then I'm putting it into the universe as an action. It becomes an action. Even though a thought is an action, but that's just part of my self control. You know what I'm saying? Because even though everybody do something, is it right? That's how I just look at things, bro. And when you start looking, honestly, if people, how would you feel, bro? And like I've been put in this situation. That's why I said it's important for me to be an example for my sisters, what to allow men to do and what not to, because they daddy ain't shit,
Hey,
right? So I had to be that example. So I not only had to be the example, I had to lead by example. I had to treat women so my sisters see how they supposed to be treated. So that's how I built myself. So I'm just being honest. Even if you said that in the locker room, I'd be like, damn, okay. I ain't judging you, but that's just how you is, bro. If you look at women like that as sex objects and you feel free to say that. I'm not judging you, but I mean it's just it's labels for that, bro.
Yeah, so bro,
Where that
can I make a joke?
you know what I'm saying? Where that shit was tied, that's how I look at it.
Can we
hey,
acknowledge Baba? What up, Baba? I think he wants to chime in.
wait, you said something, word?
Hey,
I want to say something on that point. That should be funny to me too. Like, bro, if you a sexist, if you a racist, man, own that shit. Whatever you is, bro. My mom be trying to convince you like Trump ain't like, nah, he's sexist, man. Trump don't respect women like that, bro. He say some fucked up foul shit. And the point that he feel freely to say it show he don't care, bro. Like I think shit, I'd be like, oh yeah, but I ain't gonna say it out loud because then it becomes disrespectful, bro. But that should just be funny to me. Like shit, you don't want to be called something, but you fit the criteria. It is what it is, bro.
It's like airing your dirty laundry online and expecting people not to criticize.
Right. Like shit. Let's say on here, bro. I expect to be somebody to critique it, bro. I mean, it's on here. That's what I mean. Shit, anything that's in public has the right to be critiqued. That's just like it, bro. So.
That's why I can't understand certain people. They like, why is they criticizing my video? I'm like, wait, but you put it up, you uploaded it, so it is free for the public to criticize. I mean, some judge, that's on them. I mean, but in my opinion, you should judge yourself, criticize yourself before you upload it.
You know an easy way to find the part she talking about. See if you can skim to when Ozzy dropped off and then go back like 5 minutes. And that should be the part.
I was listening to the conversation. I wasn't mad.
Yeah. Go ahead and rock out. I'm gonna go on mute.
All right.
what's up? There's just one word. One name for you, man.
Hang on, Baba. Hang on, Baba.
Epstein.
Hang on.
Epstein.
No, Baba.
Epstein.
Hang on.
Epstein.
Hang on. Oh, Epstein, get the fuck out of here. So
They're
the
best
word.
friends.
The word. Can I make one inappropriate joke?
They were.
Oh shit.
So the word. Can I make one inappropriate joke?
Sure. Then we're gonna let Baba have the flow. Go ahead.
Baba can go. That's fine.
Nah,
that was hilarious. Fuck. I love this joke, man.
Nah, okay, I gotta hear the joke. I was just giving Baba
the
the
joke.
flow because he knows.
Okay. So the word. when was the precise moment you found out you were fucking autistic?
What?
What is the precise moment?
Ozzy, that's not funny.
After my first
What?
marriage, no,
Why not?
as I
Hang on.
was,
Here we go.
Only word would understand this joke.
Another word, please go on.
no,
I think it's Baba's turn. Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, Commander, you fucked up my timing. Commander, you fucked up my timing. It was fucking gold, and you fucked it up.
I realized it as I was getting in the car about to go down to the courthouse to get married that I was autistic, so I stopped and got a pint of Hennessy and topped it off.
I'm dead.
Hang
Somehow
on.
that worked.
I got drunk before I tied the
I
knot.
got married.
Were you happy being married?
Obviously.
I was drunk. I didn't remember.
Oh,
The first marriage, it only lasted 9 months. So.
Oh, this was the first marriage.
Not the first. This one I am.
Oh, okay.
I learned. I had to do it wrong to learn how to do it right. You feel me? I had to do it wrong to learn how to do it right.
I'm feeling you. I'm on my second marriage, and little K on her third marriage.
Damn. I'm glad he pointed that out. And you know what's crazy? I feel as though that's why a lot of these situations are happening too, right? Word took the time, right? He realized that in his first marriage, he made a mistake. He didn't have kids with the first marriage. But he realized that the second marriage, she was the one. And he did have the kids, right? But nowadays, right, it's been happening for the longest, right? But it's just getting worse nowadays in society, especially with the way women think and the way men think, right? Nowadays, everybody just hops into the sheets and not think about it. Men don't wrap they shit up, and women just don't care who they gonna have that next baby by, as long as they can use it as a tool. And what's crazy is we got men doing the same shit nowadays, right? They don't take the time to think about, damn, am I gonna be able to take care of this child? Is this the woman or is this the man for me? And that's where a lot of people fail. And that's why we're having a lot of situations like, we got a lot of kids suffering within these relationships that are happening, because people are not taking the time to make the right decision before they jump into, the relationship that they're getting into, or before they hop into the, sack with somebody. I'm sorry to say it. This is why, in the case of Janiyah Russell and Keimani Latigue, right? You see, we got parents that sat here and have sexually assaulted their own children, unalived their own children. And I feel as though that mental health has a big play in this situation. It's crazy that I'm glad Word pointed that out. You see where I'm coming from? And he's talked about it time after time on his live. But I'm going to let him, say a little something if he wants to before I press play.
No, I was just about to say, like for me, I had too many examples of having kids with the wrong person look like. I had so many examples, so I made sure I didn't make that mistake. People say, well, you don't know what the future holds with you and your wife. Okay, yeah, you're right. I don't, but I know that we about them kids and we about one another. So I ain't worried about the future. I'm looking forward to it. So to do it with the right person, take your time, man. People, 5 minutes of pleasure give you a lifetime of pain, man. Fuck, I'm straight, bro. I'm good.
For real.
Discipline, man.
Them 5 minutes.
Wrap it up on board, man. Boys, man. I waited till I was 36 to have my first kid, man. I ain't make females used to get mad because I'm like, I'm straight, bro. I don't need the climax. You have fun, yeah, okay. I get myself off. I'm not joking with you. I'm like, you ain't getting. I'm not. If I feel it coming close, I'm done. I'm done before I'm done. I ain't lying to you. People might think I'm crazy, but I ain't got the problems y'all got. I ain't got no damn child support. I ain't got multiple baby mamas. So goddamn it, I did something right.
He said, I ain't going through what Dr. Umar is going through. I mean, even though I don't see him as a deadbeat, right? I don't have a problem with the man. I just laugh at the shit that's being said. Like, to me, it just should be funny.
Man, to me, is he, look, I ain't gonna throw no shade on that, man, but to me, like, people getting upset talking about he a fraud, he a fake, bro. That dude is an entertainer, he a comedian.
Yeah,
You know,
I
you
bet
take
she's
the
a safe.
shit. You know, even comedians say some good shit now. You know, give you some life lessons, tell you some good shit. But ultimately, man, y'all put too much faith in the people who ain't, bro. You can't like. To me, it's like I don't. It's so many people. I'm like, how can't y'all see this man is a child psychologist, right? Like they don't see certain things wrong, bro. What his school was for boys, right?
Yeah,
He ain't got
I mean,
no
from what I've
sons, bro.
heard.
He ain't got no sons, man. Ain't nobody question that. That y'all don't see. Why you think he wants school for boys? He don't want to deal with them girls because he can't even deal with his own. Fuck, he want to deal with somebody else's.
Mm.
Ain't nobody pointing that out. And then it's like, bro, you criticize man for not being in their kids' life, not knowing their circumstances, but you want people to be okay with you not being in yours because you have circumstances. Make it make sense. You know, I couldn't imagine like his circumstances is different from any average father out there who ain't in their kids' life. He famous. His kids got to see him helping other little kids, man.
That's
That
a fact.
shit, that shit is a mind fucking itself.
Do you
My
think
dad
though
be here for me, but he here for every other kid in the world.
do
Like
you think that
that's a
because
mind
of
fuck.
let me ask you this, do you think that because of what he went through with his baby mamas, right? Whatever he went through with them.
Oh, give me 1 second. My baby just woke up. I heard her say, I want dada and baba. Hold on 1 second.
What up, man?
Sorry, I
Commanded.
was muted. What up, Nine? How's it going?
Chilling, just talking, falling back. I know I'm definitely doing a part 5.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yes, there's so much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
But
glad where it came up because, like, you know, I like the way he breaks stuff down, and if people don't peep it, we're still on topic, no matter which way we take this, which angle we take this conversation.
yeah, and this is the thing, like we've all had our different experiences in life. So like what we're saying, yes, there's truth to that. Like sometimes like how he's saying people grew up knowing that there was the uncle and like not realizing things because it was like the norm. And then I
Facts.
was thinking, like when somebody doesn't even care about themselves, how are they gonna care about their kids? Like she was in a, I'm not making excuses for the mother, but like look how she grew up. She grew up like from foster home to home. Like she didn't really have family to depend
Mm-hmm.
on. She got involved in this relationship, which seems to be like was controlling. He isolated her.
Facts.
Now, is she accountable for that? Is it
When it
her
comes to the
fault?
bio mom, I don't know because it seems like she was already. I don't know. They don't say much, but I don't.
I'm
Well,
talking about stepmom.
oh,
Cause like,
stepmom. Okay. That's different. I was like,
because
wait,
from
there's
what
out there about bio mom.
because what from her best friend is saying, like she grew up with no fam, like foster home,
Yeah,
like
she went from foster home to foster home. Facts. It was being, even her, the best friend. That's how they met each other.
right. And she said when we showed her love, like so, like this guy showed her love, and then he began because you hear the women that talk about this that they begin to slowly be isolated. You know, when
Facts.
it's they don't have a phone, they're not going out for holidays with people. They're only going where he wants to go, and he always has to be there or like that. But I mean, is she still responsible? Yes. But can you understand the part where she's how she grew up and how she ended up
Oh
in
yeah.
this mess?
But see, man, we've all been through hell. I'm a survivor. I call myself a surviving warrior because I'm more of a warrior than anything. See, what I survived made me that warrior. See where I'm coming from? That's why I consider, that's why I named my LLC Writers for Life, the Surviving Warriors, right?
And
Because
that's
I
fantastic.
bring
But
awareness
that's
to a
not
lot of situations
everyone's.
like this. I know that's not everyone's, but at the end of the day, right, it doesn't matter what situation. Even females that are, have been through what she's been through, we make our own choices. We make our own
Yeah.
outcomes. You see where I'm coming from? So I can't feel bad. She was a child, that's a different story. We're talking about a grown woman that has made mistake after mistake, has been through trauma after trauma, that at a point in time See where I'm coming from? You get tired. You want to change. She didn't want that change. She kept going. She had opportunities to leave. Like, even though the bull was controlling and everything, she had opportunities to leave if you really listen and pay attention to both videos.
Oh yeah, obviously she was home alone when he was at
So
work.
it's kind of like she wanted to stay there. She liked it, the life, and there's women like that. And I don't know if it has to do with the Stockholm syndrome. I think it's called. You know how people think that the abuse that they're receiving is actually love when it's not actually love, is abuse.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a part of it that's like,
even though with that though, right? Even with that, it doesn't take away the fact that she unalived this child along with that man.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
but I heard that people that are experience that kind of abuse, like as kids or whatever, that sometimes like they'll repeat it. Like they'll either, I don't know what the percentage is, that then they become that. It's kind of like when you grow up with parents who are addicts. There's some that become addicts and there's some that go the other way. Like unless you get therapy,
unless you get help,
like they need therapy and help.
And that's the thing, right? Once you reach a certain age, you have the choice, you have the opportunity to get that help. Once you constantly refuse to get that help, to me, I look at it like I gotta, like, hey, there's no, how can I say it? I just give up on you, point blank, period. Because I'm not going to break my head and keep my focus on you. At the end of the day, you don't want it. You don't want to change. That's why when I hear people like that, it's like, no, you have the choice. You still have a choice at the end of the day. Take the help or leave it. And those that really want it and want change will take the help, especially to be around the ones they care for.
Well, it costs money to go to a therapist. There are some communities that have free therapy, especially for people.
We're talking about family that is going. We're talking about families that have welfare, and that has, they give you insurance, all that when you get welfare.
Yeah, and then there's also the stigma that apparently I've heard that in Black communities there's a stigma about going to like psychiatrists and therapists and things like that. Also in the Mexican culture too. Like there's a stigma where like the way people grew up, like in my family they say, oh no, you don't go to a psychiatrist or a therapist because then they're going to label you as crazy. And then everybody's going to label you as crazy. I grew up in the same
environment, but you know what's crazy? I took a step outside of that, and went and seen it for myself because I questioned it. I questioned it.
Good. That's great.
Because there was people in my family, because my mom had me in therapy when I was young. Oh, you crazy, you this, that. For a minute, I didn't want to go to therapy. But then I realized, like, wait, why am I being labeled crazy? What I'm doing is helping me. Why is they saying that, a psychiatrist is this, and I went and did my own research.
Wait, your mom had you in therapy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
my
see,
mom
there's
had me
moms like,
because
she didn't have a mom.
But you don't realize what I went through. She had me there because she wanted that check. If you go back, I've talked about my story. I've even talked about it on Words Panel. Word has given me advice about that. You see where I'm coming from? Like, she wanted that check. I didn't know I had a check until I got pregnant and had to, do things on my own.
I mean, I agree with you that if someone's listening to you right now, if someone's listening to right now, that they would take your advice and they would take that route.
Plenty of people have taken
not
it.
Getting the help.
You see where I'm coming from? Oh, I didn't know that, that could happen. I was like, yeah, a lot of us are ignorant to the fact. And so until we go out there and do our own research, I was ignorant to the fact. I was told that if I went, when I found out that if I went, and said something on my mom, she would get locked up. You know what happened? I had somebody that sat down and had a conversation with me one day. I went to the Social Security, right, and cut that shit off. Did she go to jail? No. Because I had to take a step forward and do what was best for me. I had a chance out, and I didn't think I had a chance out. I was 17.
Yeah, you're a teenager.
Exactly. I went and cut that shit off. She didn't. I hear you. You see where I'm coming from? That's why I keep saying we have choices, whether we know it or not. We have people that walk in. It's up to us whether we listen or not, whether we take heed. That's why I understand what Word says. There's times where we're ignorant. but there's a point in time where
Yes,
you're
they're
not ignorant no
ignorant.
more.
Listen,
You
there's
see where I'm
times where
coming from?
people are ignorant. Listen, your situation, I'm not negating it. I love it. I love to hear it. But there's people that are in situations that they don't get opportunities, or if they do, maybe they wasted it and they don't get another one for a while, or they're ignorant. They're just ignorant to it because they're so wrapped up in their daily mess. Like you,
But let me ask you
like
something.
we can
Like
sit back
somebody
and
had to.
judge, but
I
unless you've
used
been
to
in
think
there,
like that. I used to think like that. Let me ask you a question. You're ignorant at one point, but once somebody gives you that information, once that information is there at your hands, you're not ignorant no more. It's up to you. Do you want to keep being ignorant? You see where I'm coming from? It's up
but
to the
maybe she
person. We
didn't
still
have that
have choices.
opportunity. Because
We
like
all
yours came
have
at
it.
17. Maybe hers hadn't come yet.
No,
Sorry,
because I
word. Go ahead.
yeah.
Check this out. Let me, I'm just telling you this from I ain't even an old man, but from an old man's perspective,
Because I
right?
used to think the same way
It's,
Commander was until somebody
it's,
really put me down and broke it down.
but check this out. I used to look at the world just like you, and I had to put something in place uh, to kind of remedy it, right? To make it make sense. And so when you hear me say, if I can't help you, I'm not going to hurt you.
Facts.
This is the reality, right? You have duality to everything. So you can have two people go through the same thing, like you and this girl go through the same thing, and you seize the opportunity to get help, and she don't. That's just reality. We can't. Everybody ain't. I mean, like I changed a hell of a lot. I can't expect everybody to, but the ones who can,
Exactly.
I'ma help them. But the ones who can't,
Exactly.
I'm not gonna hurt them. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what
I
I'm
just got
saying.
to, yeah. You just understand, like, a lot, like everything y'all just named is learned behavior. You know, like she said, it happened to them, then they start doing it. All that's learned behavior, bro. They desensitized. People are desensitized. They may feel like shit. This is just what life is. People are conditioned. Like they just don't know no better. They just don't. And even if you give them something, they might like. Man, I used to take kids out the hood and show them a better way, a better life. And first thought that two of those kids had was to rob me.
Oh shit.
The first thought, not like, oh damn, let me learn how he got this. He teaching us life skills. They, you know, the other kids were soaking that up, but it was two kids out that group. Like, man, we gonna rob them.
And those
Some
two kids
people,
probably thought that they could never attain what you have. Like they probably thought,
they wasn't even
that's
trying
not
to.
for me.
They was no, they was trying to take what I got. It
Yeah.
wasn't even. They didn't want, like it's just the way they was programmed. That's just the
That's
way they
crazy.
were.
They saw a
Do I?
different opportunity. Bro, they saw a
Yeah.
different opportunity.
You see what I'm saying?
So
It's
let me
not,
ask you this, word.
I don't
Oh,
have to
but
work for it. I can just take it. But after you take it and it's gone and you don't know how to get it back, then you have to find somebody else who got it. Instead of just doing it the long way, people want them instant results. I can take what he got now instead of building myself up to get what he got.
Thanks. So let me ask you this: do you think that if we was able like to come together, like me, we've talked about it before, but do you think it's possible in this time and era, in this era and time, my bad, to for us, like for example, if me and you was to come together and then try to get other people together, do you think it's possible for the ones that are like leaders? Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna say leaders. How can I put it? For a lot of us to come together and build our own community. Let me just say it like that. And I'm not saying start our own money or none of that, but I'm saying start a community where we just fall back, do what we gotta do. People want to come in, they can come in. Like, do you think it's possible? Because I've heard certain people say that that's something that we should do. But is there a way?
It is a way. I mean, we're doing it online now. Eventually, my goal before I die is to do it offline. But if we can't do it on here, how we gonna do it in real life? That's how I look at it. Like if it
But I've
can't be
seen
done over here virtually, how can we do it physically?
what's crazy is we've done it though. Within the past
We're doing it. We're doing it now.
within the past 3 years, look at how big the nine has grown. Because if you really look at it, people don't even know. Within us is me, the word. We got Gary now. We got Commander, right? But people don't even peep. Nate's been in the group for a minute, right? He's not a 9, but he's been with us. You see where I'm coming from? He's a part of the 9. There's a few other people. We got Tate Eats.
Stoic down there, the newest
So we
member of the
just
9.
joined.
Stoic.
Facts, and we're growing our community. And I'm not saying we're a cult. That's not what we're doing. What
Nah,
we're
man, I
trying to
don't do
do.
all that cool shit, bro.
No, I gotta say it because people listen. The reason why
Yeah.
I say it is because, and I don't know a word could agree with me or like break it down, right? I'm gonna say it like that or disagree, right? It's like when people say we the people, they don't really realize that we the people are not a cult, right? But they turn it into one for some reason, and I realized that a lot. So when I say like, I want to make a community. I want to make a community of people that come together, right? That are willing to move forward, not stay stuck in the past. Willing to help our kids reach a goal, that the goals they're supposed to reach. Make a difference, make a change. If you don't want to be a part of it, you don't have to be a part of it. But what I'm saying is, it's not a cult. For some reason, when people hear us talk like this, they think cult-wise. And I don't know why that mentality is in people, like the way people, I don't know why people got that mentality. My bad.
It's like people use the word narcissism, bro. People don't even know what the hell a cult is. They just use it when they see a bunch of people, like-minded people together. That's a cult. Like, nah, bro. Ain't nobody over here worshiping nobody. Don't nobody in the 9 worship me. We all fucking rock stars. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all do our own thing, our own way. We come together, we build, we grow. We example setters, bro. People always want to change, but they don't want to be the ones who make the change. So that's why I appreciate all y'all for rocking out with me, because there's a bunch of leaders, bro. It's not a bunch of followers, bro. We got a bunch of leaders. We lead in our own way, but we come together and we do bigger things together. But we doing big things on our own. So nah, there ain't no cult. It's just about coming together, being an example. We all trying to do better so we can get better.
And I think like it's starting at home, like with your immediate family, like your spouse, your children, your immediate people. But even then, like how you hear Gary's got a brother who's a different way, right? And he can try all he wants, but sometimes we have stubborn siblings. Like I have a stubborn sibling who
I got 3.
she can't get out of her way. Well, I have a couple actually, but just from the female perspective, my female sibling, like she just don't get it. It's like there's 2 people, we grew up like pretty much similar, but why is one way and the other a different way, but we grew up similar? She's just really stubborn.
I got one like that. My little sister, crazy as I raised her, but she respects me. She's stubborn as hell. Like,
and mine is older, like she's older than me.
I'm
So you would think, right, that the older one would be a little more wiser and set the example. But sometimes
I'm the oldest, so I got.
But thank you for playing this video. I meant for you to like look at it personally, but I'm appreciative that you're gonna play it.
No, but if you don't peep it, it kind of helped a little bit. What word says it leads everything word said right there led us back to the topic though. It's funny as shit.
Well, and it will go more into the topic.
I was like, let me play it. I don't have a problem. Shit, I don't mind doing the part 5. I'll go, down the rabbit hole with our ancestors next weekend. I always have fun with that. But this is something, I'm bringing awareness to. Like, let's talk about it. Like, a lot of people are scared to come on panel and speak on these topics, and I don't know why.
It's scary. Like, I know you've shared a lot, but I can't get there yet.
There's a lot of YouTubers speaking on it, because it's like I'm not the only one. Like, we're not going to sit here and bash people. I'm not judging the chick. See where I'm coming from? I know she's been through a lot, but it's kind of like even the chick that's been through the foster care. You see where I'm coming from? Like, but once again,
she didn't have a mom. Like you said, your mom put you in therapy. She didn't even have a mom. She might have had opportunities
for different reasons, but yeah, I get what you're saying. We all go through the different,
But a lot of them, they don't trust.
Listen, we all fight demons, right? In the same hell in our own ways. You see where I'm coming from? So I'm not judging that part. It's just that, at one point in time, enough is enough of being a victim. And people don't seem to realize that part. So it's like
People pass away victims though. They can live their whole life and leave this earth a victim.
To me, I feel like though,
Sad.
like there's no help for the stepmother. There's no help for the even like the best friend. You should have spoke up when you should have spoke up, not regretted it later. But once again, she was dealing with ignorance. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, damn, right? But it's like, don't you get tired of being ignorant too? Like,
You know,
how
I
many?
feel like oh, go ahead.
It's like, how many people got to tell you to your face you're being ignorant to the facts? No, enough is enough. Once you're grown, committing the same sin, I look at you like, I don't even want to hear what you got to say no more because it's kind of like you're too grown for this shit.
Right, we should know right from wrong. And the go ahead, word.
Let me just, I want to say this, and I really want y'all to think about what I'm saying. You have more people justifying the circumstances versus trying to change them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, enabling it, right? We have a lot of enablers.
And that's why go ahead.
Her build up to the story, you know how we were saying yesterday, like, come on, what does this have to do with anything? Like her talking about how they met and how they were as kids. And I feel like her whole build up to the story was in a way explaining like her relationship with her friend, almost like maybe as an excuse or like so people could see that she loved her friend. They had this like bond, and maybe in a way she didn't want to see the things, or she wouldn't go as far as to call authorities and report her or him because she didn't want to do that.
Wouldn't that be a guilty conscience afterwards? And that's why I say I don't feel bad for people like that. Whichever way you put it, you see where I'm coming from. It's like once I notice that you want to keep doing the same thing, going through the same thing over and over, all right, then I guess you got to learn something for yourself. But it's like, damn, it takes a tragedy for some people to realize. You see where I'm coming from? No.
She thought she loved kid, like she thought her friend was good with kids. I don't think she thought her friend would do that.
Yeah.
And then
there's too many red flags. Like, damn, like this shit is crazy. Like in our communities, I feel ashamed of some communities, even my own sometimes.
Because some people are used to getting whoopings. Like whoever was in the chat, you'll see people say, "Oh, I got whooped. I got this."
Yeah,
they may not agree with what's going on, but then they'll say, "Oh, I got whooped and I'm fine."
But shit, not the way that girl got
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
the people will justify circumstances. Like, okay, like I can honestly say, man, I got my butt whooped, but a lot of the time I didn't deserve it. So guess what? I got kids now. I take that in consideration. Like I don't whoop my kids. I probably pop them on the butt. But for me, it's more of me raising my voice. That's more effective right now. My kid only 5 and 2. So me yelling at him, daddy being disappointed, that's the worst thing to them. You know, so I mean,
you found a solution. And that's what I'm saying. I'm tired of people putting excuses. So I'm not going to sit here and make one for them either. That's my whole point.
But you know what? And then, you know, but this is what I'm saying too, is instead of wanting these people to change, fuck that.
I don't want them to change. I know they're not going to change.
Just identify them like, okay, well, you can't be part of what we doing. You know,
exactly.
Everybody ain't gonna be able to make it.
I think I just said that wrong. The way I just said it. The word understood me.
Yeah, shit. Everybody ain't gonna make it. Everybody ain't qualified, man. Because we don't want that one bad fruit fucking everything up. So shit, either you get with the program, do better, or you know, you on the outside.
You gotta get on that top level.
But this the fucked up part. Unless people are willing to take them kids on, you know, because sending them to DHS or whatever it's called, and it's CPS in our state, but you know, it ain't no guarantee the kid go get put in a situation. So, I mean, if you ain't willing to take the responsibility of raising that child, it's going to be a casualty. I hate to say that, but that's just reality. You ain't gonna be able to save all the people, even the kids, man.
That's a fact.
Well,
and like
some people end up in prison.
You know,
and then they change in prison.
Yeah, but see, like Word has told me when I first became the block captain right here in Philadelphia, I told Word, and he said you don't have to lead by example, starting by your house first, and that's something that I started that I've been doing for the past 3 years. And I'm like, it's not something that's easy. You see where I'm coming from? But I push myself to do it, and my kids is my biggest motivation, right? And like, in order to show people that this is possible, I show them, look, everybody's like, how are you able to do this and do that? I got a support system. In the beginning, I didn't have one. But, you know, as time passed by, and I'm not saying that I learned that online. What I'm saying is, as time passed by, my support system has helped me. Like, when I feel frustrated and shit, hey, old head steps in. I got my kids, godfather, you see, aka fiance, baby pops. You see where I'm coming from? Like, come on, it's like a whole support system. Like, we is a little community starting off. And if you want the same thing, you're gonna have to start doing the same thing. Like, I don't trust everybody around me, but these people around me have shown me that I don't have to keep putting them through a test. So why not let them help me? Sometimes we have to, you know, I know that, you know, I say a lot, you know, I can't trust this person, you know, but can we really trust people? We could trust them to show us who they really are. So at my time of need, at my darkest moment, these are the people that show me they are really here for me. So those are the people that I let around me show me the support that they say they want to show me. You see where I'm coming from? Before, I didn't know how to do that. And it took me a little minute, but I did it. And what I'm saying is I didn't give up. Too many of us is willing to give up and say, fuck it. Like I tell people, it was my decision to get in bed with that, you know, their father. It was my decision to have these kids. You see where I'm coming from? I had the choice and the opportunity to have an abortion. They gave it to me, and I said no because I don't believe in it. So if I brought them into this world, I might as well freaking change. Like, what the fuck?
Shout out to you, writers.
Like, I know everybody don't think like that, but at the end of the day, you know, how many kids you gotta lose for you to figure it out? How many how many people in your life you gotta lose for you to figure that shit out? Are you willing to keep losing, sacrificing? But what are you gaining out of the sacrifice? I'm not gonna keep sacrificing and not investing to gain.
You gotta be the example. You gotta show people, you know.
Exactly.
That's what that
and it works.
Passage in the Bible when Jesus said, I am the way, I am the light. People think like, oh, I need to worship Jesus. Like, no, he's telling you, like, I am the way. What I'm doing on this earth, this is how you get to heaven. This is how you do it. He was showing you, leading by example. Mm-hmm. That's why people, they be like, oh, well, can't nobody be like Jesus because you ain't trying, bro.
Or they want to pray it. They want to pray it.
That's why I said earlier, I was like, yo, you say something that I saw Lucifer saying in his show earlier, and it's that we got the power. They was like, they searching for God for the answers, right? Blaming the devil for their actions, when in reality, it's us. Mm-hmm. You see where I'm coming from? We have to want it bad enough. We have to have hope. We have to have faith. And if we don't have none of that, you ain't getting what you want, and you're not going to where you want to go to.
It could start with faith. It could start with prayer. It could start with different things like that. But at the end of the day, it needs actions.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Actions speak louder than words. And like I tell people, words fly with the wind. I go by actions. And that's something that somebody taught me, and I didn't take it serious until, you know, they taught me a hard lesson. Like, shit, how bad do you want it? You want me to be a part of your life, or do you want me gone forever? And when they was taken from me, that's when I realized it was my choice. Not my choice that they was taken from me. It was, you know, the choices that I was making. Like, damn, I had the opportunity. Like, how much more am I willing to lose? Am I going to keep letting it slide through my fingers, or am I going to do something about it? And like I said, I lead by example. Certain word taught me 3 years ago, like, yo, I was really, you know, going through a lot of shit. He sat my ass down, and I'm not going to sit here and lie. Within the past 3 years, it's working. I took my time, humbled my ass the fuck down, and realized that, hey, listen, God is within me. You see where I'm coming from? I can't keep blaming him for what's happening to me. And no, it's not the devil that makes me want to be bad. It's me, the anger within me, my emotions. Mm-hmm. So once you realize what's going on, figure out how to solve that problem. I had to start with me. And that's why I say I do these lives for this reason, because we are the example. I don't care how many excuses there is in the chat, how many people got, you know, duct tape to try to listen, man. I'm like, Pink, how much rope, how much duct tape you got to tie me down and censor me? Real shit. People know I didn't lose my first channel for no reason. I got a mouth on me. And I stand for something. all for nothing, but I stand for something.
What's that little twinkle noise?
Huh?
I heard a little twinkling noise.
Oh, that was my alarm. That's my alarm.
I want to know what you think about this. Get your perspective. We all have our own experiences, and mine play into the way I think. Obviously, what I've seen, what I've experienced firsthand.
You be on point with a lot of shit, Commander, though, on some real shit.
Oh, thank you, writers. I appreciate that.
I'm like, I don't get mad at what you say.
Did you expect me to say what I said, Commander?
Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah.
The whole time when it first, that's why I was, but that's why I wanted to see something, that's why I kind of interjected at that point. And then, I mean, stories tell this up to me, bro.
Well, after the fact, I thought I should have said something. I should have clarified a little more and said something, asked some questions, because after the fact, I'm like,
Mine started racing.
I had to ponder that.
Mine started racing,
Yeah. I'm like, which is not, I'm not saying it's true, or it's just you just gotta peep. You gotta peep people. Just gotta be aware.
Wait, we talking about worst panel back here?
Yeah.
Oh wait, let me press
no, you
play.
gotta
Because you lost me now. I'm like, wait, what are we talking about?
You kind of went back in too early. It was at the 15-minute mark. It's like in the middle of the conversation, but it's Baba talking.
I went back because if I start something in the middle of a conversation, I'm gonna be lost, and then my head is gonna be like, "Wait, what?"
Context, yeah. You want some context, yeah.
So I'm like, "Wait, how did this even start? What are we talking about?" That's why I listen.
Go for it.
Marriage? Well, one of her husband died, so we have to give her some credit for that. So.
Oh, you morbid.
Yeah.
All right, you guys done now?
What do you mean?
Is it Baba's turn?
He ain't never gonna stop. Let's talk about Melanie. Come on.
Who?
No, bro. He ain't
by the
here.
pussy.
Oh my god. Fucking. Like seriously.
I like Melanie.
What? Are you
They're talking about Fox?
Or what?
Wait, they talking about Fox?
Yeah, because previously we were talking about people that come on panel and like that are argumentative, or like, people's personalities.
Oh.
And then he was making it a point that Melanie is a he, not a she. I think you were there for that a little bit in the chat until you left.
No, I was in and out. That's probably when I was playing the recap of live yesterday before I went on and started talking about.
But that's not what this is about. So Baba was in the chat listening to all the stuff. So when he came up, he was just bringing up points that we were talking about before. But
oh shit.
Then I kind of derailed the conversation a little bit.
All right, let me press play. I was like, wait a minute, what?
You did.
I was like, what?
Commander's a deviant.
Commander funny as hell, yo. She'll turn something, how can I say, sad or dramatic, or they'll make you feel down on to something funny as shit. I'm like, yo, how the fuck she just made me laugh? And this shit was just tragic. Like, wait a minute. She got that gift, that swag to do that.
I like Melanie as a person. I don't agree with Melanie, but
I thought Melanie was cool, yeah. Well, let's listen.
The tactics are bad.
Yeah, I kind of agree too. Get the fuck out of here. I kind of agree.
Baba, do you refer to her as a she or a he? Or just by her name?
I tried to clarify that, and them wouldn't respond to me. So
Wait.
You mean
it's their
he?
business, you know. My biggest problem is it, you know, you were saying why doesn't Melanie just be a gay guy? Maybe Melanie likes women.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't
No,
know.
Melanie is an effeminate gay guy. I told him fucking 10 times.
Melanie
Bro,
likes
just
women
be
though. How do you know that? How do you know
He
whether Melanie
doesn't.
likes
He
women?
doesn't. Melanie has a boyfriend. It's just like, be
Oh,
gay,
I
bro.
don't know that.
Be
I don't
gay.
know that.
No,
Be gay.
Wait.
And calm down.
No, she has an
you got,
ex-boyfriend.
you got to
Hey.
listen because I asked that question, and what Melanie said is when he dressed like a girl, he don't deal with. That's when she deal with dudes, but he deal with women too.
He
There
bi.
you go. That's a
I
problem.
mean,
You can't have it
Okay,
both
so
ways. You know, you got to pick one.
Who says?
That's how
And
I feel
isn't
about
that
it.
like
You're stealing women
okay?
from me. Come on. I mean, listen. You
wait.
can't do
Isn't
that.
that the
enough.
ultimate love that you can love? You can
Stealing
love.
women from me.
Doesn't matter what the
Fucking
person.
pighead. That's perfect.
It could
Listen,
be
I've
the
talked.
ultimate love.
I've talked about the
What got
lady
to do
whose
with it?
husband turned transgender and she's still married. They're both still married and want to be with each other. Now they're just two girls.
What love got to do with sex?
What's love
Yeah,
got
for
to
some
What?
do?
people it is, for
Got to
others it's
do.
not.
I mean, you can love without sex.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, yeah, but yeah, that's just yeah, that was fun. I just wanted to say what love got to do with it, famous quote.
You just brought in
And my
Tina
only
Turner.
I don't have an issue. You know, if somebody wants to be called something, that's fine as long as they don't get upset when I say the wrong thing. If they get upset when I say the wrong thing, then that's a problem.
Mm.
I ain't perfect. I'm just trying to progress.
Wait,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem.
hold up. He just lost me. How can I? Wait. He said, as long as
You
they don't
gonna
get,
get lost.
as
You gonna
long,
get lost in this conversation and not the point. What you gonna miss the whole point? You trying to throw at
what
fast
the
forward
fuck?
past this. But
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I wanted to start where it started. Like,
yeah, you
so
reading too
basically,
much into that.
this is where it
It's just
starts.
that.
Let me tell you where
Okay.
it starts.
Well, first,
It starts about okay, it started about like transgenders. Sometimes they'll some will hide the fact that they're transgender when they start dating someone, and then it started with the topic. Well, then later I said sometimes women will hide children. It's kind of like that. They'll hide children, or they'll hide that they've been divorced, or that they're not divorced yet, things like that. And then
the secret life.
Baba said that he had a girlfriend that had children, but
What?
that he found it odd. Yeah, he had a girlfriend that had children, but he found it odd that on social media, like on Facebook, she had nothing, no mention of her children, no pictures, like nothing about her kids. And then that's when I said, some people I don't think should be they should like think twice before they put their kids' pictures on the internet, because there's like weirdos out there. So I understand when people don't want to put their kids on social media. And then it went from there.
Oh shit. You make a point though, but still, he said people cannot get mad when he says something wrong. I was like, well, if you say something wrong, they gonna get mad. But if you say the right thing, yeah, they have no reason to get mad, but they still do. But let's continue. That's why I was like,
That's a
wait a
good point,
minute.
Rachel. That's a good point.
I'm like, wait a minute. I think I was like, wait, was he trying to say something else? I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Did you mean something else? But hey, I guess.
With Mel at all. I just just in general speaking on that topic. I don't have a problem with anybody until you try to force me to accept some shit. Then it's like I feel like just fuck off. Like how
Yeah.
about Then it's like I don't. This ain't my lifestyle, so I don't. This ain't something that it affect me. So nah, I'm straight.
I think being around someone transgender and the way they carry themselves in a positive way is probably all that I would need.
Right.
You don't have to
You get an
convince me.
example.
Just
Yeah, you do you, man. I fuck with people for who they are, man. As long as you ain't, I mean, I don't care what you do, man. Just don't,
Facts.
you ain't out here, chopping people's heads off and shit like that. I don't care what you do with life, man. As long as you ain't fucking with nobody. You ain't,
I mean, that's some real shit, man. Like, I don't care what your sex life is, what your preference is. Like, yo, as long as you're not sitting here trying to manipulate these kids and do this and trying to convert me, I do not care. And I
right,
mean that shit.
man.
Like, I've
That's
had
how I
some
feel.
real shit. I've had some dykes out
Yeah.
here. Oh, I could, I can make, I could change your world. I can make you forget. Oh, man, you can't do shit. I'm strictly dickly. Like, the simple thought of you trying to give me a kiss, I would throw up in your fucking face. You got me chopped. Like, oh my God. That's what I have a problem with. If I say no, no means
Mhm.
no. It's my body, my choice. And if I want to be straight, I could be straight. The fuck? I'm sorry. So it's like, damn, we got to see it both ways. I don't have a problem with you being like that. Just leave me alone. Leave the kids alone. See where I'm coming from?
Facts.
Leave the people that don't want to be bothered with that alone. See, I have plenty of friends that, hop on rainbows and they don't bother people. They stay hopping on rainbows. They feel very rainbowish from time to time. You see where I'm coming from? But they don't sit here and paint colors on kids. They don't say, hey, come on, I want you to taste the rainbow. Like, come on.
Man, every time I hear Rachel say hopping on rainbow, I think of that old Lucky Charms commercial when he's sliding down the rainbow. Bro. You're an animal.
That's because I went down a rabbit hole and people don't understand why, if people will do their research and, the definition of gay and all that, and why it was, they use gay now, for that when before it was used for, happy
Happy.
and stuff. I was like, remember the Flintstones said, we're going to have a gay old time. I was like, well, now I can't even say that. I don't even feel like singing that song no more. It's the Flintstones. Like, just because it has the word in it. Like, but shit, that's why I say, like, man, if y'all go down the rabbit hole, y'all learn some stuff. That's why I was like, listen, their personal life is not my problem. It's just leave the kids alone. Your sex preference shouldn't bother me. It shouldn't bother nobody. So, like, shit, my life shouldn't bother you. Your life shouldn't bother me. So let's just keep it pushing. The hell? I don't want to know who you with in them sheets and what you doing with them either.
Ain't fucking with me. I don't care what you believe in or what you do. Shit, you go home, put diapers on, and run around with a beard and a pacifier.
I'm dead.
You will be caring about what other people do too much, man. As long as they ain't out here doing no unscrupulous shit to other people, they do it to themselves, and that's on them. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and do you think it's unscrupulous to not clarify when engaging with someone, like for intimate purposes? Kind of like it feels
So,
like you're
like,
tricking them.
Yo, Commander's mind-provoking questions are worse than mine. And what I mean by that is like, oh my God, you take the time to really think about these questions too, right? Do you go research before you ask these questions? Because I do. She worse than me.
I mean, no, those are just off the top of my head.
I'm like, yo, she be, damn, she worse than me. She got them, she don't go out and research. She just got mind-provoking questions just from observing. You see? See why we're like her. Okay, HR. I know, let me stop.
Like, I don't agree with tricking people.
You playing a dangerous game, man. You playing a
Yeah,
dangerous game.
I think that's
I'm
where a
married,
lot
so
of hate comes from. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't know what the percentage of time that happens, but that's not.
I I seen this TikTok video, right, where this transgender was going around, yeah, surgery or whatever, was showing her butt, and the guys was all into her. And then
Ooh.
when she told him, like one of the guys was like, I'll take you home. He's like, yeah, and then he told him, and the guy slammed the shit out of her, and he got mad. And I'm like, you couldn't play with people like that. You know what I'm saying? Just be upfront with people, man.
The same
That's
with
like
like
somebody with
go
HIV
ahead,
or
sorry.
something, bro. Like imagine somebody had
Yeah.
HIV. Just be upfront. Give people the opportunity to decide. I think everybody should have the opportunity to decide if it's something life changing. Let people know.
I think it's the same when like women hide their children, or when
Yeah,
somebody hides that they're not divorced yet. Things like that.
yeah, yeah. Just give people opportunity. When you get
For some reason, people like living secret lives, yo. That's what it's called, a secret life.
Yeah, things like that.
yeah, yeah, just give people opportunity. When you give people those opportunities, they can make a decision, and usually the situation has a better outcome. But
I
when you
guess
don't
at
give
the end
people
of the day,
opportunities, that's what make the problems.
at
My
the end
bad.
of
Go
the
ahead,
day,
bro.
though, women they hide. I mean, women and men hide a lot of stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
X, vice
they're
versa.
not forced to show that they're crazy until you
something
figure it out
happened.
later on. So yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
that's the beautiful thing about my wife, bro. She knew everything up front. I told like the first like conversation we had, I told her everything. X, Y, Z, Z, Y, X. And she was like, "You feel that comfortable?" I'm like, "Look, man, either you gonna fuck with me or not. So at least you know my bad. So now you can look at my good. Now you can enjoy the good. I gave you all the bad shit about me, so now you can make it just you know."
I think that's a good way.
Fuck that. I think that's a game men play. My baby pops did the same thing. Yo, that's some manipulated something. That's some type. Yo, that's some wait, I'm just combobulated. That's some manipulated type shit. Let me tell you all the bad about me. Let me show you the bad side of me, right? I wait. You giving me an option? Y'all some slick little mofos. Where were that? Explain. Be quiet, Commander too.
Oh, you say my bad. I was getting the chicken, man. I missed that last part. What part you said is funny?
Y'all show y'all bad side. Why y'all do that? Like y'all just let us
Oh,
know every
I know
bad part about y'all before somebody else tells us.
I'm gonna tell you this: if the man tell you all his bad side first, if he been through some shit, he learned from that shit, and he just go get the bullshit out the way. That's how you know a motherfucker serious on some real shit. Like just show him
Mm,
that you say, look, this is all the fucked up shit right here. I'm gonna put it on this plate. If you take it, then that's on you. If you don't, then that's on you. I'm giving you the bad, so you will know that you don't have to worry about nothing, so you can enjoy the good. I give you the bad up
Yeah.
front, and that way you can appreciate the good later.
I still think that's some slick shit, y'all guys. They learned a trick before us women did. It's time to fight. Now I'm gonna pop my baby pops in the head one of these days. I'm telling y'all. Not supposed to learn a new trick before us women. We were supposed to learn that trick before them. See, I didn't read the whole Steve Harvey book.
I
Let me
don't know if
stop.
that's a, I might not be that's that. I'm gonna have to write a book.
Real
Real
shit.
ninjas. I'm gonna call it real ninjas. The real
No, but
ninjas.
I do notice that, a lot. I'm not gonna say that it happens with every woman, but I noticed that a lot of like women that are like minded like me, right, and got the same type of behavior, right. I'm gonna say the same type of mentality, right. Um, when y'all men do that, right, it kind of like draws our attention fast, and I don't know why. It's like when we get the whole complete honesty, it's like the bad side of y'all, it doesn't even bother us anymore when y'all show it first. And it's weird because, I grew up seeing that, these girls are into these boys that like lying, that love living this double life. But it's like, damn, at one point I thought something was wrong with me until I had this old head actually sit down and talk to me that, there's different type of women. And I was considered the wifey material. So it's kind of like, it's weird. Like, I wonder why that draws our attention, certain women. But let's continue because I don't think, unless we have an OG, an older woman that's lived over 100 years, over a century, we're not gonna get that answer on some real shit. Not with the women nowadays. I'm sorry.
But I also think like someone doesn't have to disclose everything on a first date or even a second or third date.
No, you getting to know the people. I mean, I do believe it's well. You know what I'm saying? Like if a woman had kids, I don't believe she should tell them on the first. I mean, I don't feel like she has to tell them on the first date because you just getting to know somebody. Maybe you don't want to talk to them. But like the fourth, like third, fourth date, you know, I think if y'all really vibing, then okay, now you need to, you know, release a little bit more information if you done built that rapport with that person. So
Yeah,
even
but
when I'm coaching people, you know, I tell people like that.
the thing is with like with social media, I've had this where I had a girlfriend and I mean, I knew she had kids, but one of the red flags was on her social media. They were nowhere to be found.
Oh
And I
shit.
found that
Oh
really
damn.
odd. Like, why is that? Why is this happening? Like, why aren't you, so I don't know. I think if they are hiding them that much to where you have this huge social media and you're not showing them at all, then that's a red flag.
That is crazy. I see women do that shit here online, right? I've seen some women that'll be here talking about they don't got kids, right? And they're bashing certain women online that do have kids, right? Then turn around and mess up because of the beef and the bullshit that, they trying to stir up, the chaos. They slip up and, you end up finding out they do got kids. I wonder why they do that. Like, the people don't understand that even though you're behind the screen, people can still find your ass. Like, you're not just endangering yourself, now you're putting your child's life in danger for doing some stupid shit online. I mean, I'm just a little curious. I mean, maybe I'm not, but a little bit. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Fuck, Ray. I know curiosity killed the cat. I don't know how many lives I got left, but shit, I wonder if anybody can answer that question. Like, what's up with the women?
Rachel, you know that there's some people that seek out women with children for their children. So if a woman, I'm not talking about the ones that bash people with children or say they don't have children, but the ones that are not like disclosing right away on social media that they have
Yeah,
children. Like, I think that's a good thing to not put your kids on social media.
facts. Yeah. No, but my bad. Like, I know I went off topic. I just thought about that because of what he said. I know, no, they're not related to what he was talking about, but still kind of like almost the same thing. It just made me think about it. Like, I wonder why women come online doing this shit.
But
Like,
yeah, people have different motives, right?
yeah, like that shit is crazy. Like, now you're endangering your child because you want to play games and shit like that. Word has talked about this shit. But what has me like asking this question that I noticed that a lot of women that have kids come on here saying they don't have kids playing these dirty games online, right? Doing all this dumb shit. Then it turns out, you let people talk long enough. In a lot of situations, either people have doxed them because of the dumb shit they've done, right? Still endangering your child, or you have slipped up during the beef, talking your
Oh, I
shit.
see what you mean. Yeah, okay, I get that part. Yeah.
So it's kind of like, yeah, what he just said made me to think, like, whoa, why is that happening more and more? I understand the female. Listen. When I was single, right, and I was online in the beginning, when I first started going online and doing all this shit, right, before the petition stuff, right, when I was in chats like the Hassan Campbell, right, before I got serious, like, I was on this joint. I didn't mention my kids. I didn't talk about them, none of that, because I didn't want nobody to know about my personal life. You see, but then came a point in time where I had to speak on certain things because I was like, all right, I'm doing this, so shit is going to come out. Fuck it. I might as well let people know, like Eminem. See, no skeletons in my closet. You see where I'm coming from? So it's like, there's nothing that you could use to hurt me or go against me. So
Man,
it's
I
like,
think too,
this
like
internet,
maybe. Oh, go ahead.
this internet shit's so crazy. I just found out somebody was married today. I'm like, oh shit, for real? I didn't
what?
know that.
I'm married.
Man, I ain't saying nothing, bro. It's in the back to I was like, oh shit, he'll be up there. I ain't know Kane Miller was married.
Oh, snap. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I was like, he
like
did an
maybe he's not
interview.
together with her, but maybe he's still legally attached. I don't know.
Man, you better listen to Goddess D video today, bro. I'm listening to the
Ooh,
interview. I'm like, what?
ooh.
Man,
And we're
I
over
used
here
to,
playing love matching, and
That's a basketball player.
no,
nah, that's one of us here on the YouTube streets.
Oh, I don't know who that is because the only King Miller I know is an actor, a rapper, a model. That's I'm like, wait, that's the basketball player dude. Well, he don't play basketball. He promotes basketball.
Listen, I'm good with anonymity, but not if you're using it to do like to trick people. Nah, but if you want to keep stuff
yeah,
private, I want to keep stuff private, not for malice, just to
I
keep
don't
my
know who that
anonymity.
is.
But if I'm doing it to trick people or to do some foul stuff, then yeah, that's bad.
Ah, shit. I mean, y'all can talk. I don't know who the person is, so it's not like nobody bashing. Like, hey, I'm lost.
Well, no, I'm not saying that particular person's doing anything foul, but like if you're married and presenting yourself as single and approaching women, then obviously that's not good.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's why. Look, it's been.
catfishing.
That's why I tell people like this: Word don't look at his DMs, his wife check him. Go ahead and slide on him if you want. You'll be highly disappointed. I can't see shit, so she do all my emails, my DMs, anything you think you gonna slide. I told you I'm happily married.
He's
I don't
legally
play that
blind.
shit. I don't flirt with nobody on here. I give people compliments, you know what I'm saying, but I don't play that shit, bro. I'm straight. I mean what I say. That's my baby. I'm
You hear
not
my
about to
baby pops.
disrespect my wife online.
You hear my baby pop say he glad he don't got social media. They like, but how do you know about this shit? I be on Ray social media. They be like, what? Yeah, he be all up on my apps and shit. You don't have no, I don't.
Ain't
Oh,
nothing wrong with that.
what's
I
the
mean,
problem
shit,
with
y'all
that?
won. Yeah, y'all won.
Oh, I wouldn't let. I'm like, no, I don't know that. Why you like? That's why I ask these type of questions a lot because I'm like, I grew up with a lot of people, right? And it was different before, but it's like, you didn't go through this no type of trauma, no nothing. It's like you want this. It's like the evil is just already within you. You want to be malicious because it's kind of like, why do you want to cheat? Why you want to do this? Why can't you just take what you accept it? And what I mean by that is you wanted this person, right? You wanted to be with this person, you wanted to fuck with this person, you wanted a relationship, but now you don't but you don't know how to tell this person and you want to do this. What's the problem with me having a communication with my baby pops? You see where I'm coming from? Us sharing passwords, him seeing my phone, I'm seeing his, him being on my social media because he's not into social media, but he'll look at videos and stuff like that. He'll be on YouTube and stuff like that. Yeah. He don't be on Facebook, he don't be on none of that shit, but he'll be on YouTube and TikTok, and he uses my TikTok for that shit. To watch the little funny videos and all that. And funny part is he be all into, cars and gambling and all that shit. That's the majority of the shit he be doing.
If you ain't got nothing to hide, you ain't got nothing to hide. That's just what it is.
Exactly. Like that's
But
how
not everybody's like that. Like
no,
my
I
husband's
get
like
that,
that too,
but people want it's like when people see you be positive and they're seeing you be happy and it's like you're not miserable and you going forward with your life, right? They want to
mm-hmm.
take it from you one way or
Yes,
another
they
because
want to ruin that shit.
they try to instigate to the point where I was like, all right, I'm hoping this motherfucker, this mofo falls for what I'm saying, and there's, hell in paradise right now. I'm just trying to find words because if I say, what I truly want to say, the hood come out, boy.
And guess what, writers? It's none of their
It
damn business anyway, right?
Right.
is, but it's
Yet they
just
still want to
how
instigate.
social media is so different, right? And it gets me to say, right, and I've asked you this before, right? We're going back a little bit on topic. Do you think that social media, right? That's social media and how can I say not just social media, but the media in total, right? You got the news, you got the newspaper, then you got social media, right? And then you got the influencers and stuff like that. Do you think that they play a major role in trying to manipulate stories in their way to try to get people to like pick a side, like when it comes to a certain crime scene or a certain situation that has happened within our community, because you don't always get the truth. You see where I'm coming from?
I mean, you only go get someone else's perspective. So, I mean, That's all it is. Anything that's introduced to you is just someone's perspective. No matter if it's in a book, if it's in a video, it's someone's perspective, and they will tell the story that they want to, the way they want to tell it. So, I mean,
Facts.
definitely, and it's on the individual who consuming the information if they influenced or not. But they have a perspective, they had a point of view, and they go tell it their way. So,
We all have the power to influence, but some of those people have a larger audience with the power to influence.
It's like with the news, right? Going down the rabbit hole, I thought it was bullshit and only in movies, right? Where the news could sit here and make it seem like something's happening, right? But in reality, that didn't really happen. They just set the stage up, for us to believe this, for us to believe that that's what happened while they're covering up for something over here. But that happens in real life too. So do you think that that also has an impact on how people get the information and react to it too?
definitely.
I hope I ain't confused nobody with that question.
No,
Well, you confused me, but words got it.
it's like this. Anytime you pay attention to something, there's a potential for you to be influenced. So it's different methodologies and tactics people use to further the instances of influence, right? And a lot of times it's to touch on people's emotion. So I mean that's why I say people got to do their own due diligence and do their own research. Really understand what a credible source is, because people see things online or on the internet and just run with it because it resonates with them. They'll never critique it. They'll never analyze it. They don't look for the same story told in different ways. You can watch something going on in another country on American news and then tune into their news and it'd be two completely different stories.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Anyone, just take this in consideration. Anytime you get information from someone else, it's their biased opinion or their biased perspective. I'm not even going to say opinion, but they're telling the story in the way they see it. That's just what it is. So it's up to you to have the discernment and have the patience to unravel. You got to unravel shit, bro.
Yeah. I agree with that.
They say you lost me. Like, wait.
Well, I didn't listen. I didn't listen properly. But no, I agree with what he's saying. Because, like, you'll have CNN and then Fox, and then they'll both be saying opposite things. And if you're only listening to CNN, you don't get the other perspective so that you can kind of do your own research, kind of decide what you want to believe. And they might be both two lies. You might be choosing to believe from two lies.
Facts. Because the reason I ask that, so people don't know, right? And they don't notice, and I don't know if they've done enough research. And I know people don't do enough research, which leaves us to be ignorant to certain facts at the time. I've been there. See where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, do you think that? Oh, damn, I just lost my focus to my question. Now I gotta think about it again. Ain't that some shit?
It happens, especially at this hour.
Oh shit! It's already 6:03 in the morning. Oh shit, that's crazy. See, I like. How can I say? I like poking at words, brain, because it's kind of like he'll break down everything I've been saying, like a kindergartner. Like a kindergarten teacher. Like, we need to listen to somebody that could break this down, like you in the freaking first grade or in kindergarten. Because some people see how I speak, like, the way it's supposed to be spoken logically, right? But it goes over people's heads sometimes. You see where I'm coming from? And then the questions I ask are mind provoking, and people can't. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm asking is related to the topic. So when Word breaks it down, I was like, if y'all don't understand him, then I don't know how else to break it down.
You don't understand me? We're going to get Gary. Shit.
Right. I sometimes I can't articulate, like, it's in my brain and I'm trying to get it out of my mouth. It doesn't come out right. Yeah.
Commander, you be breaking it down too.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was about to say. People fail to realize, right, that the same type of equipment, the same type of tools that the media has, right, to make it seem like, for example, this crime could be happening, right? This crime happened, but they don't want nobody to know about this crime, so they don't have us. I've seen, like, I don't know how to explain it, right? It's not just in the movies. This shit has happened in real life, and if you step one foot into the freaking politics, you'll see certain shit, and you'll be like, "What the fuck?" You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
They
they
talk
pick and
about this
choose.
shit. No, they talk about this shit. That's the thing. So it's kind of like I've heard certain people say, you know what, we don't want people's attention on this, so let's stage this up. Let's have them focus on this, and it makes me think: are they making up lies? You see where I'm coming from? They have a green screen, same type of green screen. They make it seem like this could have happened here, but in reality, nothing really happened. It's nothing that deep that's going on. But now we hear this is what's really happening, and we don't find out until months or maybe years later.
Well, or the truth can be manipulated. It's the
That's
truth, but it can be manipulated in a way that it's a narrative.
How much of the
It's
news
their
do you
narrative.
believe nowadays with the technology we have? Is my
But
question. There you go.
it's actually harder now. In today's age, it's harder for them. I know exactly what you're saying, but I think it's harder now because all the camera phones and shit. Everybody a fucking journalist now. People we get good journalists, bro. You'll hear a story, you'll be like, dang, and then somebody like the whole Kanika Jenkins thing, bro. You know how many? I mean, how much information came out from the hood journalists that didn't come out through the media?
And that's why I'm saying a lot of people.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of that shit would have just been she got drunk and wandered. A lot of that other information when nobody ever knew about.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It would have just been some girl got drunk at a party and wandered in the freezer. That would have been the story.
Yep, that's
You
it. They
wouldn't
only have a allotted amount of time to say
But
what they're
it's
gonna say. They're not gonna go in depth.
but it's crazy how the YouTubers and podcasters are the ones that really went in on that case and really led up to a lot this case reopening too, and people don't even notice or realize that. And
the cops, they scrub through social media now to solve their cases.
and for those
They
of y'all
use it
that
in
don't,
court too.
yep. For those of you that don't believe it, we went down the rabbit hole, right? When it comes to technology and all that stuff, like AIs, all this stuff that's happening, right? We went down. We did a couple lives on that shit in the beginning when I started this live, and I think Word joined one of them lives to speak on it too. So like, make sure y'all check them lives and you see what we're talking about, because it's crazy. We talked about these things before these things. How can I say, these topics, these situations, these new clips, right? These new crimes even surfaced. And we're not prophets. I don't see myself as a prophet. It's just that we're paying attention to what's happening around us. How much do we pay attention around us besides the celebrity gossip and the bullshit and the drama or Hollywood? Do we really pay attention to our surroundings? Do we really know what's going on in our communities? You see where I'm coming from? How much do you know about what's going on around you, your surroundings? I know what's going on around me and what's happening, not just around me, but in other places. And that's the problem with us.
Facts.
That sounds like we're not prophets. We don't think we Jesus like some people think they are.
Nah, we just see the writing on the wall.
Exactly. Damn, where's the shed on that one? And he the word.
And even then, like maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it might be something else. Like what we thought it was is something else. Sometimes you think you're on the right track and you're really not.
Yeah, but the thing is, I feel as though, with all this technology that we have in our hands, right, instead of using it for the right stuff, from the government down onto us, we use it for the wrong shit when we could really use it for stuff that could actually help us and benefit us. Even these crimes that are saying here, like it's been proven that, like he just said, the Kanika Jenkins. If it wasn't for a lot of podcasters and YouTubers, speaking and keep bringing this up, that case wouldn't have even, it's not completely solved. You see where I'm coming from? But people wouldn't even remember what happened to Kanika Jenkins. That shit would have faded.
The moral of the story of Kanika, I feel like, was the parents should have, because I think she didn't listen to her parents, or her parents allowed her to go.
That's deep. But if you want to, go by that, yeah, it's deep. It's deep.
I think right? So
That thing was
parents
deep.
gotta
Like
watch their kids a
parents
little
gotta
more
watch their
closely.
kids. How about if I was to tell you that in my opinion, I felt as though that the mom didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, there's
The
a lot
mom
of
needed
parents
that
that don't
money.
care.
I feel as though that she's one of those that sacrificed her child for the 15 minutes of fame and that money. Have you ever like if you're gonna have to go deep down into the
That's a
rabbit
whole
hole,
rabbit
right?
hole. That's what I was gonna say.
Like it's called gang stalking, right? But not the way people actually believe it. You know, see it when you research it. You get, at first glance, you'll think it's like, okay, there's gangs, they're stalking you. You see where I'm coming from? No, there's something called gang stalking. Like it's deep. It goes. It's like a project, right? Um, whereas in I guess, and it has to do with like how can I say it's linked up with the human trafficking, sex trafficking, a whole bunch of shit. That's why I say it goes deep, 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 deep. Whereas in like for example, if they need like a kidney or something, right? You see where I'm coming from? I don't know how the fuck they figure out who has, a certain DNA and how this person, but they'll pay certain people, right? I think I did a live on it. If I'm not mistaken, if it's not uploaded, I'll find the video and upload that, right? And it was when I was reviewing and reacting to the Kanika Jenkins case too. And that's how I learned about the gang stalking and about the project. So basically when I guess somebody famous needs an organ or some shit like that or whatever, something done, right? They'll get they'll pay certain people to start stalking you, your every move and stuff like that. It could be even people within your community. It could be a gang member, it could be a family member, it could be a teacher. Like I'm like, this is something that goes real deep and it's a project. So I was like,
Check
you
this
have
out.
to.
My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but once you become an organ donor, you go on the National Registry list, and that list is on the black market, man.
That's why
I
they
gotta
figure
take
that
my
shit
name
out so
off.
fast.
I gotta like go to take my
My
name
baby
off.
pops made me do it. He was like, "You don't know what you're doing." He didn't make me. I'm not gonna say it, but I say it like that because it's like, how you convince me to, become a non-organ donor? Like I was like, I thought I was doing something good, but then when I went down into that story, I was like, I went to him and I apologized and I changed my ID. I was like, yo, you gotta go down that rabbit hole.
I gotta go do that, but who wants to go down to that office? Like,
But I didn't put two
but
and
I
two
gotta go do
together.
it. I've been
Wait,
saying it for like a few months now,
word just put
maybe
me
even a
on.
year.
Word put me on
Huh?
to something. I said,
I'm
word
just
just.
that's how they know. Like when you're an organ donor, like people think something that when I expire, but you actually go on the National Registry, and then once that happens, is certain companies that have access to your medical files because you are on the National Registry of Organ Donors. So if something
Oh wow.
happened to you, they will be
You're
alerted.
ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be alerted. But
It's,
everything leads to the but
To the other
you know,
side. Yeah.
yeah,
that's crazy how they do it though. Cause like,
Allegedly. Hmm.
yeah, allegedly everything is a. This is
yeah,
not the
like,
stream guard. I got my screen, my display on. Everything is allegedly, but still, it's crazy because the cover up for that shit is deep. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if you look at the Kanika Jenkins, right, and you do your deep research on Kanika Jenkins, right, and you look at it, like if you don't know, her case is also like kind of linked up to. Listen, when everybody got the news that that girl passed away, right? The CEO, right, of the bull from what was it, the organ don't the bull that deals with the organ don't, what is he,
He's like a bookie, probably. I don't know. I
like
don't know the name for it.
they
The
deal with like,
facilitator.
no, they deal with the organ trafficking and all that stuff. It has to do with that not
The
organ trafficking.
transport. The transportation of it.
I forgot what it was, but the bull was there, right? And all that led to like, wait, why is her case, and then the hotel, let's put it like this, the hotel is also linked to, all that shit, the police department. It's a lot of shit with that little town. Okay. I'm trying to say, because I don't want to get striked again. I know I cannot say what I'm thinking right now because I learned my lesson twice.
That yeah. It makes me
I'm
sick
trying
to
to
my
find the
stomach.
right words. And when you talk
Yeah.
about her, you have to choose the words right. But think about what I'm saying. Look on that project, right? Gang stalking, and don't just go by that first, search that you get, right? It's deep. It goes deep.
Oh, the
And
word had to drop down.
And I'm glad Word said that because I was over here breaking my head. I was like, how in the world do they know about your DNA? Who to come after? And what's crazy is, right, when I did the live and I was, breaking down the gang stalking and stuff like that, reviewing and reacting to it, I was like, it's crazy how they have, vans come up and it looked like, murders are being committed within the community just for them to have this cover up. This shit is crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
So it's like, the Kanika Genesis case is deep. And there's more cases like that too. If you look at the girl that went on a trip to Mexico with her friends and shit like that, and she disappeared over there.
Yeah.
And then
there's several.
It's a lot. That's why I'm glad he brought that point out. Oh, I think we're left. He got to do.
Yeah, he had to drop down, but we haven't got to the part yet on the video.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get back to it. My bad. Let's get into it. See, I told y'all. That's why I like reviewing and reacting. People don't
hear you could just. I don't think it's much longer from here. Maybe 5 minutes. You can finish it all the way if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I do. That's the whole point of reviewing and reacting. That shit leads to multiple topics. People don't even peep that.
Not that you have to show them on there, but if
I don't think it's good for people to be showing their kids.
Yeah, it's not, I guess, but I guess yeah. Now, I mean, the person that I'm thinking of, this is a while ago. This is back in the Facebook days, so
damn.
So there's this community, and most of it's based on. It's based on most of it is based on chomos, right?
Chomos.
Kitty diddlers. And in this community, around us everywhere, there's chomos. There's chomos, probably someone here. I don't know who, but they're everywhere. And in this community, some of the people started posting pictures of their kids. And it was kind of weird, and nobody was saying anything. By the time I saw the third person do it, I said, you know what, I'm going to make a comment. And then once I commented, a pedo.
Oh, shit. It's communities like that?
A kitty diddler.
Oh.
No, the community is not.
Word learned something new that day, huh?
It's.
Oh, they talking about it. They're like exposing it.
Yeah, hang on, girl. Hang on, fella. You said probably one here?
Yeah, because they're amongst us. They're amongst us everywhere.
Get the fuck out of here. You said probably. You literally said.
There's probably one around us. Literally 100%.
No, you said here. You said here.
Yes, here on this channel in the chat.
Well, which one? Which one?
I don't know which one.
Well, hang on. No, hang on.
Oh my God.
One here. So the word me or
not y'all.
Bubba. You choose.
It could be somebody in the chat.
I'm not saying I'm choosing who. I'm just saying they're amongst us.
You said probably one here. You said
I'm not saying
one
here. Well, yeah, it could be here on this panel.
You did say that. You did say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone
so the
here.
word,
I'm saying here.
Yeah. So the word me or Bubba. Which one? Pick one, girl.
I'm not picking. I'm just saying that sometimes the people.
Yeah, because you're full of shit. That's bullshit.
That's
bullshit.
No, I'm not.
Pick one. The word.
All right. I gotta pause it right here. Ain't no pick one. Ozzy, I fucks with you. I loves you, right? But Commander's not wrong. We got pedophiles everywhere and even our own chats, right? Unfortunately, right? I have a video. Y'all want to check it out, right? It's on my Premiere channel, right? Let me see if I can get the channel to my Premiere. The link to my Premiere channel, right? And you see that, I even myself came across, right? A pedophile in this sector, right? A lot of us tried to warn other people about this man. People didn't want to listen. And it's crazy, right? In the beginning, I got a lot of lashback. Shout out to the Word, because the Word was right there. Word was like a godfather to me on YouTube, man. I swear to God. Word was there, man. Because, listen, I got a lot of lashback for that shit, right? And then it turns out that this man
when you got the receipts, how can you, right? If you got the receipts, how can people
I got
deny
receipts
that, but they still do, huh?
I got receipts to show that pedophiles do exist within our communities, right? They're not just out here, walking like zombies, out here in these streets in our communities, right? They're here on social media lurking. They're lurking. They're trying to take our kids. Like, people don't understand that.
But they're also just regular ass people like us. They're on here having conversations. They may not be here to find that's like a kid, but they're in here just like us, having normal. I mean, they eat too. They want to talk. They same.
Yeah, and that same man that we was all trying to warn people about is, guess what? Behind bars right now. He got arrested in 2024, right? For what? Committing the same thing, for committing the act that people was cheering him on here for. This man would come on here talking about how he was going to violate people's kids, right? Talking very disrespectful about women, right? Blah, 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 blah. People was cheering him on. But when somebody like me says, yo, y'all keep cheering him on, this man's going to actually do something like this in real life. He did it. Oh, Ray, it's just his personality. This is how he is. Y'all keep thinking that people like that come online is goofy or comedians when they really not. On the low, they really want your child. On the low, if they had the chance, they would kidnap your child, do things to them, and probably put them on a train track like that man threatened plenty of people on social media to do to them whenever he got mad.
There's guys like that you're saying that are a little more like outspoken, but there's probably a majority more that are not.
He was quiet in the beginning until he got exposed.
There's a lot more that are just like good people, and they don't have. They'll even talk against chomos even. And I'm not saying that's every person, but I'm just saying there.
I said he was quiet in the beginning until he got exposed. And that's when he started getting exposed, is when people started really seeing, what people was warning him about. Like, regardless of anything, you see where I'm coming from. When you come on here being disrespectful, blah, 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 the signs are there. See, it leads with jokes and shit then until you start hearing the kid jokes. You see where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what people don't understand. If you pay attention to behavior, like people say, then they will see the signs and not think that they're at Six Flags.
Yeah, you have to see signs, but some of them don't give signs. I'm just saying, some of them you won't see the signs. They're not outspoken. They'll actually play the part of the good guy.
We seen that. That's why that's why I'm speaking on it. See, I just gave y'all one example. I've been through plenty different of examples. That's why it's like, even though you don't see the signs, even though it's just an avatar, pay attention to how they're writing in the chats.
Yeah, but especially if you see the signs, if you see it, you should be alerted. That's why I remember you saying, like, pay attention how people speak, even in the chat.
They're not going to show it, but pay attention. Read in between the lines sometimes. People don't even peep that part.
Mm-hmm. That's all I want to bring awareness to. That's all.
I was like, yeah, that's why I was like, yo, I'm sorry, Ozzy. I fucks with you. I loves you. But no, Ozzy, you got to pay attention, especially if you got kids.
I'm not saying you are.
Go on.
I'm not saying what it is.
Now look,
I'm saying amongst us.
Don't throw that around. Don't throw that around. That's horrible.
I'm gonna say this.
Ozzy.
I'm gonna say this. I've been doing this for 2 years, right? My first year on here, it was this guy. Amanda, you ain't familiar with it. The writer was in the chat. She knows exactly what I'm talking about. I had this dude on my panel, and I was talking to him. Had some good conversations with him. But then I started watching his channel, and I fell back. Do you know? Last year, 2024, in December, he went to jail for essaying a 14, 13, and the 15-year-old girl. That dude with facts over feelings.
Ozzy, I'm not accusing anyone, but in social media, in the groups around everywhere, there just is, and actually, I've been around it. Like, there's some that have been exposed that you would never guess because they're wonderful people.
Listen, Commander, I had my wife beside me, so I can say this. I love you, but you.
Ozzy took it the wrong way. She said here, like, is in this channel. Like, that's what she was trying to say. I understood her. She's just like, Ozzy. Oh no, you just pulled, the special victims card right here. I can't. Oh my God.
He
Where needed
pulled
a
it
limit.
like if the shoe fits. I'm not saying that the shoe fits him, but it's kind of like
Yeah,
when people
no,
get offended
he
about something.
misunderstood. He misunderstood you because of how you said it. But I understood you because me and you kind of talk the same way sometimes. I tell people, listen, I don't just always got this slang. You see where I'm coming from, or this Philly talk all the time. There's times where I've gotten on panels and actually been very professional because that's how the environment is. You see where I'm coming from? But it's kind of like,
All
no,
right,
man.
even if I had said on this panel, it could be, it might,
You didn't say
it's a
this panel.
possibility.
You
But
said
even if
on
I had said it
here.
though,
You said
yeah,
on
on here.
here. So
But
it's
even
kind
if
of
I
like,
had
since
said,
you wasn't specific, he misunderstood.
even if I
That's
had
what I'm
said it's a
saying.
possibility, guess what? It is a possibility. And it could be a woman or it could be a man. It doesn't
Facts.
matter.
Oh, you're
It could
not
be a
wrong.
woman or a man,
I was just trying to,
right?
hop into Ozzy's brain real quick. Like,
Oh no,
wait,
I'm not coming
why
at
the
you
mis-
right as no.
I
You
was
got my
trying to
back.
understand. I was
Because
like,
you
wait.
understand me. You understand me. So
I'm like, wait, you just misunderstood the way she said it. Like, I mean, sometimes I wonder why we got to be so specific. Like, what said is said. Like, that we can't take it back.
I wasn't accusing anybody like on the panel, but I don't know everybody on the panel. I don't know everybody amongst me. So, those people walk amongst us. They're amongst us. That's all. But I
Facts.
wasn't trying to accuse anybody particularly.
No, but you was bringing awareness to something that people are not aware of. Like some are, others ain't. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, yeah, you wasn't wrong. He just took it wrong. So it's kind of like, even though at the
Yeah.
end of the day, whether he took it wrong or he took it right, you see where I'm coming from? Like, yo, you spitting some facts because, like Word just said, right? He would come on his panel and you didn't know that he would be that type of person, but yet on his panel, he was a whole total different person. You could see who he really was.
That part. Yeah.
That's why I was like, yeah, I get what you're coming from. I've been through it. You see where I'm coming from? Not just through that experience. I've been on on not panels, channels, right? Let me correct myself because I don't want people to, go through what Ozzy just went through. I've been on channels. I've been on channels, right? Not panels that I've seen the same type of behavior, right? Where this person will hop on this panel, hop on that panel, and be a whole complete different person. And you would think this person is like this until you go see them in certain, in different atmospheres or their own atmosphere. So it's
Yeah,
kind
because you follow a decorum sometimes depending on the channel and
of
depending on the
facts.
topics. But
And people can
I've
play their
been
card.
on social media, on panel with people, having conversations with people who literally are convicted and we didn't know. And then I don't dig on people, but there's other people who do. And I'm all for exposing that. I'm not for doxing people, but if it's somebody like a convicted chomo, I'm all for it because we should know. Especially like when people are like getting friendly with people and allowing them to get close to their kids.
Facts.
Because
Oh
that
wait,
does happen, right? So
I got Word's perspective, right? And what's crazy is people might think that we're off topic all the way. Nah, we still on topic. We're just off topic, right? And not to confuse y'all, peep the conversation that we're having. Sometimes you may not know that somebody is a predator, right? Until you really get to know that person. Janiyah Russell, Keimani Latigue's parents, right? Seemed like a certain kind of people until this tragedy happened. That's when everything came out. Then people knew what type of people these kids, the type of family these
yeah,
kids were involved with. So if yeah, I mean,
sometimes you don't
yeah,
see it. Sometimes you don't see it. Sometimes you do see it, or you have a feeling. Like one guy, the guy that was in prison that I'm going to talk about next here, like I got a feeling about him, so I kind of like stayed my distance. But everybody else, like he infiltrated the group, just like
oh
the nine. It
shit,
would be like if somebody infiltrated the nine and he's part of the nine, and we didn't
oh
know. And then all of a sudden it's exposed with receipts and everything. It's wild. So maybe Ozzy's never had that experience before. Maybe he doesn't know about those things. maybe in Australia, I'm sure it's not different in Australia, but
I mean, well, let's it's worse. I don't know if he knows the statistics about Australia, right? But I've done research when it comes to sex trafficking, right? Organ trafficking. I'm gonna put it like this: the statistics on women getting raped, children getting raped, right? And it happens a lot here in America, but would y'all believe that it happens more in the UK? It happens more in Australia. It happens more in the Caribbean, and it happens more in China, Asia than it happens here.
wow,
It happens a lot here, but in those
that's
countries where they don't
crazy.
have rules, you see where I'm coming from, where they don't have laws and policies, it happens more.
Or just the culture, period.
Exactly. Look at Mexico. Why do you think that a lot of people, in reality, if you really sit down and talk to a lot of people, right, which I have a lot, right, why do you think that Mexicans got a bad reputation? And not just because they're immigrants and they take the jobs, but if you go into the communities, why do you think that a lot of Mexicans got a real bad reputation?
Why?
Look into the cartel. What do you think happens with the cartels in Mexico and stuff like that?
Oh, because the cartel, yeah.
What happens a lot there? You know, the cartel runs places like Mexico,
Yeah, they
Venezuela. So
they
what do
do
you
a
think
lot of
happens in them countries with the kids?
bad stuff, a lot of trafficking, abuse.
Exactly. And where does it happen the most? Over there. And when you notice that when a kid gets trafficked here in America, where do they go?
I don't know.
They take them out. If you don't find this child within a certain amount of time, a certain period of time, you have lost your child because they took them out the states. Now it's harder to find them somewhere else.
They have a lot of kidnapping over there.
I mean, they
Like
got a whole movie.
it's happened even in my family.
They got, they got a whole movie about
But
that shit out here. And I think it was a CIA or something like that that whistleblowed and shit about all that shit that was happening. They made the movie. I forgot what it was called. Somebody put me onto that, John. Me speaking on these type of cases, and I was like, "Oh, that's deep."
we have family in the government, so we were able to get my cousin back. It took a little minute, but we got her back. But yeah,
That's deep.
but yeah, it's everywhere amongst us. So it's just an awareness that we have to be aware, just cautious.
That's a fact. That's why I was like, like he misunderstood, and it's like where it says, right? My experience isn't your experience, right? Your experience isn't my experience, right? I'm putting it in my own words, but I think he's put it like that before. But I don't want to quote him, right? It's not a quote unquote, right? My experience is your experience. Your experience is not. You go. My experience is not your experience. Your experience is not my experience, right? What I go through, right? You're not going to go through. How I deal with my situation, you're not going to deal with your situation the same way, right? What I eat doesn't make you shit. See where I'm coming from? My money is not going to pay your
Yeah.
bills. So it's kind of like, oh my God.
You know, and then when people, okay, so when people have told me like, this person is a chomo, I don't just straight away believe it. I say, okay, you have receipts? How do you know this? Let me see the receipts. And then they would send me the receipts and then I would,
Yeah.
verify it and stuff like that.
And you
There was
got,
one person, oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm saying you got proof behind it.
Yeah, I'm not just going to believe it. Like, I'm not going to do people like that. But there was receipts behind it. But one guy, we didn't have receipts yet. And then I was told like, hey, that guy's kind of weird. Like he's just, he's being kind of weird. I don't know, you might not see it, but I'm nice with people and I give people chances and stuff. But yeah, then it turned out to be that, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was bad. He was basically, and then he admitted it. It was like this, like we're on a panel like this live, right? People showing their faces and everything. And the mom walked away and put her little girl on the screen. The little girl was like a teenager, like a young teenager. Dude, dude was jerking off on the live,
The fuck?
and people could see like, hey, you could tell some kind of movement. And then he said a couple things that were like, what? And so he was busted. And then he ended up telling the truth. He ended up telling the truth.
Let me ask
He's
you
not.
this. Listen to what you just said, right? And it's crazy. There's so many predators like that. Sick. But do you believe there should be a universal standard for sentencing child predators? And if so, what do you, what should it be?
They need to go harder on them because I don't know why they don't get enough time. Like they say that sometimes they say it's because like maybe the child is not gonna. They don't want to put the child through court to testify and things like that. But when there's enough evidence, why should you have to put the child through that?
Facts.
The person should get sentenced and should
Yeah.
get like 5 years, 3
No, those are
years. The hell is that?
facts. That's true. That's the judges that we got now. But see, that's a topic for another life because we hit in politics now, and then I'll take the conversation elsewhere. But that's some real shit right there. Like, but listen, doing my research with this Keimani Latigue case, right? I learned that Ohio has the death penalty, right? I asked me on Lock Nation yesterday about what does he think about the death penalty, right? I don't believe in the electric chair, but I do believe they should do the death penalty. And at first, I was going with the needle, right? Lethal injection. Then he was talking about, what was it, fire squad? And I thought it was some firing thing, like, the fire department type shit. But then I learned it was about shooting them in the head. Everybody takes turn. I was like, damn, that's faster. So do you believe that they deserve the death penalty when, a parent or somebody sexually assaults a child and unalives them?
I think it's too good for them. It's too good
But
for
I
them.
think
But then
jail,
also,
I think jail's a luxury. Why they should still,
yeah. But then,
they
yeah,
only
because then
do
you
it,
look at how much luxuries they have, and then you're like, damn.
then they come home and do the same thing. You can't change them if
They're not. It's very rare, right, for one of
exactly.
them to get help and turn it
They
around.
have to want it. I've seen some cases where they've wanted it and they've gotten help and they've been on, away from kids. They'll tell you, I can't be around an area where kids is at. And, I can't believe people have been honest, but yeah, I've been around. I'm like, oh shit. And me, the first 2 or 3 times I encountered a situation like that, I didn't know how to deal with it until somebody sat with me and talked with me because my reaction back wasn't good. Me being a surviving warrior. So it's kind of like I had to learn, like, okay, this person wants to help. Like they're letting you know they're like this. And I didn't realize that at first. The ones that came forward, the ones that do come forward is when they see you with a child. And I never even realized that until, I was like, damn, I see why, the first 2 or 3 encounters, the person was like, I'm like, I can't be around kids, da, 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 da. And then they tell their story and I'm like, oh shit. Then, the
An addiction
overprotective
almost, yeah. Like
Yep.
an addiction.
But there's people that want the help. They stay away. They don't work in areas where kids are around. So it drew my attention. I never knew that people would actually take help or actually change. I thought that people like that would never ever change. But I guess there's a 1% or 2% out of the group that do want to change. They don't want to do it like that. I guess whatever trauma they went through is what they say, as they so call it, made them do it. Like, I feel as though your trauma don't make you do it, but like word has says, the influence, you see them. I don't know how to explain it. So it's kind of like at least those people want help. They don't be in them areas. They don't even be on social media. So it's kind of like,
Well, and because children don't always talk and adults don't always believe the children, then those predators get away with it for so long and they victimize so many before it actually catches up to them.
So from a woman's perspective, right? Everybody knows my perspectives, right? But we got another woman on panel, right? How can we as communities better support survivors of these crimes and advocate for stronger deterrent against offenders, like a stronger, like you just said, you wish they would throw the book at them yesterday, right? When you was reading, he was on my live yesterday. He was on the chat, and I think you said on the
eye
chat,
for eye.
an eye for an eye. But I think was it you that said, lock them up, throw away the key, some shit like that.
I think it was somebody else said that.
Somebody else. I believe in the eye for an eye, but whoever said in the chat, that wasn't you, all right? So whoever said in the chat, lock away, throw away the key, you don't ever see that in these type of crimes, right? Like in the Keimani Latigue case, or the Janiyah Russell case, right?
So many cases.
Her dad is walking free, And then with the Keimani Latigue, and if he does get a sentence, it's not going to be no longer than 15 years. Why should they get to walk free? You see where I'm coming from? A dog gets put down for biting somebody and having rabies. But this motherfucker took the innocence of a child, whether it was a woman or a man, and this is what they get, a pat on the back, and there's no rehabilitation for this illness.
And you may not, like, they may not have unalived the child, but they've unalived the child, in a sense, right? Because their spirit, they're just all the struggles that they're gonna go through.
Like I'm saying, like a lot of them don't have regrets. Look at Keimani Latigue. I don't know if you've been following it all the way, but the father doesn't have no remorse. Look at the grandmother. The mom has me, because I've seen situations, and I've been kind of in a situation like the mom, where the grandmother intervenes and try to take your kids away, right? And then you got a mother that, is in her own world. You see where I'm coming from? And still does damage, even though she don't want to. So, but it's kind of like, the mother's story could be plausible. You see where I'm coming from? But the grandmother and the father, where's the remorse? Where's the emotion in this shit? Even one of the aunts.
Yeah, it's sad.
That's why I say it's like, and I think you kind of answered my question, because I was going to ask you, what are your thoughts on the use of the death penalty for crimes involving the abuse of murder of children? Does it serve justice or raise ethical concerns?
Well, a lot of the people on death row, they're on death row for so many years anyway. So, because that's like it's hard for me to decide that.
That's
But
why I
when you
said
think about it,
I was specific on the type of crime.
Yeah, but when even the type of crime, even that crime, like it's like when they do get death row, they're still locked up for many, many years, having privileges until they finally meet their fate. So,
but at least right there when they meet their fate, at least, you could call that some real justice, in my opinion.
yeah, that might be better than going the other route. You
got to realize now, they didn't just, because I look at it like this. All right, they're doing they got to do their time, yeah. But while you're doing your time, now you got to go through hell thinking about what you did. If you don't, some people, get guilt, feel the guilt after a while. But I've noticed that a lot of people have no remorse once again. So it's like, I don't feel bad. You took the innocence of a child from them.
Yeah, you unalive their spirit and you take away their childhood, their innocence. Like,
Whether
that's what
you,
happens. That's what they end
exactly.
up doing to children. Because not everybody. There's a lot of children that grow up and you already know it. Either they become addicts and they end up in really bad situations, or unaliving themselves.
Thanks.
Right, and it affects their relationships. If they ever get married, their marriage sometimes even, like, it affects a lot.
Do you believe
But they
that
they're not thinking about that. They don't care. They're just being selfish and battling their demons, thinking about themselves.
And with us talking about this, right? And you're a female, right? I don't know if anybody's in the chat, right? But I would love to get your perspective too, right? Do y'all think there needs to be changes in the policies when it comes to the child protection laws?
They need to reform all of that. Why is there not enough money in that? Why is there not enough, like, agents? There should be enough money and enough agents to crack down on these, like, people.
Not just
online.
That, they don't enforce it either.
Yeah, and then enforce it.
They're not just outdated, right? They need to update it, but they don't enforce none of these policies, and they don't enforce none of these laws that they got for these kids.
Why? The question is why.
And you have seen me review and react to a lot of videos, right? Not just kids that get sexually assaulted before they get unalived, right? Some have gotten sexually assaulted and survived. You see where I'm coming from? While others were just physically or mentally abused, right? And in every case, CPS has failed them. Do you believe that in those situations they're enforcing the law, or they just lacking?
Slacking.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to get more people together to talk about these conversations to see who can draw the attention of the policymakers. And I learned this by, you know, making petitions, right? By doing these petitions to get the attention, you know, to make the changes in these schools, is teaching me how to come on here now to speak to y'all and ask these questions. And they're questions that I feel as though, like, if, you know, we talk about it enough, they will hear us. Will it make easier for me to talk to them? Exactly. That's my whole point. You see where I'm coming from? I'm looking for leaders to lead. I'm not looking for followers, because at the end of the day, followers going to imitate and, you know, get distracted. Because that's all they are, is followers. We're trying to lead our kids into the right direction. So what I'm trying to gather together are nothing but leaders. And it's, you know, it may sound fucked up and it might go over people's heads, but if y'all listen to what I just said, it's just a little food for thought. I'm not saying it to offend everybody. I'm not saying that nobody could be a leader. It's just that sometimes, you know, when you lead, you got to lead by example. And those are the people, you know, that I'm looking for. Like, we need to come together. We really want this. Let's do it.
Yeah, you would think that yeah, you would think that with so many grown-ass people in authority, something would already have changed.
Well, you know what's crazy? Within these last 3 years, working with Word, right, doing what I'm doing over here within my community, my baby pop's backing me up, right? Just last week, right? Listen, Word and everybody else knows how long I've been working on this, trying to get cameras into the school. I've been working on it for a minute, right? And not just so long ago, my voice got heard. And why? It's because I've been, you know, I've been on this constant, like, continuously without giving up, right? Now, just a week ago, I was having a conversation with I think it was a week ago. I'm going to say a week ago. It's within this week, almost. I'm going to say it like that. I was talking to the vice principal in my daughter's school, right? Because of all the parents coming together, those that, you know, not just my petition, but other petitions, right? My daughter's school is going to be one of the schools where they start putting cameras in these classrooms. So
Nice.
my whole point is, when I was going to give up and Word said, don't do it, you got to be consistent, especially on your lives. If you want to do this through YouTube, and, you know, and then he explained how the platform was, he wasn't lying. I had to be consistent. And this year, right here, this year alone, right, with the accident, that conversation that I had with Word back in, I think towards the end of 2024, almost 2025, when we was talking about my accident again, like, it just showed me with this channel. I've been consistent with this channel since I've been on it. And it was my backup channel. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, it's showing me, look how fast it's growing within a year, when it took me almost 4 years to grow my regular channel. You see where I'm coming from? Like, within a year, and it's like everything that I've been, exactly. So I'm not just talking to talk. That's my whole point. My story is not your story, but my story, I'm hoping that my story shows you something.
Those teachers aren't going to like it. I'm sure there's plenty of staff that's not going to like being on camera. And I mean, those cameras can be FOIA'd too, right?
What's that?
The camera footage can be FOIA'd if it's a public
said
school.
FOIA?
Yeah, where you can request a copy of footage in your child's classroom.
Well, if you're the parent, yeah, you have to.
If you're the parent,
see if something happens. Yeah, if you're the parent, yeah, unless you're a police officer and there's a crime being investigated, something happened and they got to see the footage. Yeah, that's the whole point of having that footage there, because a lot of parents, like I said, I know I'm not the only parent that's tired, you know, of a child being bullied, and the bully is the one paying the price. I mean, the child that's being the victim, right, that's getting bullied, right, is paying the consequences, and the bully, it's like nothing. They don't do shit to the bully. A slap on the arm, that's what they give them. But now the victim, the one that's being victimized, has to go through all this bullshit, face a judge, go through all these programs, because they got fed up, they got tired, and they stood up for themselves. I was like, there's no way in hell.
Change schools.
No, it happens in every school. It doesn't matter unless you're changing the neighborhood. It don't work like that.
No, but I'm saying some of the victims even have to, like, change schools or be homeschooled instead of the bully being taken out. The victim has to be taken out.
That's why I was like, wait, no, it's not that easy to change school in certain situations. I've seen some parents actually take their kids out and homeschool them because of that. Because if you realize these schools, I don't know if it's like that everywhere, but I know in Philadelphia, right? In Philadelphia, it goes by districts. So, like in this community, where all the kids that live within this community around here, right, go to certain schools. And which I think is crazy because I feel as though like if you're the closer you is to the school, it should be easier for you to get your child in that school. But it's not like that. They go by districts. It's crazy as shit. See how hard they got it?
Yeah.
That's why I was like, we're trying to make it to like, it's like the policies are so old school. It's time for a change. It's not fitting this generation.
But yeah, that'd be cool to see how that works out with the cameras. It's like an experiment.
Yeah. So once again, right there, that's proof that us coming together, we could do something. So when I hear people say, oh, this can't happen because of this, now you're making an excuse. How about we give it a shot and try it out? Then if it doesn't work out, then I understand why, okay, we can't try it. But at least we tried it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't make this channel to debate or argue people. I made this channel. Let's bring solutions. You see where I'm coming from? I got ideas. You got ideas. Let's put them ideas together and see if we can come up with the best idea and put it into, like, how can I say it? Put it into, into play. Real shit. And I'm just saying that I'm an example that all this shit works. I'm not just coming on here like, oh yeah, Rachel's just talking shit. No, I'm a living example that this shit works.
Parents need to get involved, like step up.
And then I'm sitting here today telling y'all I didn't do it by myself. That's why, it's crazy that, I keep saying I don't put this man on a pedestal because that's how people see it when people, talk about people, or how can I say feel grateful about someone, or how can I say cherish the fact that someone's been there to help them. You see where I'm coming from? This is not just a leash in hand, where, how can I say, this is not just somebody leeching, right, where his hands is itching, ready to see me go missing. Nah, this was somebody that was online, genuine, giving me advice, and I took that shit. So it's like, I got tired. I was like, how am I going to get people to, get this, draw the attention to the type of topics I'm bringing, the awareness I'm bringing. And it does take time. Like I tell people, like, listen, if you're worried about what somebody else thinks, that's your biggest problem right there too when you come online. That's why I speak my mind. I don't give a fuck. Get mad at me, hate me, love me. Listen, I'm not here to look, how can I say, I'm not here pretending to be God or his goddess. I know I'm a goddess, but I'm a goddess of my own home. That's some real shit. But yeah, I'm about to what time is it? It's 6:53. I'm about to do this drawing again tonight, and we're gonna do part 5, and we're gonna break down the rest of, we're gonna do the 32 minutes, right? We're gonna do the whole best friend again, right? And it is gonna be an open panel. So, let a shorty think. I don't know. Should I do it? Yeah. I'm going to do the open panel when I get to the Keimani Latigue case. So that way I can finish the Janiyah Russell case. So when I get to Keimani Latigue, for those that want to give their perspectives and stuff like that, I would love to hear it. I'm going to definitely open the panel tonight up when I get to that topic. But these are topics that do need to be brought, that we need to bring awareness to, right? And a big shout out to Commander, right, for, standing her ground when it came to Ozzy, because I know Ozzy could be hard-headed, like he's stuck in his old ways, but he's willing to, I guess I know he's open-minded, so I guess, another day y'all be able to have.
He is open-minded. he dropped off the panel and then didn't say anything in chat, so I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, like, I didn't mean to, like, offend him.
Oh, shit. But he's open-minded, I've seen. Hopefully he's open-minded to this. So it's kind of like, yeah, we have to, like, you wasn't saying him. Hopefully he understands it, so. But he pulled a little wild heart. And by the way, big shout out to We Unlock Nation, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have let, what's his name, Wild Heart on panel yesterday. But he behaved. I wonder why.
Yeah, he did good.
He did real good with us, the females. Compared, I think he just wants to challenge the men. What you think, Commander?
I don't
he
know.
did.
I'm not even gonna try to understand it. I don't know.
Yo, he didn't debate me once. He was just talk. He really had a conversation in a way. In a way.
Well, now we know he's capable.
He's capable of having a conversation. So, word. I know word was in the bushes, yo. That shit was. I was shocked. So, like, I was hesitant at first, but Leon Locke was like, yo, let him up. You know, give him a chance. I was like, let's see. And he behaved
Yeah, he did
himself.
all right.
Because I
He
wasn't.
did all right.
I swear to God, I was like, yo, on the behalf of the 9, I can't do this. But then it was like, let's see what he got to say. Can he have a conversation with me and not debate me? But I think he heard me. That's why I say, I don't know. Like with you too, when you're on panel with him on word, I noticed that he, tempers down a little bit. So I'm a little curious. Does he listen more to women than men?
Ooh, I don't know.
Peep that, John. When the panel is full of men, it's like he's challenging. He want to debate it all. When you get on a panel, he humbles a little bit, but he gets right back. But then, boom! Except for that one day
That's
when
the
he fucked
thing.
up.
Like if he wants to, like, there's no sense in arguing with him too much. If that's the way he feels, that's the way he feels, and that's it. Let's move on.
But
Okay.
peep how he was not debatable with the type of topic we had on yesterday. You see where I'm coming from? And there's been topics where
Hey, that
there's
ain't the
been.
one. That ain't the topic to debate.
So my whole point. So if he could be that respectful, right, he could do the same thing on certain topics on word panels that are kind of like serious. It shouldn't lead into, a biblical debate. I don't know if I just proved a point or if I'm just overthinking it. I'm just trying to give him he just showed me a whole different side that he never showed us. So it's kind of like, oh shit. Can he really have serious conversations with us? And he proved it yesterday. So I'm like, can he really, keep it like on different topics like that?
Only time will tell. An opportunity, but right now
Nah,
he's not giving the opportunity. He's
we're
not going to
never
give the
gonna find out.
opportunity to derail the 9.
We're never gonna find out.
Unless Word wants to give him a
Nah,
chance on a certain day, but
we know how Word is. He's not gonna do it again. Because I wouldn't either. On some real shit, once you fuck up on my channel, you ain't coming back. That's why I said, except for that day where he fucked up, I just wish he would have listened to Commander. Because it's crazy, y'all have had serious conversations, serious topics over there too, where he's diverted it, you see, into prostitution and shit like that, and then went biblical with it. So, and I thought because of the topic he was going to do it too. I was like, nope, he didn't. He didn't do it at all.
All right, I'm dropping off. Thanks for having
All right,
me up.
Commander. I
Good
appreciate
night.
you.
Or good day.
Night. Good morning.
Good
Well,
day.
good morning to many. Good night to others, right? Because shit, I see that we got people from India, Australia, the UK, from different parts of the, world watching, right? So I appreciate all those that have been watching. Let me see. How much time we got left on? Here. Nate, baby. Blessings, Nate. How you doing? We got Nate the Great Podcast in the building, guys. Make sure y'all go check out Nate the Great Podcast. We got Nate. We got Nate. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Shit, I'm tripping. All right, let's see if we can finish this video off, right? Because that way I could do Keimani Latigue tonight. Fuck that. But the store about to open. I'll get me some woods in a minute. Nate, baby. All right. Let's see if we can get back on topic. Oh. Yeah, let's finish it. Let's finish it in one live stream, all right? And we're not going to go back, right? For those of y'all that missed it, right? Rewind back, right? Catch the replay, right? And then skip forward all the way to this part, all right? We're going to finish this video on this live. Y'all got me chopped today, man. Let's do this, right? Leave your comments down below. Let us shorty know what y'all think about this case and how y'all feel about this case. I'm not going to prolong it anymore, right? Because the more I save it for later, the more I have to rewind back to refresh people's memories. So you know what? Second thoughts. Let's finish this, John.
That's how Janiyah's eyes were. Like super. His eyes is like this, like owls. Like that's how Janiyah's eyes were. Like super big. Like you can see it in her pictures. As she's older, like her eyes was super big. So that kind of creeped me out. I'm not gonna lie. I was like very creeped out by that. But yeah, and then the doors unlocked for me. And then I'm like, okay, like, but when she came out, I was like, girl, just to let you know, 411, FYI, I seen y'all. And from there, she was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. Like, she was even apologetic about it. Like, my bad, girl. I didn't even know, like, that you was able to see, or I didn't even know you came back.
I mean, this is crazy. And for those of you wondering, right, this is the best friend of, Siobhan Miller, right, the stepmom of Janiyah Russell, right? And she is talking about how she walked into the apartment one day, right, because they left the door unlocked. And, she caught them doing the do in the bed, right? And, she didn't see her face because her face was facing the other way. But, she thought it was creepy how Richard, right, Janiyah Russell's biological father, right, kept staring at her until he came. But my thing is, like, okay, I get it, but, like, why would you just look like, oh shit, like, and leave? Like, but you watched him for a good minute to get all them type of reactions. But maybe I'm tripping, like, shout out to Mr. Black, right? Mr. Black for putting these videos together, right? And for Word, right, for breaking down on why the best friend, right, is talking, right, the way she's talking, right, behaving the way she's behaving, right? And he broke it down and the best way he could break it down, right? And these are the type of things that Word talks about over there on his channel, right? Behavior, emotions, right? A lot of stuff like that. So if y'all haven't checked him out, make sure y'all do, right? If y'all haven't checked out Mr. Black, make sure y'all, I haven't liked this yet. I gotta like this. I know I like the other one already. Check out Mr. Black on One Crime TM with, that's the name of his channel, Mr. Black. So right now we're reviewing and reacting to the rest of the story that, we was watching yesterday. Convicted murderer's best friend tells all, the Janiyah Russell story.
And I was like, yeah, he saw me.
Your mom also told me that, I guess during one of your kids' birthday parties, that Richard had some friends over and stuff, and he was in the room while all the kids were playing in that front room for the birthday party, like for your kid's birthday party. She said it was very odd because they were all in there smoking in the room, and he just kept Janiyah in there in the room with them. He wouldn't let her come out to the birthday party.
Yeah, he wouldn't. It was like he didn't want her to talk because Janiyah was very open. Like, you see how on that video as a young child, you could tell she'd been like that. Like, very open with outwardly about how she felt with her expressions. So I felt like he kept her in the room because he didn't want her to talk about something to somebody else. And we thought that was so strange because every other kid was running back and forth. We had a pool party going on. We had food going on. We had, like, it was nice. Like, we did a whole, that's how Chevy ended up meeting a couple with the kids that they went to go watch, her and Richard. So because I'm very like community friendly. Like when I go places, I always end up with friends everywhere because I could kind of fit in everywhere I go, you know. And Chevy, they before I came, they barely stepped outside unless Richard went to go take care of business. It was like she was like stuck in one position, like every day. It was the same routine every day. Their routine was the same thing every day until I came and I kind of turned it upside down. But I'm glad that I did come because I kind of brought it out to her for her to think about what, you know, what type of person she dealing with. Every time I be around people, I'm always the reason why they end up finding out about their lovers and how they are. Like I always end up, I don't know what it is. I have a gift. Like I seen right through him. Like, you know, like I seen that he wasn't a good person. Like in the beginning, it was hard to tell because he didn't show any signs. But this particular time that I actually moved in, it was like God wanted me to be there. And the time that I got out of there, it was just enough time for my children not to be in that situation. But I felt bad because another soul was lost, and which is Janiyah. That time when I came back and she was telling me all the time that I saw her at the bus stop.
Shout out to the word, right? Because, like he said earlier, right? Yesterday, I thought it was, hypocrisy, right? But it seems like she was more ignorant to the facts, right? Lack of knowledge, maybe, listen. But by the time she came to realize what, it is that she was involved in going through, I'm guessing it was too late.
And then when I came back to watch Janiyah, I think Richard had left for like an hour or so. He went to go pick up weed from the uncle. I'm not gonna forget about the uncle. That's why I said I'm trying to pull it all out, everything that I stored in the back of my head. The uncle, he was a big black guy that Chevion used to always say he always looking at her and making passes at her. And she felt very uncomfortable. But they used to buy weed from the uncle. So the uncle used to come over all the time. Sometimes, like he would, like either they would walk down there to him because he was in another suite up the street from them. So it was like probably like 5 minutes away. He was like 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes away. Because Boulder Highway is a very long street, but he was up the street and he would always get his bud from him. So she was telling me how she felt very uncomfortable. She felt very uncomfortable with the uncle around because the uncle used to always like look at her weird and make passes, like try to bump past her. And like I said, Chevion had a nice butt. So she always felt uncomfortable when people looked at her and stuff like that. She just wasn't wasn't that type of people like, hey, look at me, I got a butt. She always used to be like, no, I don't like that. Or people do stuff like that because I'm more than a big butt. You know what I mean? Like I'm so much more than that. And I respected her for that, you know? So the uncle, I was like, damn, did like all this information that I'm processing, and it's making me not like Richard more and more. It's making me not like in my personal opinion, you know, it's making me not like him. After Janiyah passed, me and my mother went to 7-Eleven and I met this guy named New Orleans when I stayed over there in Chevion's apartment, in Richard's apartment. And he told me some shocking news because that day they were supposed to leave that apartment and move out before that even happened. That was their last day being there. And he told me that he saw the uncle going in. Coming to find out, the uncle came in. So the day that she got released, the uncle came in. The day that she came from interrogation, The uncle came in. He was there when Richard was there. He went in and never came out because New Orleans used to pop his chair outside and sit outside every day.
Oh, so she's saying the uncle, the uncle went in. But if y'all go watch part 2, right, of When Innocence is Lost, right, y'all will see that I think in one part somebody was saying, I think in the reports is saying that the uncle went, but he never stepped a foot inside the house. But according to her, he went inside the house. But see, she's saying it after the interrogation. They're saying the uncle went in the morning, but never went inside the house. Was he there in the morning too, though? I wonder how many people was really in that apartment when this little girl died. Because according to the report, right, the uncle went over there around 8, right, in the morning, something like that, to pick them up for the to help them with the moving. But he never went in. But she's saying that after Siobhan came from interrogation, the uncle was in there and never came out. I'm a little curious.
So he would see who was coming in and out because he was right above them, just so happened. So once I found out that information, I'm like, if she went back to the home, it had to have been another person there.
All right, this right here says a witness claims to have seen someone resembling Kenny. Kenny claims he wasn't in the apartment that day. See, if he was there when Siobhan sustained injuries. His number was deleted from Richard's phone around this time. Why would they delete the number from the phone? Even though his niece was murdered, he never answered questions from cops. But they say a witness claims to have seen someone resembling like him, but he said he never stepped foot in that house. See, I knew I wasn't tripping. So not just a witness, but Siobhan Miller's best friend, the one that's talking right now in the interview, says that he went in the house after the interview. So see, I'm not wrong. It seems like somebody else saw him there. I have a feeling that he was there when everything was happening. If only we could just see what really happened in that room. But unfortunately, we can't.
And that guy, what is a better way to have a guy that she's terrified of to come and beat her up and scare her? He said that he saw him go in and he didn't come out.
There was a black eye that previous weekend too, that she alleged was from.
We've seen her with a black eye. That's the crazy part. We've seen Janiyah with a black eye because I went to go get a loan. My mom had took me to go get a loan. Remember I told you I had to go somewhere that early that morning. And
this is the weekend that you watched her. Basically, it would have been that weekend.
Yeah. So I had went to this little place like a loan company to go get a loan, but Janiyah asked, "Can she ride with us?" And Chevy had asked, and when I asked her, we asked her like, "Chevy, what happened to her eye?" And she told me that her and Nana or something. But we thought that was odd. We like, nah, Nana ain't do that. She's way too.
Jermaine struggled for years with dental issues before finally finding Nuvia. Listen to what he wanted most after his
Too small to black her eye. I was like, at that point, I said, Mama, see, I told you, he weird. Because why the hell would he just blame Nine-Eye and say that Nine-Eye blacked her eye? She been had a black eye before that other black eye. I didn't know nothing about the second black eye, but she been had one black eye that we saw. Because she asked us, because my mom go to church. So she was like, Janiyah needs to be in church. Like, she was like, she need God. Like, she need help.
What?
And it's crazy because she kept saying something about, we need help. She need help, like Morris code. And I didn't realize it until today. Like, until a couple years, like, I didn't realize that my friend was actually screaming out for help. Yes, she did tell me what she told me about her might end up killing her and stuff like that. And yes, I did make an anonymous tip on her about something happened to her. But the only thing I can say is I knew something wasn't right about that whole situation. And I knew that baby was in danger before danger even came to her.
All right, if what she's saying is true, then my first theory is not off. Is she covering for the dad? Is Siobhan Miller covering for the biological dad? That she walk in, right? It kind of, my first theory kind of changes a little bit on this one, right? Did she walk in, interrupt her boyfriend sexually assaulting the little girl, right? Then he tried to do something that would explain the scratches on Siobhan's face when she was in interrogation, right? In the back of her neck and stuff. And then beat that little girl. And Siobhan tried to put her in the tub to try to get rid of the evidence because she was scared of what Richard might do to her. I don't know. See, it's kind of like, and then it confuses me because it's like, first Siobhan loved the 5-year-old, but then the best friend was even saying that it got to a point where she didn't, she hated the little girl. So it's kind of like, oh my God. Yeah. It seems that it doesn't matter which side of the family this little girl would have been in. I don't know. She could have probably been safer with the grandmom, in my opinion. But it's kind of like it was toxic. No matter which side you want to look at. From Richard's family to Siobhan's. Even the biological mother.
I felt it.
I know you told me as well that it's bullshit. You were more than willing to speak out. You were more than willing to testify. There was no issue with finding you. Your mother said the same thing. You guys were even, pushing justice for Janiyah on social media and everything. So it wasn't as if, according to you guys, it wasn't as if you weren't unfindable.
Yeah, like they even subpoenaed me. Like I went to California and everything, and like I even tried to reach out to the family.
So once Shavion was inside, you when she was charged with the murder, you kept in contact for a little while, correct?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
What happened? Why did you stop?
Because my mother saw Richard at the gas station and she told me about it. And she said that Richard had a new girlfriend. Remember I told you that he showed up to her court hearing with a girl?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the time when he was following us in the courtroom. He was following her public defender.
Do you want to maybe elaborate on that a little bit? I'm not sure we've kind of talked about that.
So the public defender was explaining to us about the case because as far as they know that I'm her sister in the court. So
this is while you were so first of all, if for them to not be able to have found you, you were there.
Yeah.
So they clearly they could find you if you were there in court.
Yeah, that's when we saw, because we was gonna follow up the case. We was gonna go all through in and throughout with the whole case. But unfortunately, when we when we invited her mother to come down, thinking that we can find some extra support, the mom turned
This is
on her.
Chavion's mom.
Yeah, Chevion.
Now she's
Mom
never
turned-
really been involved in Chavion's life, has she?
Yeah, and I knew that she didn't really have anybody, but you know, we young, so when we say we don't have nobody, it's not really that we don't have nobody. Sometimes we just being stubborn, we don't want to talk to them or something. So I was like, well, maybe your mom should come down and kind of shed some light a little bit more on Chevy, or at least help the situation. But instead, the mom was just out for the money. She got a GoFundMe and stuff. But back to what I was saying about Richard. Richard following the public defender. So me and my mom was talking to the public defender. They didn't even know who he was. They was like, I'm sorry, who is this? Instead of him walking up like, hey, don't talk to them, talk to me, he was just sitting there with a blank stare, like just looking. Like, and she's like, give me a second. Hey, don't talk. Just walk over here. And we all walked outside, and she was like, who is that? And my kids was terrified to see him. And they didn't even know what happened. They was scared to see him. They was like, Mommy, he's here. And we didn't even know what they were talking about. And I was like, see, the kids is even scared of him. That's weird. And he was following us, trying to find out what we were saying. And she told him, like, can you get away? Because like, basically this is a personal conversation. You can't be in on this conversation. And even the public defender was even creeped out. Like, how do they not know about him? He was sitting in the back of the courtroom and he was holding the girl's hand. But when he was following us, it was like he sent the girls to go somewhere else.
He's like a stalker.
And he was following us. Like, and he even tried to follow us. Like, we had to have them walk us to the car and everything because he was being like really weird. But he wouldn't say anything though. That's the crazy part, Mr. Black. He didn't say anything. He didn't say, hey, I'm here for my daughter. Do you guys have any information? He didn't even come up and greet me. He didn't even say hi. Like, how are you feeling about the situation? He didn't say anything. And I thought that was strange. You could have came to me and been like, hey, how are you feeling? He was just sitting there with a blank stare with his eyes like big as an owl. Like he just did a load of drugs or something.
You kept in contact with Chavion for a little bit. Yeah. What happened? Did you just get to a point where it just wasn't going anywhere? And
my mom saw Richard again, like I said, with a girl, and he was in a whole nother relationship. And my mom had got in contact with Chevy. She went to go visit Chevy because this was when she was in the county. And she was like, she kept telling me like, Deja, you need to go make a visit with your friend, you know? That whole situation had me so confused on who did it or not, like, or.
So is the best friend saying that Chevy was getting cheated on? And they found out after, I mean, wasn't they over once this whole investigation happened and she got put in jail and shit like that? No, because she was still covering for him. So I'm guessing in her head, she still thinks that she's with Richard. But why would you still cover for him? Like, give him up. That is not the man to keep covering for, man. And if she's innocent, the only crime she has is, I mean, even though it's fucked up, is covering up. Trying to get rid of evidence. That's fucked up. Because if she's a victim, why not speak up? Like, you in jail already. He can't hurt you. Speak up, get his ass locked up so you can come home. I mean, do your little time, yeah, because you still messed and tempered with evidence. I don't know. See, I'm trying to be neutral and cutting it down the middle.
Like, she was wrong for being there and not saying nothing. Like, I was just mad all around. My mom was like, go visit her, or I would go visit her. She visited her. She gave her my number. She called me. we try to tell Chevy on three-way, because we kind of like three-way the call. We try to tell her that he have a new we have a new girlfriend. We try to tell her that he tried to paint her out to be a monster and everything. She said that he was putting money on her books. She said he was supporting her, he was writing her, everything.
No way.
Yep. And I said, wait, if he feel like you killed his baby, then why the hell is he supporting the murderer?
And he absolutely did. I have a transcript.
Oh, snap, yo. Wait a minute, yo. Shout out to Mr. Black, yo. Blessings, young Riaz. Blessings, how you doing this morning? Welcome to the live, yo, guys. Make sure y'all go check out young Riaz, right? He loves doing shorts, right? He's introducing us, to music from the UK. I appreciate, show my little young boy some support, man. If y'all into, the shorts that he's putting out there for y'all, man, make sure y'all sub up, like his videos, and share them if y'all interested, man. But make sure y'all show my young boy some support, all right? But damn, this is crazy, yo. Shout out to Mr. Black, man, for having this transcript, because it is true. My best friend does make a point, right? If you believe that the mother of your child killed, if you believe that your girlfriend, right, killed your child, unalived your child, why are you still supporting? I would have let that person rot in jail. But then over here, right, on the transcript says, then he told me that she did it. And he said he wasn't home. And he said he never, ever would have suspected her of doing anything like that. Which I wouldn't have either. Is he goes, I wasn't home. And he said, I was making a donation. I mean, the way I just read it is the way it's written.
From one of the witnesses, that was the neighbor, Miss Baby, I think her name was. She's the one that gave them the cat. And she said the day that Chevion was arrested and Richard came home, she spoke to Richard, and Richard, he claimed that Chevion did it.
Yeah, but if you feel like she's a murderer and she did it, why would you be helping her? And she's a suspect.
Facts.
She's the main suspect in the case. So I was like, Chevy, come on now, dude. I said.
He was the main suspect too until they decided to, I don't know, I guess erase the fact, like there's no, paperwork saying that his DNA is on her. Like, how y'all gonna try to erase the fact that, he had parts in her being unalived? He wasn't at no appointment at the time that this baby, left this world. When her spirit left her body, when her soul left her body, right? He was there. If she died from the morning of, from that morning at 3 a.m., according to the autopsy, from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m., that was the time that she left this world. How is it that he wasn't there? His appointment wasn't until 8 in the morning. So apparently it seemed like she called the cops, right, when he left. And it seemed like, she unalived this baby when he left, around the time that she put him, and around the time she put the baby in the tub, according to her. But then you got, right, I think I heard, I'm not sure if, I think it was on part 1 or part 2, right? You got the EMT saying, right, and I think the grandmom was saying this, that the baby's hair wasn't wet. So that this baby get put in the water in the tub, or, right? Or did she just put the baby, this 5-year-old in there to get rid of the evidence and then get her redressed? And then, because of what, but then her hair was dry. Her hair was dried by the time EMTs got there. So Did she wash the baby up before the time she said she washed the baby up? Because there was blood in the tub and a lot of it in the bathroom. There was blood in the tub. There was blood on the floor. There was blood in the sink. Yo, this shit is crazy. Let's see what the chat got to say. Oh, and by the way, guys, man, make sure y'all go check out Nate the Great podcast, great conversations, great topics, yo. Man, Nate the Great will have you sitting here thinking, and I feel as though he's another great male role model for our youth, especially our young men out here. Man, you gotta really listen to what Nate says, and he has a message, yo. So if y'all haven't, make sure y'all go check him out. And trust me, yo, he is also funny as hell, right? Commander says, we haven't heard the last of Richard. I hope people keep an eye on him. That's a fact, man. Listen, man, we haven't seen the last of Mr. Black's videos, though. I know Mr. Black is gonna put something together for all of us to see, man. Because I see that he's truly genuine on trying to bring awareness, right? He wants Janiyah Russell's voice to be heard. And what's crazy is I'm working on a lyrical poem for Janiyah Russell, right? I'm just trying to put it together. I want it to be just right for her, man, because I want her voice to be heard. The same way that I made a lyrical poem for Sonia Massey, right? I want to make one for Janiyah Russell. And I'm also going to make another one for Keimani Latigue, because their voices need to be heard.
This dude is painting you out to be a monster. And she was like so in denial. That's how loyal, like she feel like loyalty. She never really had love. So that was like one of the loves that she had. And she didn't want to believe that he was painting her out to be a murderer. She was like, are you serious? Like, I'm telling her, I'm like, girl, they saying you ain't never been around no kids. Like, they saying all types of stuff about you. She was in denial, like, what? Like, you lying. I was like, look, Chevy, I talked to her like one good time, and I was like, all right, if you're going to continue on talking to him, I can't. I can't. And after that was the last time I talked to her.
If that's true, I got to give this best friend, her props, show for real. Because now you're putting your foot down. Because even throughout all this, see, that right there is a real friend. If this is true, what she is saying, that's a real friend right there. Because now you got to give her that tough love. Like, well, how are you going to continue with, with all this after he's put you through all this? After you're in jail behind what he's done, right? Allegedly, right? If she has nothing to do, I mean, listen, I have a theory. She could have parts, right, in it, and she might not have parts in it. But if she sat here and tried to, erase DNA, you have parts. What's crazy is, right, I know that, when I say it like that, she could be a victim, right? And I'm not saying that I know for sure. But according to what the best friend is saying, and according to, basically putting the facts together, right? If everything is true, right? She was also a victim, but because of the way everything turned out, she also turned out to be an accomplice. If y'all want to take this, the legal way. It's crazy and fucked up. And that's why I say if she sat here and try to, erase the evidence, like wipe away the DNA, anything that happened in that crime scene, right? By law, she's an accomplice. And what's crazy is if he's portraying you to be a murderer, that right there should be your last straw. Stand up and speak for yourself. But like I tell people, right, when you're in situations like this, that you're dealing with trauma like this, right, a lot of people shut down. And it's crazy, right? If she's dealing with this type of trauma, I can honestly sit here and say, like, damn, people have made it to the point where, they unalive themselves. I could say she's being brave right now. Because taking the fall for unaliving a 5-year-old and the things that were done to this girl, man, she's brave. Because, some people have cracked under that pressure or unalived themselves. under that pressure. Facts, Commander. Facts. Blessings, Mike Editor. Welcome to the live. How you feeling this morning?
I think she wrote me a letter, but I didn't read the letter. It was at my auntie's house. I was like, no, I'm not going to be talking to you.
That broccoli. Good,
You
huh?
need to realize this is your life.
It's not, and this is the thing, is it's not just her life. This is a little girl's life.
No, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying if you don't wake up and realize that this is a serious thing, that this is something that so unbearable. That baby didn't deserve that. And when I think about that, how that baby, like if I would have stayed, she probably would still be here.
Or you might be in there.
That too. But see, that's the thing. I love kids. I would have died trying. So on that part, that's where I can't defend her. I could not defend her on that part about what was the last moments.
That's the problem. And look, she's. You got to think about it like this. You might not be great with time, and I might not be great with time. But let me tell you something. You're going to know whether or not something you gave someone a bath, before dinner, after dinner, or in the morning, especially when it was so early in the morning. So
and she said that she gave her a bath the night before. Why would you be giving her a bath at night and in the morning?
Yeah. So there was that's something that I wondered if many people would catch, was that she kind of says that
that's what we all caught. All of us caught on to that. All of us.
It was both. At one point, she kind of says it was both. But I didn't sort of comment much about that specific detail in the video, because I thought, what does it matter to reconstruct the previous timeline in comparison to the next? Because it's just so out of whack. It's basically a totally different timeline. It's a different day completely.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I don't believe there was any fight outside with kids.
No, it wasn't no damn fight, because she been had a black eye. And that wasn't coming from her getting into no fight. Janiyah wasn't even able to go outside. But it was badass kids over there. Now that's the part where I was like, okay, friend, now you just, maybe she was letting her go outside around that time, because I wasn't there. You know what I mean? So
based on what you've said as well, and what we know, it doesn't seem like Richard would have ever let Janiyah just go out on her own.
No. They would take her to the pool, because Chevy liked to swim. She'd take her to the pool, and there was a bunch of kids over there. But as far as her being out there by herself, nah. It's like, okay, now you're just hiding shit. Now you're trying to protect the situation. My mom was even there when he said what he said, because my mom was taking me to go take care of her. And he came up to me, he said, I'm so sorry for your loss. I wonder how you feeling, because he thought it was my child that was deceased, because he met my children before. New Orleans, the one that my witness that said that he saw a big guy go in the room and never come out. I mean, he said he did. I said, did you see him leave out?
I don't know who the witness is.
He said, no, he was in there. So around that time, before the police came, that was enough time for them to roughen her up. Maybe Kenny came to help, move some stuff out, because that day they were supposed to leave. But he said that when he went in, he didn't come out, because once he came back to the house, why would Mr. Kenny be coming back to be in the room with Chevy? And Richard already know that she's scared of him.
Well, listen, here's a big hole, a big problem. Somebody, either Richard or Shavion, murdered that little girl. It was obvious. I don't understand how either one of them would go back to the same apartment. First of all, I don't understand why the apartment wasn't just cordoned off as a crime scene immediately. And just that was it. They shouldn't have been allowed back there. Why were they allowed to sleep there that night? That it should have been an active crime scene. They were still waiting for tests to determine they had suspicions about Janiyah's death. So they were still waiting on tests. I don't know why it wasn't immediately cordoned off as a crime scene. But secondly, one of them killed that little girl. It was pretty obvious. Something just happened. I don't know how you could sleep next to somebody. Either one of you is innocent and one of you is guilty. So who is it? The innocent one's not going to want to be beside the guilty one unless they're forced to be. So yeah, I find it odd that if Richard really, if Chevion did this and Richard just took her back in and slept next to her that night, and that doesn't make any sense. Just like it doesn't make any sense that he would be putting money on her books if she's convicted of killing his daughter. So much doesn't make sense. But I think a lot of this is going to help start getting to dive deeper. I also know that Richard's mom has tried to make contact, so we're going to see what is going to come out. But listen, is there anything else that you would like to add? I'm sure if people have questions, they can send them to me. I can get them to you, and you could answer them by proxy, I guess.
Yeah. The only thing I can say is just whatever happens in the dark shall come to the light. And I pray that everything that needs to be revealed about this baby, it needs to come out. And whoever, like I told them at the court, and I'm going to tell you here today, Mr. Black, I don't care if she did it, he did it. Both of their ass need to get what they deserve, because if she didn't say nothing, knowing what she knows, nobody said nothing. I feel like everybody failed her. Like, at the end of the day, this baby was...
Hold up! Where were it at? So was she ignorant? Because she said if nobody said nothing, they all failed this baby. Even her. So she's admitting right here that she failed this baby too, in a way. Everybody failed this baby. But the two that should be behind bars, right, should be both of them. Richard and Siobhan Miller. Why is Richard free? Siobhan Miller doing her time, but Richard is still walking free. It's been since 2020, this man has been walking. They arrested him twice and let him go. Why is he free? With all the evidence that they had on that man, why is he free? I get it. Siobhan is, taking the whole rap. Well, why is she? Is she scared of him? Is she in fear? You see where I'm coming from? But if, her seeing it, listen, I can't even, like, if she's really a victim, she's going to be on that victim mentality. So it's going to be like, the only one that could really, bring justice to Janiyah Russell would be Siobhan Miller, because she knows what happened. She knows exactly what happened.
Crying out for help since day one. She been knowing that she was in danger. And I love her just as well as them. I didn't really know her that long, but I just want to get justice for her, because she deserves the truth to come out. So, there's a whole rabbit hole behind the family and how they know what they know, but I can't really say anything. I can only say what I think. I can't say exactly what I know about them. I don't know anything that's factual about his family. But I did know that there was some weird stuff going on, and Chevy did tell me some information about, about incest and them being incest towards each other. So if she's innocent, I'm hoping that the evidence could come out about her. But until further notice, I'm still kind of speechless. Like, it was kind of hard today, even having to get any information out to you about the situation, because I kind of put it to rest a long time ago, because I'm like, it's a mystery. Like, it's a
Really?
missing piece there. So
I mean, at least she
I'm just
admits
hoping
that.
that we could just bring it back up, and hopefully they'll reopen the case, and we can get the new details in what needs to be up and running, so this baby could get the proper justice, so she can actually lay to rest. And like the grandma said, they're not gonna sleep good until the real spill come out. But I'm not really sure about the grandmother, but the rest of them, they all felt her. They felt them. They felt her bad. They all felt her on that aspect, knowing what they know about that baby being touched. And she had no business being with Richard.
I will say, and this is something I stand on until I have, information to prove otherwise. I know there's a lot of discrepancies out there at the minute about Tirza in the video of Janiyah saying that she's being touched, and I just still think that could go either way. Look, there's no denying if Janiyah, if Tirza heard what Janiyah said clearly, and was aware that there were allegations towards Richard, and knew that that's where Janiyah was heading, and knew that that could be dangerous, and didn't do anything, then yes, she felt her in that aspect for sure. But I don't think that that's what happened. When you look back at that clip, the first thing that Janiyah actually says is, "And my daddy wouldn't touch me." That's the first thing she says. And then the next thing she says, it almost sounds like she says, "My daddy cusses me" or something. So I totally can understand where that could be misheard or not heard at all. Clearly, I could understand that. With our context now, with what we know, what we have now, with what's happened to Janiyah, it's a lot easier to look at that and just get major foreshadowing shivers down our spine. Totally.
Facts. And that's why I said what I said yesterday, right? And I'm going to continue to say it, right? Kids that have a very hard time putting words together, right? But as a surviving warrior, right, I can sit here and say, listen, man, I've been through something similar, right? Like these victims have, and I'm here today. I've spoken on my story, and I've explained on how I've overcome my situation, right? And what's crazy is, I know that at her age, and I know he doesn't understand it, but I do understand it. Like, you gotta really, not, how can I say, not just hear what she was saying, but listen and read in between the lines. I know she said I wouldn't, right? And that's because she was trying to get all the words out. She was talking, and then, like, she couldn't get the right words out to get her granny to understand. And that's why her grandma also misunderstood her, too. She was trying to explain to her grandma what had happened that night with the visitation with her dad and her mom, I guess, right? But the words was not coming out. They was coming out all messed up. But if you listen close enough, right? Even though she said the wouldn't there, listen to everything else. You see where I'm coming from? And you can right away tell, right, that something was going on during that visitation. She was being touched. Was the mother trying to help her or not? I don't know. One thing that we do know that it seems like, right, that the mother was also going through abuse by Richard the same way that Siobhan Miller was going through abuse with by Richard, right? So we could not let it pass it, right? If we see that the autopsy has his DNA on her, right? We can't put it past that this man was also sexually abusing his daughter before she got unalive. I mean, before this incident, the day of this incident happened. I'm hoping I'm explaining it right, and I'm hoping people understand what I am trying to say and what I'm bringing awareness to, because that's where, a lot of adults fail at. When the kids can't put their words right, they misunderstand the kids, right? And now, this person has gotten away with this because, well, the child didn't know how to explain themselves. And by the child not being able to explain themselves, people take it, however they take it, depending on who's it being told to, right? So this child wasn't taken seriously because of how she put her words together. Maybe won't wasn't, the word that she was looking to put it there, but as y'all can see, she was also struggling to put the words out, right? And in a minute, I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about, right? I'm gonna play the ending of part 2 of the Janiyah, when innocence is lost, right? And I'm gonna also play the part where, you know, the little girl talks with the grandma, and I want y'all to hear, so y'all can see and understand why I'm saying what I'm saying, right? And I'm hoping that what I'm saying gets people to understand, right? And that's crazy. That's why a lot of people, you know, fall in the cracks, right? Those molesters, let's call them predators because that's what they are, right? Hashtag let's put away all predators. Yours, mine, his, hers, all of them. Hashtag we building coffins in this bitch, all right? Because we got a coffin for each and every one of these predators, yo. There's no cure for them. There's no rehabilitation for them. Hey, listen, 10 feet underground will solve the problem. But let's continue.
I agree. Is there anything at all that you would like me to relay to Chevion from you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Tell her that I love her very much. And she do have my support until further notice. And that's the only thing I could say for her. And I would love for her, if you can give her my number, so at least I can, you know, kind of talk to her and stuff and keep her head on the swivel. At least tell her that you do have people that's actually out here.
Okay. I'll actually see what I can do about putting your number down and putting money on it, so that if she decides she wants to call you, she can do that. You know, is that okay with you?
Yes, that's fine.
Well, look, hopefully all of this will get us closer to the truth. I mean, that's what we
because
need.
maybe I can get her to tell me details about something. Maybe she could say, well, hey, I didn't want to talk to such and such about it, but now that I have somebody I can trust.
I mean, I think we all know that she's not telling the truth. I mean, that's
I know for sure.
We need the truth, you know. It's important. I mean, if this was
her grandma deserves the truth.
The truth deserves to be brought to light, as you said previously. Dejanay, it's a pleasure to talk to you. I thank you for taking the time to speak with me. If anyone's got questions, I will get them to you, and you can, if there's anything, you know, a question that stands out that maybe you could answer, I'll get it to you, and you can get the answer back to me, and I can answer on your behalf if that's what you'd like to do. And you know, listen, there's going to be criticism directed at anybody who speaks out, and that's just how things are.
I understand, and I was going to say too, I understand that it's going to come with different. Well, if you know this, if you knew this, if you knew that, I understand. That's fine, and I'm ready for it at the end of the day, because these are questions that I was asking myself for years, and also I want to give my condolences to her grandmother and whoever cared for her. And I'm sorry that happened to her. You know, like, man, I just wish that things were different.
I wish I didn't ever have to make that video, you know. But we have, and I think that's a step in the right direction. I really, really do. I think that we're on track. We are getting somewhere. We already have so much more information brought to light that we didn't know before. If we can get Chevion to tell the truth, that would be fantastic. So again, like I said, for me, it's moving forward, obviously observing the past, but moving forward and trying to get justice for this little girl, this 5-year-old girl, this beautiful little girl who was intelligent, who just this world didn't deserve her. And I think we all see that, you know. So could have been your kid, could have been my kid. I've got a 3-year-old. I've also got an 18-year-old, 2 sons. You've got kids. Yeah, could have been any one of our kids. And now we're all on the same side fighting together. May have different opinions about different parts of this, but I think we're fighting together, and we all seem to think the same. Most of us know or believe that Richard is the main culprit here. Janiyah, thank you very much for speaking with me.
No problem, Mr. Black. Thank you so much for covering this story.
All right, we're gonna leave it at that, and that's some real shit right there, yo. Let's keep talking about it, right? Let's be the voice for Janiyah Russell. Let's get this man behind bars. Let's get justice for Janiyah Russell, right? Blessings, yo. We got Big Sis Angel Hatton in the building, yo. Hope everything is good with you, Big Sis. Angel says, let me see. I think the reason she isn't putting Richard in it is because she is just as guilty and she'd still be in prison, but he would too. I mean, I've gotten to see the story a little bit better, right? And my perspective hasn't really, it has changed, but it's still the same, right? It's hard to break it down, but shout out to the word, right? Because he made me also, not made me, right? He broke certain things down that made me see why her behavior is the way she is. So I also see it another way, right? I see this in a couple of ways, but one thing I could sit here and say is that I know for a fact that the main culprit is Richard. He should be behind bars, right? I mean, she should be there too, right? Just for the simple fact of her trying to get rid of the evidence. You see, and if she witnessed it and kept it quiet, yeah, but it seems like she was also a victim. So it's kind of like we have to cut this down the middle, right? You see where I'm coming from? And that's the whole purpose of bringing these lives up, these panels, right? I do, make these mind-provoking questions, right? Oh, I'm not ending the live yet, Commander. We're gonna go right into Keimani's in a little bit. I'm gonna take a little break right there, but we're not ending it. We're gonna play Frankie Blanco's music, right? Because I'm gonna make a quick run to the store and come right back. But I'm not ending it, man. I'm gonna get this done today so that we could dive down the rabbit hole tonight, man. It's Sunday, man. Monday morning, we're gonna be diving down the rabbit hole for our ancestry show. But for real, right? Let's bring awareness to the situation. Let's be the voice for Janiyah Russell, right? Like I've said before, right? What role can society play in advocating for stricter penalties for crimes against children, right? And us speaking and, speaking on these topics, bringing awareness on these topics, right? We play a big role in this. That's us coming together, like the word said, right? So if we could do it here online, we could also do it out here in these streets within our communities, right? Let me see. Right before I take a quick little break, right? Let me ask you a question. What types of programs have had the most positive impact on youth in your community, right? I want y'all to pay attention, right? Because I'm going to take a quick run. I'm going to make a quick run right to the store real quick and come right back, but I'm going to play Frankie Blanco, right? I got to promote Frankie Blanco. He's got some good-ass music, some good-ass beats, y'all. So make sure y'all sub up to Frankie Blanco, right? So while I'm going, I'm going to play his music, right? And then I'll be back and we going to get, into the Keimani. Man, I woke up at 3 a.m. We got time. My kids still sleep, right? So once again, my question is, what types of programs have had the most positive impact on youth in your community, right? And why? Question number 2, what barriers do you think prevent young people from accessing the programs meant to help them, and how can we address this, right? Question number 3, and I'm going to type them down in the chat down below, right? Question number 3, if you could design a program to support youth, right, what would it focus on, and what policies would you propose to make it successful, right? So here goes the first question, right? And I'll be back in 1 second. Well, I'm not going to say 1 second because people are going to literally think it's 60 seconds or a minute. Which one is it, 60 seconds or a minute? I'm not sure who's going to tell Siobhan's best friend that 60 seconds is a minute and a minute equals 60 seconds. But hey, whenever anybody tells her, let her know, man. Like, listen, I know we get anxious when we go live, but shit. Oh, man. Here goes the first question, guys. And I'm going to write it down so that people don't forget. All right, first question right there. Let me play Frankie Blanco while I'm posting these questions and I step out. Let's listen to some music real quick.
Hey. Hey. City Island. Y'all niggas know who it is. Spaced out music. Hey. Let's go. Touch. Go. Hear him talking. Let him hate. I'm on my grind. I'm feeling great. This is something different. This is paper chase. Those trying to stop it, shut us in the grate. These niggas hating. Damn. But but I don't see him, I don't see him. They wanna live my life, and I'm just saying, whoa. They wanna be him, wanna be him. Who's that peeking in my window? Who are you? They tryna copy my style, so I gotta smoke these niggas like it's Indo. Yeah, they go about it with a smile. They hate me, man, but I don't give a fuck, nigga. Space style music, 5 niggas in the truck. I got the 9 and they ain't even tucked. Shit ain't tucked, nigga. Pull it out, air it out, everybody duck down. I advise to stay within your lane. I do this for my fam, I ain't out here playing games. What you thought I did the shit to entertain? Hey, City Island. Y'all niggas know who it is. Spaced out music. Hey, let's go. Hear him talking. Let him hate. I'm on my grind. I'm feeling great. This is something different. This is paper chase. Those trying to stop it, shut us in the grate. I hear these niggas hating. Damn. But I don't see him, They wanna live my life, and I'm just saying, whoa. They wanna be him, Who's that peeking in my window? Who are you? They tryna copy my style, so I gotta smoke these niggas like it's Indo. Yeah, they go about it with a smile. They hate me, man, but I don't give a fuck, nigga. Space style music, 5 niggas in the truck. I got the 9 and they ain't even tucked. Shit ain't tucked, nigga. Pull it out, air it out, everybody duck down. I advise to stay within your lane. I do this for my fam, I ain't out here playing games. What you thought I did the shit to entertain? The fact I get it like a coke boy, got these niggas hating on me. I hear these niggas hating, damn. But I don't see him, They wanna live my life, and I'm just saying, whoa. They wanna be him, Who's that peeking in my window? Who are you? They tryna copy my style, so I gotta smoke these niggas like it's Indo. Yeah. They go about it with a smile.
Run the streets, something like a marathon. Marijuana, heroin, Gucci bag carry on. Shooter with a nasty shot, call him Sean Marion. Rap games, Barry Born, leader Farrakhan. Riding like the brakes broke. Haters better take notes. Peeking in my window is how you get your chin broke. It's in touch, niggas hating on the name. I don't waste time on them, I just let the hook explain. Listen up.
I hear these niggas hating, damn. But I don't see him, They wanna live my life, and I'm just saying, whoa. They wanna be him, Who's that peeking in my window? Who are you? They tryna copy my style, so I gotta smoke these niggas like it's Indo. Yeah. They go about it with a smile.
Gotta be open to everything, right? Yes, sir. It's your boy Donkey.
Once in a while I do.
It's a little different, I ain't gonna lie. Take a trip, memory lane, reminisce. When we were all young, eyes closed and all bliss. Ran around, happy, filled with imagination. No internet, iPhones or PlayStation. Take a trip, memory lane, reminisce. When we were all young, eyes closed and all bliss. Ran around, happy, filled with imagination. No internet, iPhones or PlayStations. Best friends became family if they kept it real. Being broke together made us all respect the meal. Streets a bad bitch with a whole lot of sex appeal. Learn how to make lemonade. She gave us lemon pills. Chinese handball scalesies got busy. Hot peas and butter, manhunt, straight silly. Wild, young, never really had luck. Basketball, baseball, streets, 2-hand touch. Wicked jump shot before I pump rocks. I had the mean crossover before I crossed over. Streets got the best of me. One night changed my destiny. I went from cutting science to mastery chemistry. Oh shit. Got me hungry with an appetite. Blanco! Let's go. Yes. The beat is fire. Got me hungry with an appetite. Let's go. The beat is fire, got me hungry with an appetite. Yes. Got me hungry with an appetite. The beat is fire, got me hungry with an appetite. Late nights in the street, posted like a traffic light. Live my music while these others rappers acting like I'm shooting for the stars. Last thing they see's a flash of light. Rhymes from the afterlife, dudes live the average life. Rap game sacrifice, say your soul flashing nice. Never had no bragging rights. My jewels like a bag of ice. Concrete paradise, taught me how to master mics. Never fuck with parasites, giving out bad advice. Talking shit slash the price, real niggas savage like. Basically trying to bag the white, raise the heat Fahrenheit. Shooters that'll air the pipe, soft niggas staring tight. No hands scared to fight. Hooks like iron Mike, my verses like a lion's bite. No scope, iron sight, my flow's dope, dying twice. Dying twice. I told you verses just like the lion's bite. Blanco!
Secret societies, corrupt politicians manipulate the market. Stop, look, and listen. Pay attention when you talk about this business. Classified shit, you can end up on a hit list. MK Ultra, JFK witness. 9/11 changed the world, damn, this shit is different. Patriot Act telling me that it's a fact. Since the city was attacked, FEMA camps all on the map. Preparation for devastation and mass elimination. American Holocaust history in the making. So why? All the trickery and lies they've been spying in the sky since the eye in the sky, please. Someone tell me that I'm crazy, but why the fuck you think they medicating all our babies to raise a generation of blind, dumb, and lazy, destroying our future?
Satellites, computers.
Blessed is your highness, he bless you with the science and mathematics. I lean back, craftmatic. It's soothing to my soul, but I'm losing my compose. Cause this world that we living in is losing the control. My remedy is best, the penalty is death. Won't rest till I get it off my chest. Your mind is possessed, I hope you take the time to reflect. The love is what I swore to protect. Beefing like bitches, but them niggas sleep with the fishes. I'm an untamed dog and I'm vicious. I can't hold a grudge. I ain't here to judge. 20 years a thug, but I'm here for us all to budge. It's my life, and when I die, I'm gonna live it again. Rather that than to give it to them. I buy purgatory, now I snatch like a burglary, providing you the new testimony. A plan and sponsor these damn imposters. They might make war, but the land will conquer. See, Sam's a doctor, the reason why my man's a monster, and nobody gives a shit. But this is when it hit. I took a bath in the fruits of life, but the cost of my soul couldn't shoot the price. Shoot my dice, telephone booth advice. Get loose with the truth, you nice. You can lose your life, choose your wife. The streets for the beast. Got love for my peeps, shed blood for the geek. Down in the truth, spit like the fountain of youth. I'm on top of a mountain, you on top of your roof. Aim is gone, your brain is a danger zone. You enslaved to your ways and I played the phone. Change the tone, it's my house, stay in the throne. And I promise you remain alone. The end of days is shown, nigga.
This here's so clear, deeper than rap. For my brothers in the trap with NY and they cap. The Bronx is in my heart till the day that I depart. The streets is my father, taught me to try harder. Ever since a young one, listen to the older heads. Learn how to break down the product and control the bread. Traffic like it's online, I got a strong grind. I need all mine before you feel all nine. There's no debate once the razor hit the plate. I seen more cake and I seen more Jake. Addiction was addictive, I got hooked like an addict. To making all this money off of people's bad habits, had to have it. So close that I could taste it. Old money, before Benjamin got the facelift. Marble color, two-door, flying in a spaceship. Numbers all on the dash, like the title of The Matrix. Heavy gorilla, yeah, I'm on my ape shit. Fresh new tea and the kicks stay contagious. Air Max 90s, different kind of flavors. I'm cool with the J's, but the shoes don't make the players. Listen to me. Never had it easy. It's 5 of us, 1 bedroom and a 20-inch TV. Roaches in the cabinets, spoiled milk and mold cheese. Dishes all in the sink and the stove is a little greasy. Mom Deuce was a soldier though, 3 jobs under the books. Had to be smart. She didn't want them food stamps took. Said late nights, could hear crying in her room. Was it cause my father denied me since the womb? Cause the lights was cut, relying on candles to light the rooms. Shit made me a man quick. Had to grow a backbone. Soldiers always staying stiff. She told me a man with plans is better than a man who don't plan shit. So I started reaching for the answers every chance my hands get. No options left, it's either sink or swim. Trying to be righteous, surrounded by snakes filled with deceit and sin. How can I fulfill this destiny with this pain I keep within? Knowing that there's a day when me and my moms will never speak again.
Hey, Mom, just want to leave this message. I know you can't hear me, but just want to let you know, without you, there was no me. I'm proud, grateful, humble. You showed me the way. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mom. Just for you. Just for you. Just for you. Yes.
Mom, I made this song up just for you. Mom, I give this all up just for you. Turn away and walk away, Mom, just for you. Folding hands and bending knees, I pray just for you. Take a look in my eyes, I'ma wish come true. My only purpose in life, Mom, was just for you. This I knew, always showed me right from wrong. Even told me life goes on when life is gone. Right or wrong, find my days all played out. Looking for shortcuts, only finding long ways out. Guess till the song's played out.
Cry blood to ease the pain. Die young if I can ease the pain.
Fucked up. Try to tell these niggas, baby. We gonna run this shit. Let's go. Let's go. How you feel? I'm feeling good. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? 4 niggas, black mask, pump to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, I settle for more. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? 4 niggas, black mask, pump to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, I settle for more. Me, I've been doing this for a long time. Got my weight up, now I'm on a strong grind. Play the streets hard every chance I got. Always stick to my gun so I land on top. And you a good talker, but you don't ever do shit. Talk a lot of shit, but you don't ever do shit. I study the block, learn all the ins and outs. No more weed, no more money, so I cut hundreds out. Step my game up, now it's all it's about. Fuck a gun dog, we could brawl this one out. Hand in hand, combat, forfeit the belt. Pull out the 4/5, nigga, off with your mouth. For the respect, I show a clown what it's worth. Leave his whole family drowning in hurt. A product of my environment, designing the worst. So pay attention close, cause it's time for the worst. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? 4 niggas, black mask, pump to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, I settle for more. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? 4 niggas, black mask, pump to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, I settle for more. This nigga, nobody who's him to hate. He could get his face cut like a paper plate. And if the paper's straight, don't even ask twice. Running the spot, one shot won't blast twice. Pay attention, nigga, here's a little advice on why you will never be as nice. And I'm past nice, you half nice. And most of my flows, niggas past life. Niggas talk like they lobby, nigga, till I leave a nigga caught on the IB, nigga. NYC where I walk, that's where I be, nigga. And I seen what I took, come try me, nigga. Ain't no motherfucking army that can harm me, nigga. Got shot the same size as my charm be, nigga. That'll leave your face right if you on me, nigga. I ain't on your bitch, your bitch is on me, nigga. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? 4 niggas, black mask, pump to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. Settle for less, you settle for more. Niggas better man up, what they waiting for? 4 niggas, black mask, pump to the door. Drop down, duck to the floor. Corrupt as the law. You settle for less, you settle for more. Haha, told these niggas, big. Straight medicine. They fucked up letting us in, Bob. I try to tell these niggas, don't give us the key. And now the streets is locked. And it's on us, let's get it. You heard? Fuck the hungry nigga. Got these niggas. It's in a frenzy. That's what it is, baby. One. Crazy. They got me on the run for a body and a gun. I knew it was a setup. I was polying with Sun. She was looking all nervous, acting all sketchy. Confidential informant, and I even bet he was taped up with wires. Damn, that shit is crazy. Jakes was a supplier. He told me he need 80. Met him at a hotel out of town, not far. Surveilled the area, never seen a cop car. By far, them niggas rocked me to sleep. I put my guards down cause I thought shit was sweet. Fly little Spanish chick sitting in the seat. So Poppy come around, meet me on the back streets. He popped the trunk, goddamn 100 down. I asked myself, how bad do I want it now? I said, fuck it, without the black busted. Dude hit the ground, but shorty couldn't duck, kid. Jumped in the whip, hit the pedal to the metal. Asking God for forgiveness, but all I hear is the devil.
It's kind to be like that.
You want to play games? Okay. I'll play with you. Come on. Okay. You want to play rough? Okay. No. Say hello to my little friend.
I'm so hip-hop, BX in my DNA. Hieroglyphs modernized down to graffiti spray. Body's the temple and the temples where you seek and praise. Gotta have your mind right, wolves need to sleep straight. Also perception, predators sleeping day. Bloodsuckers thirsty as shit, where you eat and pray. BX a lifetime of nightmares and a sleepless day. Gotta have your game face open at the beat of days. No mercy when it's time to pay the piper. Streets are bad bitch and these dumb niggas trying to wife her. No mercy when it's time to pay the piper. Streets are bad bitch and these dumb niggas trying to wife her. Streets is my father's seat. Learn how to move medication like a pharmacy. Wasn't really hard for me. Can't take back what I started, so here's my apology. Forgive me for my sins, Lord. Any nigga follow me. Streets are bad bitch. Catch niggas while they sleeping. Promises of being rich every other weekend. No food, it's sharp swimming in the deep end. Gotta have your game face and always play your defense. Trust me for that skrilla, shit could get realer. Your right hand and cut you like cars to a dealer. Speak when spoken to. Game has golden rules. Mind of a king, but I know how a soldier moves. Phone tapping to my combos to a minimum. Friends turn to enemies, dying to put 10 in you. Streets has no compassion. Hit you with the chrome for flashing. Shot to turn bone to ashes. Bodies get blown to fractions.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
It's your boy Blanco. Y'all already know. I don't play with my words, my wordplay is vicious. Narrate my raps, my 60s painting pictures. Picasso with a pen, like Moses writing scriptures. Got me in my bag, broke nigga, let me fix you. Pay attention, I'm dropping seeds for these bird brains. Young niggas never listen, swerving in the third lane. Fuck a freestyle, cause my style's not free. I've been abusing this music since a child, now I'm 3. People ask about me, they gon' say that he don't play. Product of Nas, DMX, B.I.G. and J. Cornball, the only chip he has says Frito-Lays. Load the rifle, 12 disciples on guard, see it Peter Pays. I stay on point guard, like John Wall. Desert Eagle put a people through an iron wall. Always stick to the king, like I sprained my knee. Sick in the brain, like my name's Ali. Game's not free. Yeah, I got bars you never heard before. You don't want beef, you a straight herbivore. You acting tough now, knowing you was a herbivore. Dirty Harry 4-4 like the Lions roar. I don't wanna lie to you, tell you any different. Life ain't the same if the loyalty is missing. Hoping and wishing, no cause for existence. Lost on a mission like a soul and conviction. I don't wanna lie to you, tell you any different. Life ain't the same if the loyalty is missing. Hoping and wishing, no cause for existence. Lost on a mission like a soul and conviction. Go back. Got another one.
I could have been somebody.
It must have been the way we made love magically. I knew she was my queen. She called me your majesty. Angel in the flesh, dangerous in the dress. Damn, I was impressed. Cause girl, you are the best. Like no lie, I swear to you. No chick compared to you. Girl, I really care for you. Always be there for you. Through all seasons and all reasons. For me to play with your emotions, I'm guilty. Called treason. Lesson we learned, the time that we spent. More precious than pearls, diamonds, and gems. I never find you again. More than a lover, you are my best friend. Dedication, determination. I'm loyal to the end, like Bonnie and Clyde, ride till we die. Let us cruise the world, girl, yeah. High as the sky, feels like ecstasy. Every day you standing next to me, you got the best of me. Something like my secret recipe. Blanco. Back on my block shit, hungry niggas starving. Triple X hoodie on, shooting like I'm Harden. New York fitted, moving Knicks through the garden. City never sleeps, I started whipping up that Harden. Soft white, all night, jaws tight. And we kept a silver can of Coors Light. 5 deep, tinted out expedition. Fuck all the beef, all we tryna do is chicken. In Hell's Kitchen, no love for the opposition. Same niggas selling weight, same niggas snitching. Trust me for dollars, my loyalty over income. Those snakes in my garden, you gotta respect my kingdom. Wise man was told me, real G's move in silence. Keep your circle tight, always keep the right appliance. Wise man was told me, real G's move in silence. Keep your circle tight, always keep the right appliance. Yes.
Divine knowledge. So many lost minds engaged in a spiritual battle, physically weak and mentally blinded, needing a third eye to perceive this reality. A realm where false prophets and spirits are channeled, where satanic rituals and sacrifices are pledged to a darker energy. Radio waves and flashing lights can alter and program your instinctive train of thought, subconsciously planting seeds of chaos in one's mental garden, as disinformation and lies is saturated in the truth.
Yo, I didn't know what was just playing that shit. All right, we're about to get started. Give me 1 minute, guys. Give me a minute. All right, let me just settle down real quick.
In the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With realizing she's blessed with love so true, it was in front of her the whole time. Who knew? Always yearned for a family portrait.
It makes her heart swell. It's hard to know who's true and who's fake in a world where appearances are hard to shake. But real love is deeper than a profile pic. It's in the way that someone makes your soul click. So let's not get lost in the digital haze. Let's remember what real love truly conveys. It's not about followers or online fame, but a connection that sets our hearts aflame. In this world of make-believe, they all wear a smile. But behind the scenes, it's just the clever guys, puppets in their show, dancing in their stage. We're all just pieces of their charade. Beneath their mask of joy lies the tangled web, where secrets and deceits are carefully bred. Their lovey-dovey act is just for display. We're all caught up in their twisted play. So let's break free from this illusion so grand and see through the facade with hearts unplanned. No longer pawns in their game of charade. Let's find our own path and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right, and I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, you know, in real life, their noses don't grow. Karma just catches. In the shadows we see, a love so pure and meek. But all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak, longing for a bond that's true.
In this world so cold and weak, yearning for the love we knew before the all turn antique. Lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist. Hollow hearts yearn for connection, any realm dismissed. Seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists. But all we find are mere reflections of what loved ones kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real. Yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal. In this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought. All right, my bad. I had to get some things done. I had to grab something too. But before I left, I asked everybody 3 questions, Them 3 questions was what types of programs have had the most positive impact, on youth in your community and why, In my community, I feel as though when it comes to the young ladies, Girl Scouts has an impact, It takes the the girls that stay committed to it, it takes them out of our community into different atmospheres, It teaches them how to survive. It teaches them unity, Independence. It teaches them a lot of stuff. My bad, I had that mic in the wrong place, For me, that's one of the programs that I feel as though do help, our young ladies. The boys, I don't really see programs out here that benefit our young men. I'm not going to sit here and lie. We're in North Philadelphia, If anybody knows of some real good programs that y'all seen that have been successful, in the lives of our young men, let us surely know, man. So far, man, like I've said before, If y'all haven't checked the word out, he's from Detroit, But I feel as though what he's trying to do, And we used to have little programs like that, When I was younger, like the Big Brother program, Mentorships for the young boys and stuff like that. But now, in order for our youth to get into them type of programs, they have to commit and act, end up, in jail, mess up real bad to end up in them type of mentorship programs, If there are more programs, hey, here in Philly, I would love to hear about them. But I'm saying those that are successful. You see where I'm coming from? I feel as though what Word is trying to do over there in Detroit, with the mentorship program, I feel as though it will work, But we also need parents to stay committed, when it comes to them putting these kids, their kids into these programs, along with the kids. So me, I just gave y'all one, program that I feel as though, has been successful, Not to our young men, because really, I'm not going to sit here and lie. Once again, I don't know if there really is, programs that are successful, but I do know that Girl Scouts impact the lives of our young ladies in a way that I feel as though, their mothers, should impact their lives, Gives them a responsibility that they should learn at home, but when it comes to Girl Scouts, they learn it, So that's my opinion. Let me see if anybody else. Nope, nobody else has left a comment except for Angel, because I know Angel says, I think programs teaching children their worth and how they can achieve their goals to empower them is, great. And like I just told y'all, for me, I know one that will benefit our young ladies, which is, Girl Scouts here in North Philadelphia. That's a program that I'll recommend and keep recommending for our young ladies, Now, I also asked, what barriers do you think prevent young people from accessing the programs meant to help them, and how can we address these, And these, I feel as though, in my opinion, but I would love to hear y'all, opinion too, Me personally, I feel as though the barriers that they have is depending in the community that they're in, And it's like Word said, there are good schools out there. There are good schools out here, That is also I guess, like he said time after time on his live, The communities, Not every community has good schools, but, one school out of 10 schools, and every community, there is one. But it is unfortunately that we don't really talk about it, and we don't know which ones they are unless we have more and more conversations like this, So I would love to hear, y'all opinions and the barriers that prevent young people from accessing the programs meant to help them, And how can we address these, And once again, that's why I put the example of the schools. So if y'all have any different, if y'all have a different opinion, right? Hey, let us shorty know. We're not here to bash, right? We're not here to bring nobody down. We're not here to judge, right? At the end of the day, an opinion is an opinion. It's like an idea. You see where I'm coming from? And we're trying to put solutions to the table. Whichever one is the best solution, hey, let's give it a shot at that one first. But it's like people want to give up. But guess what? A shorty keeps trying, whether it's here on social media or out here putting the footwork in these streets. So, man, for those of y'all watching that watch the replay or catch this live, right? Hey, I would like leave y'all comments down below and let's get the discussion started, right? I know that y'all know what the type of barriers there are. Like, once we come and figure out which one is the common barrier, hey, let's focus on it and see if we can find a solution for it. And the third question was, if you could design a program to support youth, right? What would it focus on, and what policies would you propose to make it successful, right? And it's crazy, right? We got different programs out here for youth, right? Especially the Department of Human Services, right? They're supposed to, be out here helping our kids, right? Trying to find the right location for them where they won't be harmed, right? They're supposed to be doing paper background checks, right? They're supposed to be involved in the families that are neglecting their kids, that are harming their kids, but for some reason they're asshole backwards, right? See, they're supposed to benefit. We got the Boys and Girls Clubs. We got different types of programs around us, right? I just mentioned, 2 different types of programs that are supposed to benefit our youth, right? But neither one of them, in my opinion, is enforcing nothing. Like, right, the Boys and Girls Club is not like it used to be. It doesn't even draw the kids' attention, right? So what is the staff, the employees, the people that work in that establishment going to do, right, to, get the kids' attention, right, to try to help them, that's happening around here? And what I'm saying is that bad juju, that bad karma, right, over there to the good neighborhoods, right? We're bringing the ratchetness, the hoodness over there instead of changing. That's the reason why we're leaving the hoods, right? And not everybody's mentality is like that. But unfortunately, one bad apple will mold the rest of the apples in the bowl. For real, for real. So that's what's really going on. Like, how can we change that right there? How can we stop it, right? How can we cut the head of the snake, right? And prevent that situation from happening? How can we enforce, these rules and policies and things within our communities, right, to prevent certain things from happening? And with that being said, right, guys, let me say before we play the video and stuff like that, let's see if anybody has something to say. Angel said they do need more choices. If their only choices is to hang out on the street, that's all they can choose. And that's a real shit. And within the past couple of years, they have taken so many programs within our schools and within our communities that it's not even a joke. Right? We ask ourselves, what was the difference between the 90s and now? I mean, the 90s and the early 2000s, right? And now in the late 2000s, right? And the difference is, right, these kids don't have the resources we had back then. They don't have the, mentorships that we had back then. They don't have the programs, the type of programs that we had back then at all. And maybe, like I said, that's why when I talk about the community center that I want to build and stuff like that, I have a little different idea. I want to draw the kids' attention. So that's why I'm thinking about these different types of programs within this one community center. And it'll work out. You see where I'm coming from? And if I can get a real big ass building, right, within one community, right, I could try to throw in a gym and stuff like that. Like, yo, hey, listen, like, I'm already talking about bringing, putting communities and having this within the community, right? And I know there's a lot of people that's not going to take care of this shit. I'm to the point where shit, we're going to have to have security guards and shit. But hey, even if we have to have a security guard in the damn hood, right, in a community center, hey, that's what we're going to have to do. But one way or another, right, we're going to help these kids, right, and the families that want to get out and better themselves, do that. Those that don't want it, hey, keep doing what you're doing. I can't knock you, right? When you're ready, y'all know where we at. But, with that being said, right, those are my opinion. Those are my random thoughts and stuff like that. I surely was just ranting a little bit, but we're going to get on topic, right? we're gonna watch a little bit of the there is gonna be a another parts of the Keimani Latigue, but we're just gonna be reviewing and reacting to the updates of Keimani Latigue. Right now, right, we're gonna get into a couple videos right before I end this live. That's why I decided to stay longer, right? Because I want to get into it. Right, we're gonna play these two news clips right here, right? And then we're going to get into which one is the smallest. This one is the shortest video. We're going to get into this video, and then later on tonight, we're going to play these two videos, right? And later on tonight, I'm going to open the panel again, right? And I would love to hear your perspectives on this case, right?
Keimani Latigue. Tonight, the girlfriend of the murder suspect, Darnell Jones, is speaking out. He's accused of killing his 13-year-old daughter, Keimani Latigue. Police found her body in an abandoned home on Monday.
Jones' girlfriend telling 13 Action News she called detectives when she learned he allegedly hid evidence in her home. 13 Action News reporter Alexis Means remaining on this story on your side with new details in this case. Alexis?
Lee and Christian, she told me that Darnell Jones has never been violent toward her, and she told me that she doesn't know why he killed Keimani.
Keimani used to be over my house all the time, and we loved her. And now she's gonna have to grow up without seeing her sister anymore. I mean, I don't feel bad for anything he's going through, but her, she did not deserve none of that she got. Nobody do.
She didn't want us to show her face, but you can hear her voice trembling as Darnell Jones's then girlfriend shares how she helped Toledo police with evidence in the case. Last Friday, police set up a meeting to question Jones.
The weird thing about it is because before they even showed up, he asked me to turn my cameras off. I have cameras in my house, and he asked me to turn them off. And I was like, why would you want me to turn the cameras off? He said, because I didn't come home till 5 o'clock that morning. And he didn't want them to suspect anything because he didn't show up till 5. And I'm like, well, thinking in my head, I'm like, well, if you don't have anything to hide, then why should I turn the cameras off? And I didn't, but he thought I did.
She and Jones have a 2-year-old daughter together. She says she was in the room when Jones tried to hide evidence connected to the case in her house.
After the police took us downtown and questioned us, I came back home before he did, and my family that was here informed me that he hid something under my stairs in my basement. So I called the detectives, and they came and did a search warrant and grabbed it. And once he noticed those were gone, that was the last time I seen him.
Police executed a search warrant. What did he hide under your stairs?
It was like a mat for the back of your truck, not a pickup, but SUV. You know, when you lay your seats down and you put that rubber mat in there to protect the back of your seats in case you're hauling something. That's what he rolled up and put in my basement. And his work boots, which were caked with mud. I never seen him put it under there, but I wasn't about to hold no evidence for him or none of that. He must have thought that.
Jones went on the run to Columbus, where he used to live.
After the search warrant and he disappeared, we left the house because I was scared that he might come back and harm one of us.
Police located him after he called his girlfriend, and she called police.
What's your name? Kill me.
Kill me. And Toledo police say that Jones is still in the hospital. They're not sure when detectives will be able to bring him back to Toledo. Christian, back to you.
Why I'm bringing the Keimani Latigue, why am I reviewing and reacting to this? Because I feel as though that the same as Janiyah Russell, right? Keimani Latigue hasn't gotten full justice, right? The father is allegedly in the custody, right? In the hospital, right? Well, we don't even know if he's out of the hospital, right? If anybody has an update, but we'll find out as we're diving down this case, right? There's going to be another part to this because I'm not going to be able to play all these videos. We've already pulled a 5-hour shift, going on 6 already. All right, so we're going to play these little clips right here. But I feel as though that the grandmother has something to do with it, right? And I'm not the only one that thinks like that. I feel as though the grandmom should be behind bars too, paying, right? Paying for what happened and what was done to this little girl. And the same way that I feel for Janiyah Russell, right? I feel as though Keimani Latigue was screwed. Like, I mean, it didn't matter which side she was on, right? Whether it was the father or whether it was the mother. And what I mean by the mother is, you know, they had her with the grandmother, right? And then she was hopped around, you know, she was really hopped around between the godmother and the grandmother, right? And that's what's crazy. Like Janiyah Russell, it was the same thing was happening. She was being, you know, hopped around amongst family. So it is like the system, right? Not just the system wasn't the only one that was going to fail her, regardless of anything. The family from both sides was failing her, regardless of anything, right? And what's crazy, this is another case, right, where we see where people saw red flags, right, once again, right, and didn't say nothing until a tragedy occurred, right? And you know, it's crazy. Shout out to Word, right? He talks about emotions, human behavior, and all that stuff, right? Give him a shout out, because not everybody is the same. Not everybody thinks the same way. Not everybody reacts the same, right? But me personally, right, when I see red flags, I'm not going to sit here and think I'm an adventure at Six Flags, especially when somebody's bringing, you know, how can I say, giving me a warning, like giving me heat in a situation. Am I going to keep, you know, swaying, or am I going to listen and, you know, get my shit together? Like, regardless, no matter what we've been through, we all got options. And what's crazy is that, you know, depending on how, you know, depending on, how can I say it? A lot of us, depending if we react on our emotions, on our feelings, right, is, I guess, right, and I'm not going to say this is true for everybody, but, you know, but from what I see, from what I've been listening, right, about the human behavior, I noticed that when a lot of people react on emotions, we make the most fucked up decisions. But when we take the time to think and analyze things through, right, and we make the right decisions, right, we take the right course in life. But, you know, what's crazy is through our whole life is we know what time the human brain develops, right, from the ages of 20 up, 25 and up, right? But if our brain develops at that age, why is it that, you know, logic isn't logic to everybody? These are where I'm coming from. Common sense isn't common sense. Why is it that, you know, like I said earlier, like, I know that we're ignorant to a certain point. How ignorant can we be and continue to be? Or do people pretend to be ignorant? Right? Because, like I said, like, I'm open-minded. I'm willing to, you know, learn. And right, the more I hear about stuff, the more I have a little question, because it's like, I get that, and I'm not debating it. See, because this is not me debating. I hate the debate, because we're never going to get to a solution. Because I feel as though there is a solution to all these problems, right? And like, to each problem, right, depending on who the person is, right? Depending on what choices you make and how you make these choices, right, is how it's going to take you on that route, that course that you're taking. You're either going to go up, you're going to go down, sideways, or left. You see where I'm coming from? And when you go up, always remember that, you know, everything comes down. Oof, I don't know. But let's move on to the next clip, right? I feel as though, once again, the grandmom has parts into this. One way or another, I feel like the grandmom knows what happened or did something to this little girl. She was already beating this little girl. Like, why should it take DHS to teach you how to raise your own kids? Oh, wait, we forget that her kids was taken from her too.
We also have new details about the investigation into Keimani's murder. Toledo police executed several search warrants, including where he lived on the east side. 13 Action News has learned it was Darnell Jones' girlfriend who helped police with evidence in the case. That woman, who asked us not to identify her, tells us Jones called her Friday and asked her to turn off the cameras at the home. She says she got suspicious and did not turn them off, and she adds she was in the bedroom when a relative saw Jones move some items from his SUV into the house and hide them under the basement stairs. She called police, who got a search warrant and then took the evidence.
What did he hide under your stairs?
It was like a mat for the back of the truck, a not a pickup, but SUV. You know, when you lay your seats down and you put that rubber mat in there to protect the back of your seats unless you're hauling, in case you're hauling something. That's what he rolled up and put in my basement. And his work boots, which were caked with mud, and he hadn't worked in a while.
She says once Jones noticed the items gone, she never saw him again. She also told us Jones called her from Columbus, and she told police where they could find him. As the Toledo community continues to grieve the loss of Keimani Latigue, some are stepping up to help contribute to a funeral service for the young girl. Wheeling on the Rocks on Lasky will be hosting a benefit and poker run this upcoming Sunday. That's to help raise funds to properly honor Keimani and celebrate her life. They said all of the money raised will go directly to the funeral home. Main event will be at Wheelin with other businesses participating in the poker run, including Kickstand Saloon.
That's what they're saying, right? And this is, you know, a little older. This is from 9 days ago. But I'm not sure if the video that I'm going to play next, right? According to somebody in the family, I think it's the mom, right? According to the mom, the bio mom, right? There's not going to be a funeral. And that's why I said there's going to be another part to this live, right? And there's not as many updates as I wish there would be on this case, right? But I'm hoping there's more updates. So we're going to continue, you know, with diving down this case, right? But, you know, we're going to react to the new updates that we got right now, currently, right? And then next weekend, right, I'll show y'all the rest of the updates that I got.
Over the border, Daffy's and Corner Saloon just over the border.
I want something for her. I think the whole town wants something for her to have, you know, an abundance of flowers, a beautiful casket, maybe a park bench or anything to help, you know, with the memorial.
Kickstand is on Alexis in Toledo. Those hosting Sunday's event tell us that a donation to the funeral home is essentially your ticket to take part in the activities. So if you'd like to donate or if you'd like to find out more, you can go to our website, 13abc.com.
Emotions are running high, and people from all over are coming to Toledo to mourn the loss of Keimani and offer support. But how does the community begin to heal from this horrific incident? Social worker Cecil Holston says grief can be there, whether or not you know someone personally affected by a violent crime. He says people may feel a connection to the case because they may have a daughter or son the same age as Keimani. Holston says one way to deal with grief is to stay off social media.
Journal, writing things down. Checking in with your own personal children to make sure that they're okay. Because I think sometimes we miss that. Like, let's go sit in their room and go check and see where they're at. Because that might have been a friend of theirs, or it might have been a friend that they lost
Facts
a year ago that is triggering them is now. Their grief is now triggered.
Leaders with Lucas County Children's Services say they understand the public has many questions about Keimani Latigue, and today the agency's director made his first comments about her case. 13 Action News reporter Lily Lowndes has details. She joins us live in studio to explain what's next. Lily.
Yeah, Tony, it's not only the community that's hoping for answers. This is a story we broke yesterday on 13 Action News at 10 that Lucas County commissioners wanted to work with Children's Services to form an investigative task force. And today that task force was approved.
Community members are ready to take action after the...
Oh, wait a minute. So you saying the community members are trying to work with social services, right? But, you know, isn't that the same social services that didn't do nothing to help Keimani? Right? When the teachers called it in? Let me see. And that's why I'm saying, like, what steps can policymakers take to ensure child protection laws are continually updated and enforced? Because I feel as though, like, not just in Keimani's case, right, the same way as in Janiyah Russell's, but many more other cases, right, that are the same, like that are the same as theirs, or probably worse, right? Child protective services lack. They're there to sit here and fuck with a parent that's doing what they got to do. But when a child needs their attention, right, where are they? What are they doing?
What measures can be taken to ensure the justice system constantly, right, delivers appropriate consequences for crimes against children? And how can we improve laws and regulations to better protect children and hold predators accountable for their actions? Because at the end of the day, right, this grandmother that was sitting here abusing this granddaughter on the low deserves to be behind bars too. Because at one point in time, right, I don't know if y'all been keeping up with the case, right, but for those of y'all don't know, there is rumors, right, within that same community saying like that the grandma was at a park, right, scattering Keimani's clothes. And if for those of y'all that don't know, the abandoned house where Keimani was left at, where the abandoned at, was the house of Keimani's grandmother, Keimani's mother. My bad. Keimani's grandmother's mother. There you go. I said that all discombobulated. This story is deep, yo. And what's crazy, once again, it doesn't shock me. I just wonder why people really do stay shut. I get it. I understand people don't want to get in people's businesses and stuff like that. But for those they say, right, I wish I would have did something, right, when I saw the signs. Why didn't?
Tragic murder of 13-year-old Keimani Latigue.
Obviously, like everybody else in the community, I heard what had happened to this young girl.
Gordon Berry is a former Lucas County Children's Services board member. When he heard that concerns about Keimani's safety were allegedly reported to the agency, he wanted to make sure that the county would never have a case with an outcome like this again.
It's my intention to contact the commissioners and volunteer my services.
Berry is hoping to join a special agency review task force launched by the Children's Services Board in collaboration with county commissioners.
I think it can only lead to good things, and I'm looking forward to the results.
Children's Services Executive Director Randy Muth said the task force will look at the agency's policies. The details of Keimani's case are a separate matter. Muth says he knows the community has questions, but the prosecutors have asked they hold off on releasing any new information.
Review all those documents and make a determination as to whether the benefit of informing the public outweighs the potential damage that could be done to a future prosecution.
With that in mind, Muth says they're still in talks with prosecutors.
We've sent the information over. We have sent some suggested statements that we might make, for their approval.
Meanwhile, the task force is going full steam ahead. Berry says he hopes that the agency gets the resources they need.
What do I hope will come of this? I hope that we'll never have another case like this.
Muth told me that once the prosecution is over, the task force will help release files and let people judge for themselves how Children's Services responded prior to Keimani's death. Tony.
Lily Lowndes reporting live for us this evening. 13 Action News is committed to bringing you the latest developments on this heart-wrenching story. We will stay on top of any updates to everything from tributes to the young girl.
All right, so leave your comments down below, right? Let us shorty know what y'all think, especially on the questions that I asked, right? And let's get the discussion started, right? It says people on Facebook harassing God's girlfriend, and she is the reason he got caught. Social media is toxic. That's some real shit, right? They need to leave the girlfriend alone. Like, on some real shit, the grandma is the one that seems like she's guilty. All right, so we're going to watch this video because it is the shortest, right? And if we got time for this one, we'll do it. But if not, we'll dive down this rabbit hole again next weekend with more updates.
When it came time to take things to the next level, I knew that I had to make a website, and Wix was perfect for that.
It's been over 1
All right. I didn't like it yet. That's because I ain't listened to the whole video yet. All right, we got this video right here. It says this is Keimani Latigue's case. Details are horrible. We need justice, right? And this is from Culture Spill. I love her channel and how she puts her videos together, right? I agree with her to a certain extent, right? In a lot of her videos, right? Especially on this one.
week since 13-year-old Keimani Latigue was found in a dilapidated home in East Toledo, and the details surrounding the death and the ones that come up every day continue to leave thousands in a state of shock.
The weird thing about it is because before they even showed up, he asked me to turn my cameras off. I have cameras in my house, and he asked me to turn them off. And I was like, why would you want me to turn the cameras off? He said, because I didn't come home till 5 o'clock that morning. And he didn't want them to suspect anything because he didn't show up till 5. And I'm like, well, thinking in my head, I'm like, well, if you don't have anything to hide, then why should I turn the cameras off? And I didn't, but he thought I did.
Darnell Jones, Keimani's father, who was arrested for kidnapping and unaliving Keimani, told his then-girlfriend to cut off the cameras so he could hide evidence. But for how long had he been acting like an animal towards Keimani? And did her grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, know what was happening?
That's a good question, right? Was this the first time that he has done this to his daughter, right? Why is it that there's rumors of her friends within the community saying, that she didn't want to return home? Even the school teacher said that Keimani did not want to go home and she was full of bruises. Then you hear what the grandma, I feel as though that what the grandma was saying, right, is nothing but excuses, right? To, get people to feel either petty for her. I don't know how, because with the attitude she got, man, I ain't feeling petty for shit. You sat here and abused this girl. And if it's true that you took this child away from her mother, right? Because there are grandmothers that do this shit. They'll take the child away from their daughter, right? Because for some reason they're jealous of their daughter's life, or, they feel as though, they feel as though they see the child, they see the father's face in this child, right? Oh, you remind me of your dad. Then you're just like, I've seen women do that shit. And I'm like, wait, why are you doing that to that child? Why are you making that child feel so bad? And then you're creating anger inside his child towards another person that they don't even really know. You see where I'm coming from? I don't know what this grandmom's reason was to, be the way she was with her granddaughter. Because I know plenty of grandmoms. I know so many grandmoms, right? That when they got grandkids, boy, they will give their life for their grandkids. They cherish their grandkids the same way they cherish their kids. And even though there's some out there that got preferences between their own kids, right? They do the same thing with their grandkids, but they still wouldn't do this. They still wouldn't behave the way this grandma behaved towards Keimani. And correct me if I'm wrong, right? I'm trying to just put different examples out there. Like, even the community is saying that Keimani wasn't that bad. Her own mother, you see where I'm coming from, was saying that she was trying to get her daughter back. And trust me, when it comes to the legal system, it's not easy, right? It takes time, right? When they're already in foster care and all this shit, for a parent to get their child back. Once the system got them, it's curtains, right? I feel as though that the grandmother could have given, Keimani's mother custody any given time she wanted to. She didn't. And then it's a lot of confusion if the grandmom had legal custody of Keimani, right? And if the godmother still had custody because of the interview that went down with the mother. You see where I'm coming from? But let's continue.
There have been reports that she went to school with Bruce when she was under her care.
I've went through this twice because the school system had contacted CSP or CSB on her behalf when she went to Bennett Academy. And they came in, they did a case study and closed it. They've stated there's a way to chastise children without physically harming them. And you need to whoop them on their behind, nowhere else. So, okay, with that in mind, I knew that.
Wait, did she just admit that CSB basically gave her a way to hurt Keimani without anyone knowing when they told her to hit her on her bottom instead of what she was clearly already doing? Basically.
Thank you. That was asshole backwards. Asshole backwards. If there were reports of this child being neglected, why didn't social services take pictures? Because that's one of the things that I've seen social school. That's one of the things I know they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to take pictures of the bruises, right? Turn it into their supervisor. See, what are the next steps that are going to be taken. You see where I'm coming from? But this social worker sat here and just gave her lessons on how to chastise and discipline a child. Why didn't y'all, do something with the investigation? That was an open shut case with evidence, right? Well, I'm not going to say evidence. Did she even take the pictures? Did she even see the bruises? Did she even check on the child? Like, you see where I'm coming from? And that's why I'm saying that social services is lacking.
They're not following their policies, right? And guess what? The people in charge of each, office that deals with social services is not enforcing these policies.
Basically, what we're finding out as the case unfolds is that this poor girl had been suffering long before her death. And what people are saying is that more than one person needs to be held accountable. And when I went down the rabbit hole of Darnell Jones's previous arrests and crimes, my jaw was on the floor. I could not believe how this man was allowed near that child, and neither will you. Okay, the little girl was found in a horrific condition, and according to reports, the Lucas County Coroner's Office performed an autopsy on the body and found the cause of to be multiple incised wounds of the neck. She had reportedly been nearly decapitated, SA'd, and her hands were cut off. Her father, Darnell Jones, who we later found out was not her biological father, was the last person to see her alive before.
That's where I disagree with her, right? She said the father, Darnell Jones, who we later found out was not the father, right? That's where I disagree with her, right? The mother has confirmed time after time that is, her daughter's biological father, right? They didn't really get along. You see where I'm coming from? But at one point I was confused because it sounded like she was defending him, but I'm not sure, right? We're going to review and react to that video when we get to it, whether it's today or next weekend. But like I said, there's a lot of updates on this case, right? Not as much as I want to, because it's kind of like, what's going on? Why isn't the grandma behind bars? But I don't know. Something's not right there. But I just want to know why people keep saying that that's not the biological father when it has been proven. How long ago was this video? And this was a day ago. So that right there is misinformation. We cannot sit here and say, unless we got the birth certificate, that he is not the biological father. According to the biological mother, that is the father.
She was reported missing on March 18th. And according to the police, he was accused of removing Keimani from her home without her guardian's consent. Toledo police said that the dad provided inconsistent statements to police about his activity with his daughter, as well as his whereabouts. And when Columbus police approached him when he fled there, he shot at an officer with a firearm from inside his sweatshirt, but they were able to put him down. And you know what? It was actually Darnell Jones's girlfriend at the time who helped police find evidence in Keimani's case. The girlfriend at the time, whose name we are not disclosing, said Darnell called her on Friday, March 21st, and asked her to turn the cameras off at the home. But she became suspicious and left the cameras on despite his request. She said she was in the bedroom when a relative saw Darnell move some items out of his SUV and into the house, hiding them under the basement stairs. So she called the detectives and they came in with a search warrant and grabbed the things. And once Darnell noticed those things were gone, it was the last time she saw him. As for what Darnell hid under the stairs, the girlfriend at the time said it was like a mat for the back of your truck, not a pickup, but an SUV. Like when you lay your seats down and put that rubber mat in there to protect the back of your seats in case you're hauling something. That's what he rolled up and put in her basement together with his work boots, which were caked with mud. And according to her, he hadn't worked in a while. She added that Darnell called her from Columbus, so she told the police where to find him.
After the search warrant and he disappeared, we left the house because I was scared that he might come back and harm one of us.
Well, what people are wondering was how this man was even allowed near this poor child. Her mom was not the one raising her, and she said that Keimani moved between her grandmother and her godmother's house since she was 9 months.
According to rumors, right? I said according to rumors, right? Allegedly, I think that the grandmom's boyfriend is somehow related or is friends with Keimani's father. All right. So, like I said, according to rumors, allegedly, right? I didn't say it. The rumors did. The people within the community, right? And stuff like that. So, I don't know how true that is, but we will find out diving down this rabbit hole, right? That we will do for sure.
On the other hand, this man who was not her biological father was always present according to family. And when I found the record of the crimes...
Not according to family, according to the grandma.
this man had committed before, I could not understand how he was even allowed to be around that child. And just so you understand, let me break it down for you. For starters, Darnell's first conviction was in 2011 when the then 19-year-old was cited for disorderly conduct while intoxicated and resisting arrest. He was charged with arson, a fourth-degree felony, for his role in trying to set a building on fire. And according to court records, he used a handheld lighter to ignite flammable liquid that had been poured on the door of a business in the 1400 block of Jackson Street. And he and another man were seen fleeing the scene. At the time, he was sentenced to 4 years of community control with a raft of conditions, including 3 months in the correctional treatment facility and a mental health treatment facility in downtown Toledo. The conviction also meant that he would never be able to ship, use, receive, purchase, own, transport, or otherwise possess a firearm or ammunition. But for
They also got allegations where, he's got child abuse allegations on him, which were dropped, and I'm wondering why. Like, that gets me to think, like, what happened? But, like, will we be able to see, the transcripts on what happened there, right? You see where I'm coming from? The victim's report and stuff like that? Because looking at what happened now, it could have been possible that he did it before. And why were those charges dropped? And could this, man that he used to hang around and commit crimes with be the so-called cousin that allegedly he went with the night that, the day that Keimani disappeared, which is the day, disappeared, which is the day that Keimani allegedly called him saying that, she thinks she's in danger, that somebody broke into the house. And I know I've heard so many fathers say, like, if I thought my daughter was in danger, I would have removed her from that space, right? But he didn't. He did the complete opposite of that.
4 years later, Darnell, at that point 23, would be a suspect in a crime that would earn him his first charge of felon in possession of a firearm, a third-degree felony. Reportedly, he was in an argument with someone when he pulled out his and went right for the man's foot and then fled the scene. For this, he was sentenced to 2 years of community control and was ordered to spend 6 months in the correctional treatment facility, given 3 months of work release, placed on electronic monitoring, and directed to get a job. In another instance in 2017, a man told police he had confronted Darnell a few blocks away at 18th and Monroe Streets, accusing Darnell Jones of having robbed his nephew. The two men started to argue, and Darnell, who was working on his car, the man in the face with the vehicle's alternator separating his nose and upper lip down the middle. He ended up pleading guilty and in January 2018 was sentenced to 180 days in the Correction Center of Northwest Ohio. Eventually, his jail time was suspended and he was put on 2 years probation. Then 6 months later, he was arrested for disorderly conduct while intoxicated when police found him standing outside of his home on Star Avenue yelling and cursing at people. Now, while waiting for his hearing, police were summoned to a home on the 300 block of East Broadway Street. The homeowner had called 911 to report someone trying to break into her house by prying open a front window. Guess who they found trying to break in? Darnell Jones. There was also another incident with a different man in 2020 that landed Darnell in the hospital. And in addition, there's a former neighbor who said that she saw him hurl 2 televisions off of the balcony of his second-story apartment one evening in July 2019. And she decided to call the police. Then as police were headed to the apartment in the 400 block of 4th Street, a second call came in, and the anonymous caller told police he saw a man, female on the second floor balcony of the same building. About this, the first caller also added, "We all went out on the front porch and we were watching the whole thing go down. You could see it from right here, from my side of the porch, that he had her over the balcony by her throat and he was going to throw her off the balcony. She was screaming for her life." Reportedly, the police showed up within minutes of the first 911 call and ended up arresting Darnell. And while the woman who was his wife, Antonia Sullivan, declined to pursue charges against Darnell Jones, police had enough evidence and witness statements to proceed without her cooperation. Now, with
and it's crazy because y'all see, this is why we're, and even I was saying earlier on the panel, right, when we were speaking on the Janiyah Russell case, a lot of people jump into relationships, right? A lot of people just, even out of a one night stand, have a baby, right? And they don't think about, what comes after. Like, I've seen men sit here and offer, the abortion to a female, right? And they be like, "That's my body, it's my choice," right? They'll get mad, they want to keep the baby, right? Knowing damn well that the father doesn't want to have a baby, right? Or doesn't want to. They both should have thought about it, right? The man is able to wrap it up, make the decision. Does he want to park his car in his garage, You see where I'm coming from with this type of female? Or is he going to, you know, keep it pushing to the next one? But, you know, some males and some females just don't think about the shit they do. And boom, here we got these babies that are suffering. Like, there's a lot of women out here that, you know, don't care who they with. They just want a baby so bad, right? And then when they do have this baby, they bug that one person that, you know, they think is the father. I'm hoping I'm putting it into words, right? You see where I'm coming from? Is the father, right? But didn't you not want, you know, nobody to know who the baby daddy is? You just wanted a baby. But now you're screaming to the world, you know, this is your child. I want you to take accountability. But from the gate, you was told, I don't want this. You made the decision. So since it's your body and your choice, then you got to deal with the consequences that come after this, right? Like, and it's been, I mean, it's been shown. I'm not going to say it's been proven right unless we have, you know, actual proof right here, right? It's been shown that, you know, the men that feel like this, right, is that the women go against, right, instead of making the decision with the man, and they go against it and still have the baby, and then they force the father to be a part of the life one way or another, whether it's through child support or physically. You see where I'm coming from? Or listen, it doesn't matter how they do it. The child is the one that suffers because the mother is being selfish. Now, you wanted this baby so bad to the point you could do it on your own. You could do it on your own. But now the father left you do it on your own, but you're screaming, right, to the sky, you're not helping me. You're a deadbeat, but you didn't want me to be a part of your life. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like, yo, this shit is crazy. That's why we need to think about who we lay our heads with and who we make these kids with. And I think some of us need to do background searches because some women end up being predators just as much as men do. I'm sorry to say it. Y'all think it's only men out here being preying on our little girls, right? No, there's women out here preying on our little boys, right? And there's women out here preying on the little boys and on our little girls, the same way the men do it. They is not no different. And I don't understand why we live in a society, right, that want to make it seem like it's just all men when the women do the same shit the men do, and probably 10 times worse. But hey, maybe I'm wrong.
Aside from the 11 days he spent in jail after his initial arrest that night, Darnell didn't spend another day in custody for his DV charge. The judge, however, found him guilty and sentenced him to 180 days in the Correction Center of Northwest Ohio. He was also put on active probation for a year in order to complete treatment as directed by Unison Health. And after showing proof of having completed a treatment program, the remaining 69 days of his sentence were suspended. So his last encounter with police prior to the disappearance of Keimani was in August 2022, when he was arrested for the third-degree felony of felon in possession of a firearm and the misdemeanor offenses of discharging a firearm, possession of paraphernalia, and disorderly conduct while intoxicated. These are a lot of crimes, and it honestly begs the question, did Keimani's family know about this very publicly documented history? Did they ever suspect that Keimani was not safe with Darnell and just do nothing about it? What's even more disturbing about this case is that Keimani, at just 13 years old, had already gone to 6 different schools, and there had been reports that teachers tried to sound the alarm after noticing bruises on her body, but nobody intervened. It looks like every time somebody complained, she was just enrolled in a different school. One of her classmates from her last school particularly said that Keimani would go to school with visible on her arms, and a teacher from her former school said that she tried her best to remove Keimani from her environment, but she did not succeed.
It's hard because especially in a role like education, your day doesn't end at 3:30. You take these things home with you. They weigh on you. I'm a parent myself, and I tried my best to make sure that she was removed from that environment.
As for what Child Services said when they were questioned about the reports, Lucas County Children's Services said it found no evidence to necessitate the removal of Keimani Latigue from her home after 3 reports were received dating back to 2023. LCC.
But yet, you know, DHS want to walk into the home of a family, right? Like, you know, families trying to get this house together, right? They're just starting. Oh, they want to remove a kid. No bruises. They're not neglecting the child. There's food there, you know, but there's things that they need to do fix, right? But the child's not in danger.
but yet a child that is in danger, that is getting beaten, abused by the grandma. Like, how come, if this is a case where a teacher called, right, saying that this child has bruises throughout her body, why in the world? And then to top it off, saying that the child is scared to come back home. Why didn't the social worker sit here and take pictures? Isn't that the first thing that they do when the child, a report of abuse is done? That regardless, even if they don't see the bruises, they still take pictures.
Yeah, they investigate immediately.
So,
they take pictures of the kids.
Yeah, they definitely wasn't doing their job. So why wasn't this social worker taking pictures, right? Just to show, right, that the grandmother wasn't abusing the child the way that it was being said. You see where I'm coming from? They was slacking. So once again, that's why I keep saying, right? How can we improve the laws and regulations to better protect children and hold predators accountable for their actions?
CS said it received a report on December 8th, 2023, and 2 reports on March 21st, 2024, regarding the care of Keimani while she was in the care of her grandmother, Dorothy Latigue. According to LCCS, investigations were conducted and it found no evidence that would lead to the removal of Keimani from the home. LCCS said it met with Keimani and spoke with her alone about each investigation, and they said they gave Dorothy instructions for appropriate discipline and referred the family to resources, including Ohio Rise, a care program for youth with complex behavioral health and multi-system needs. Well, people are definitely looking at the Child Protection Services sideways, especially after the grandmother's interview where she was talking about how they advised her on where to hit Keimani. The grandmother is also coming across as a bit suspicious given the several reports that were made when Keimani was under her care. And let me not even begin with the mom, who appears clueless. Literally, all the adults who were supposed to protect Keimani failed her. And what's worse is that they could be hiding details about exactly what they knew. I mean, there's a chance that it's not just as straightforward as it may look. And while this entire case is just very unsettling, you let me know what you think of all of it in the comments section below.
Wait. It's supposed to be here. Pause this video.
What's left to do on my to-do list today? Make a functional mushroom blend that actually tastes good? Is this magic or science? Lions.
The call for...
Yep. Before we hit this one, right, because it's going to be the last video, right, I'm going to take y'all into Facebook real quick, right? And shit, since I haven't been on Facebook, that's why I didn't know about this case until I started seeing a couple people. Then I think Angel Hatton sent me the video of Janiyah Russell. Like, see, listen, I don't be on that, John. Like, y'all see me putting links. That's why I'm live and all that. That don't mean I'm on Facebook. I keep trying to tell people. Now, if I would have been on that, John, like before, I would have found out about this case. My Facebook fever is over. That shit was when I was a little younger. Damn, it's been like 7 years I haven't really paid attention to you on Facebook like that. That's crazy. But here we go, right? This is what they got on Facebook, right, on Keimani. And this is where they originally posted the videos of Keimani.
Keimani.
No, Keimani, it is Keimani. That's the other little girl. You'll see. Hold on, let me go back. See, rest in peace, young ladies, Janiyah and Keimani. So sad they died together. See, a lot of people don't know that during the investigation, right, the search of finding Keimani, they found 3 dead bodies, right? And it seems like one of the, I think the father, Keimani's father, is not sure if it's his cousin or his friend or something like that, was involved in the murder of one of the other 2 young ladies. And I'm not sure whether it was her or the other one. That's crazy. That's why I'm like, this goes deep. Like, I wonder if this was something that they was doing. See where I'm coming from? Like, out of a hobby, like they sick-minded. You know how predators come together.
It could have been a lot worse. Who knows?
He's sick.
It's sad.
But I think he was already abusing his daughter before that, because this didn't just come out of nowhere. Like, come on, man. You raising your daughter and you're telling me that out of nowhere you just gonna get the urge to sexually assault her, then decapitate her? Come on, let's be real.
No,
This was going on already for a minute. He was already doing this.
that sounds crazy.
There's a reason that little girl didn't want to go back home.
Yeah.
There's a reason that teacher called CPS saying that. That's why I said, why didn't CPS in this one case hearing, what the
They should have
reports
did
were?
more diligence. They should have really investigated
Because
more
not just
faster.
the teacher reported it, the friends reported it.
Listen though, once a government official, which is a teacher, or they consider them as, once one government official alert them, they supposed to put that case to top priority, investigate, do all the diligence with all parties. And because lack thereof, this is the end result. So sad. Little kids get their wings too early.
Yeah. All right, so this is what's on Facebook, right? This is one of the young ladies that died, that passed away during the time Keimani did, right? Janiyah Bernice Lauren Wright Baker. That's her obituary right there. And that's Keimani right there.
Keimani.
Mm-hmm. Keimani Latigue.
That's what they call it, Keimani or Keimani.
Mm-hmm.
They like to say Keimani.
I've heard it both ways.
They like to say Keimani.
It's easier for me to say
but
than I say it.
It's a pronunciation that everybody will always confuse.
I didn't even think about it like that until you just said that.
Like, I'm like, Keimani or Keimani? Like,
I be
the way you see it ain't always the way it's said.
All right, check. This is my human encyclopedia, guys. All right.
I was just trying to figure out her name so I can say it correctly. Give her respect. That's all.
Oh, I hear her say it both ways. Even the mom says it both ways. So I'm a little confused. Wait. I've heard the mom say her name too. Wait. I don't know. All right. We have a picture here that was uploaded by somebody, right? It says, look within the circle. What do you see immediately behind the orb? Rest in peace, baby girl. May your soul soon find its way home.
You got larger. Like, no, you did it wrong. You should have left it the other way. It was better. Can't see it that good. There you go. That's better. Right here. Look, my finger.
No, I see, but it seems like something white. They're trying to say that's her ghost, her spirit. That's what it seems like. I just see a spot.
Mm-hmm.
That could be the lighting.
No lighting in the dark like that, dude.
That ain't no soul.
I didn't say it was a soul.
And sure as hell ain't no ghost either.
Nobody know what it is.
Let me see what they say in the comments. Prayers and in love. Facing the unknown with courage and hope. This is so sad. It sure is, and it appears to be I knew it. A spirit from right behind the
form. A spirit form right behind.
Yeah. I knew they was gonna go towards that.
Never know.
I don't believe it.
Everybody have their own beliefs. I didn't believe that when I was dying, I was gonna see the things I saw or hear the things I heard. So I don't put nothing past nothing when it comes down to natural being, spirits, and death. Because I witnessed and experienced death my own. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking to my father. He was long gone before I got shot up. My father died in 2000. I got shot in 2004. We had a whole conversation. He telling me go back the other way. Don't come to him. I wanted to. Because he was towards the light, but I wanted to go see my father.
Everybody got their own experience.
That's what I say. I don't knock nothing. I don't say this is bullshit. I don't say I don't believe. All I say is to each their own. Everybody got their own experiences. I had my own life experience with death. Twice. Maybe 3 times, but whatever.
Facts. So each his own. Everybody got their own truth. It's just, I don't know. Not on that. So this is who the father is. Let me see what this is right here. That little girl looked just like him. You see it? That's a shame.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it on YouTube a little bit. I just ain't dive into it.
All right, this video where it says this teen has not been seen since Sunday night. After 10 p.m., her grandmother said she came home from work and the door was unlocked. And then she said after 10 p.m., her grandmother said she came home from work. Wasn't it 10 in the morning that she came home? And she noticed that her granddaughter wasn't there. That's why I'm confused. That when you watch the video and stuff, when they found Keimani,
You heard the whole community. No, you heard somebody in the community, right? Because the whole community was shouting and screaming at her. You heard somebody talk about why you say you was working when you was at home drinking at my house last night. So that gets you to think, like, if that's a neighbor saying that, like, was she really working? Like, what is she covering up? The grandma has been suspicious from the gate. Yo, I'm telling you. And I don't know, like how Keimani's mom is being so calm with this, boy. I'm telling you, yo, I want to see my grandma. Listen, I don't care if you're my mom. Either you get put behind bars or, I'm taking this shit into some street justice. Like, I don't understand this. It says it was Monday morning. See how they say Monday morning, but then they want to turn around and say Tuesday. This happened Monday morning.
Yeah, I realize though, some people consider Monday to stop at 12 o'clock a.m. So once it becomes 12:01, it's a Tuesday. So it could have been a situation where though it happened that night, but they're saying Tuesday morning. Everybody don't got the time thing down pat, even though time don't really exist, but that's another conversation. So when they come down to this time frame, it's 24-hour time clocks. Anything after 12 o'clock is a new day to everybody. So it went from Monday to Tuesday at 12:01 a.m. Could that be the possible case?
Because they're not even saying.
They're not giving a stamped time. They're just saying Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, shit.
Pay attention. I'm not even seeing it, but I'm just hearing it.
All right. It says she wasn't here. Of course, she was supposed to have been on her way to school. At 10 p.m.?
Right, 10 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They confusing the times. I get what you're saying.
Now you understand what I said?
That's what confuses us on trying to put this together.
See, that's why y'all gotta look. All right, listen, just like I always told you, from investigating cases to just cases being talked about, you gotta always look between those fine lines. It's gonna always be more truth. It's gonna always be more messages. It's gonna always be more of what you don't really see that's in plain view.
Hopefully it's good.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna wait. Hopefully.
That's crazy. This case is deep, big, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm not used to, like, I've seen people, right, with mental health issues around me. I grew up around that, but none capable of doing what this man has done.
So you gotta understand this, right? The people who do sick, twisted, demented things to their own children, to other children that don't belong to them, or any children or women, period, it's something that's in their mental, right? It's in their mental to where as though they are almost like psychosociopaths. And I say that in the sense that when they do something such as these heinous crimes, these heinous acts, they don't feel no guilt, no remorse. Only thing they feel is the pleasure they get out of what they did.
It's a difference.
You know what I'm saying? So every case will always be different. But you got some cases that it just be like, how could you even?
That's deeper, though, than mental health.
I didn't say mental health.
No, I said mental health.
Yeah, it's deeper than mental
That's
health.
why I have to sit here and say what I just said. I said that's deeper than mental health.
It's way deeper than mental health because you got to realize, right? Out of my years being on this earth, out of everything I have learned and everything I have been continued to learn, when it comes down to killers and heinous crimes like this, right? There's multiple type of criminals, multiple type of killers. You got killers who kill because they had to. You got killers who kill because they did it out of fear. You got killers who kill just because they enjoy it. You understand what I'm saying? Then you got the killers who did it because they had no other choice because they bit off more than they could chew.
Different types of predators.
There's different types of predators, exactly. Just like with the jungle. It's like a food chain.
I like when you use the movie.
You know what I'm saying? It's like a food chain. You got the alphas, the betas, the omegas. But at the end of the day, it's just like every village. We all supposed to protect our kids. We all supposed to protect our women. You understand what I'm saying? Even men and women protect each other own. But that is so far gone now to where as though people actually have the ignorance and the disgusting, vile acts and thoughts that they could do these certain things and it's going to be okay. They can do these certain things and they can get away with it. No. Because behind every dark secret comes a white light of truth. It's always going to come out, whether it's 10, 20, 30 years from now.
Oh, so cute. This is the nice side of him. Oh, y'all not going to always see that. He don't like stupidity, so Y'all get to see the evil side later.
Yeah.
But back on this, right? It's crazy though. Okay, I get the timing now. Because I was like, yo, see, shit like that get us confused. But I'm glad he said that. See, I appreciate people that have conversations with me like this because it's like, yo, some people this world. But according to the way that the house was set up, once I got here, because it was a complete disarray, she wasn't here. So I called the school so I could talk to her. They said that she wasn't here. Latigue said her granddaughter's keys and glasses were at the house. She said the 13-year-old girl can't see without her glasses. She also said the stove was on and she could smell gas. Other than her and I, it's just two dogs in the house. So who cut it on? So that was kind of suspicious. Her glasses and her underclothes were by the couch in front of her pajamas where the dining room floor. Dorothy said, Dorothy's story is a little suspicious, right? And the reason I say that is why call the school first? Call the police.
No, first of all, I'm quite sure this teenager had a cell phone.
I forgot all about that.
I'm quite sure she had a cell phone. Why not call her phone? Where are you at? Why are you not in school? Why I see this here? Where are you doing?
She don't pick up.
She don't pick up. Now your next step is call the police. Listen, my grandchild is missing. Then you get the call in the school and the neighbors. It's like a life protocol, but everybody gets so allegedly distraught. I'm gonna say allegedly because everybody don't be fucking distraught. Allegedly distraught in a situation like this, they don't think of the protocol. They don't think straight. They don't think rationally. They think irrationally. They think panic button. No, calm down. Get your thoughts together. Follow the protocol. Her phone, police, school, neighbors.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? But in cases like this, everybody want to scream, holler. You was there, do it. No, that don't work. Everybody yelling and screaming, nothing gonna get accomplished. But when y'all all calm down, settle down, get a clear head, start thinking, then you can only move towards progression. Then you can only move to getting to the bottom of everything.
We got somebody that posted facts, what you just said. We got somebody that posted this video. Let's see. They're saying that this is how Keimani actually looks, right? So they're saying that the pictures on social media are outdated, which means that
My years, they old pictures.
Yeah. So let's see. Did you open up? Yeah, hold on.
Get on the pictures. You did something else.
Keep that there. All right. Go back. Man. It's still gonna make me do it. So it's not no point. So I wasn't wrong. All right, tell me to invite a guest. All right, so apparently this is on TikTok. Two objects that are the same shape. But yeah, this little body right here and that little body right there. This one is big and one is small. It ain't that different. She was a little girl. How in the world did her dad look at her sexually?
First of all, I wouldn't even say that was her dad. He was just a sperm donor. Because at the end of the day, I'm a dad. I'm a father. I would never ever look at my kids like that. If a man looked at my kids like that, I swear to God, I'm going to jail. You already seen me put somebody down damn near because they looked at my daughter the wrong way, asking her for a fucking $1. I damn near blew his head off in broad daylight, and I didn't give a fuck who was out there. That's a father. That's a man. A real man, a real father would never do nothing to hurt his kids. He's going to do everything in his power to protect his kids and die about it. I promise you. That's a real man. That's a real father. I don't even hit my kids. I yell at them, but I don't even hit them.
Facts. But unfortunately, not every man is like that. And that's why I say I don't understand.
That's what you got to say. Everybody not a man. Everybody not a woman. I showed you females that's mothers who don't deserve to be fucking mothers. They should have left them babies in their sperm, in their mouth, or threw on the sheet. Bitch, you ain't need to have no kids. Sorry to say it like that.
No, he didn't, yo. Yes, he did. That's the Pisces in him coming out. Chill.
I be telling motherfuckers, yo, I be hearing people like, yo, bring your baby pops to have a dialogue, right? And I'm not talking about the people that I normally, do lives with and co-stream with. I'm talking about other people. You don't want to talk to my baby pops because you're not going to be able to handle a conversation with him, and then you're going to take offense to what he says. And he's the type that, he don't give a fuck. He'll leave you right there with your words in your mouth, and he could disrespect you very respectfully. That's the fucked up part about it. I mean, not for us, but unfortunately for you. That's the crazy. I'm like, yo, I couldn't. Not respectfully. Nah, man. If I'm disrespecting you, I'm really disrespecting you to the ultimate. I just never knew that you could disrespect somebody. So that's the nerd in him.
See, let me tell you something, right? I could be anything I choose to be. I could give a message any way I choose to. But what is the ultimate disrespect to disrespect? Respectfully play them disrespectfully and let it go over their head, let them look stupid until they figure out the problem, which is themselves and the bullshit they said out their mouth.
But let's look at this video. This was the officer, right, saying that unalived and raped by her own father. The grandmother was also an accomplice, right? And that's why I'm not understanding why she's behind bars, right? And that's what, according to the community, this officer did not say that out of his mouth. But with the evidence that has been shown already, you could tell that the grandmother, was an accomplice. You see where I'm coming from? Why is she still walking? The same way, like with the Janiyah Russell case, right? Why is her biological father still walking when there's evidence of his DNA on that 5-year-old girl's body? I don't understand. The stepmother, she should be there, yes, because even if she saw it, right, and didn't speak up right there,
she's a part.
She's an accomplice. But this woman sat here.
They call them co-conspirators because
she did way worse. You sat here and I had the word earlier, and I don't know why it's not coming out the tip of my tongue. Like she sat here and she messed with the evidence. You try to tamper
with the evidence.
There you go. You tampered with it. You try to wipe away the evidence from this little girl's body by putting her in a tub, allegedly. And I shouldn't even say allegedly because that's what she was arrested for. So according to the reports, there is no allegedly. So I shouldn't even get a strike for that because according to the reports, there's no allegedly. She did that according to them. Fuck that. That's why I took heed to what my baby pops was saying, and I had to learn that women are just as bad as men.
Yeah.
But we're more conniving.
See, the thing about y'all, right?
Men do sit here and abuse and rape women and do all this stuff, but the women do it too, and they're worse.
And they get away with it a lot more than men do, and that's the fucked up part about it. Because you look at this female, wouldn't think nothing of her, but the whole time she done scraped and raped a few people, and you wouldn't even know it. But y'all look at the man like, yeah, he did it. Just look at the way he look. He guilty. Bitch, I look at this our whole life. How you gonna say I'm guilty the way I look? Say I'm giving you some evidence. Look at her. She guilty? No, she ain't. She could have this bitch did 16 or more. You gonna tell me she couldn't have done it? It don't make sense. Everybody judges books by their cover. No, you can't do that. You gotta read the inside of the book to know what's really going on.
And what's crazy is I said it. They put these rules and these policies and these laws, right, to make a difference and a change. If people say there can't, there's a reason, and it does make a difference and a change because if America didn't have policies, they didn't have these rules, right, we would be just the same as these third world countries, like I was saying earlier. Like y'all think that the sex trafficking and the organ trafficking is heavy here in America? That's because y'all haven't heard what's going on in these other countries.
It's way worse everywhere else.
Over here, we got laws and rules. At least certain people get punishments. I'm not saying that, we deserve more justice, right? But that's because here in America, the one problem we have, and it's crazy, shout out to my baby pops. I got to give him his props. Shout out to The Word. Shout out to Nate, the Great Podcast, right? Shout out to Gary Bust It Down. Yeah, I said it right. Gary Bust It Down, right? Because they say this shit, right? How can I say it? These policies are here, right? Yes, and it's not that they don't work, it's that they're not being enforced. So what we need to look for is how can we address this to make these policies be enforced, or what changes can we make in these policies and enforce them. I hope I said that right.
You need enforcers. It's just like they use the police to police the streets to keep the chaos down, all that. So in order to enforce these policies, they need people to enforce them. They don't have that. Everybody that's in there is lax. Everybody that's in there, oh, the policy there, we got it, we good. Okay, we're gonna protect this, we're gonna protect that. Until somebody crosses a certain line, them policies gonna be right where they at, but nobody's gonna really be enforcing them until this have to be enforced.
Trump says that his way would change everything. Do you think it will work? And I'm saying towards this policy because he has spoken on policies like that.
I mean, at the end of the day, the policy is only going to work is if us as a people make it work. It's us as a people police ourselves. And when I say police ourselves, meaning don't just turn a blind eye. Don't see some shit and don't address it. Everybody don't have to be a snitch. Everybody got to go tell the police. You could be the police yourself. They don't make you a fucking snitch. You could be the motherfucker who say, hey, we're not doing that. This ain't what we do. This ain't how life go.
Oh, because it's crazy. We can, as citizens, do a citizen's arrest
Exactly.
into a police officer.
Now y'all understand. See, like I tell you, what I always tell you.
Shit.
What I always
People
tell
don't
you,
even know about that, though.
But I always tell you, the more people read, the more dangerous they become because the more knowledge, the more power. The more power, the more of a threat. But see, people so stagnated in where they at in life, they cool. They don't want to know about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the amendments. The same laws and policies that's put in place to protect all the governments is the same ones put in place to protect us. From the freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, the right to silence, no slavery days. People don't know these things, so they're going to be ignorant to the fact of how to use these things.
But instead, they're saying that Trump is taking us back to segregation. That's why I'm a little confused.
We've already been segregated. Everybody been segregated in their own mind. You know why? Because racism still exists. Prejudice still exists. Everybody don't accept everybody. Most people do, but everybody don't accept everybody. Puerto Rican don't accept black. Some black don't accept Puerto Rican. White damn sure don't accept white and brown. I mean, black and brown too much.
But not all white.
But not all white, though. We got white that love and embrace us. You got white that'll go to a third world country and help out a whole village. Well, but see, they say all white people is bad. No, the people you ran into were bad. Because like when people, like for example, I got the biggest one that's gonna fuck up everybody here this morning. Females like niggas ain't shit. How bitch you ain't date all niggas? All niggas ain't shit. How you know? No, just the niggas you ran into wasn't shit. That's the difference.
Cause I'm the shit.
You understand what I'm saying, though?
He's like, I'm the man.
That's just facts. Like,
but you don't see yourself as a nigga though. You see yourself as a man.
I see myself as a I see myself as a being. I see myself as a father. I see myself as a leader. And I see myself as a role model. And I say that because of the simple fact that I know where I have been in my life. I know the trials and tribulations I've been through. And I know how I impacted and affected other people's lives outside of my own. Whether it was for something better, greater, or just something to help them constructively criticize their own self so they can become a better them for themselves.
Facts. Facts.
And that's what makes a leader, and that's what makes a boss. A boss creates more bosses. A leader creates more leaders. They don't be stingy. They give back. They give too. They help out.
That's some real shit though. That's how it is. But we're gonna get right on this video, right? Because I am gonna kidnap my baby pops, trust me. I'm not sure when, but I'm gonna surprise y'all. I know I'm definitely gonna kidnap him for when Word does that live with him and wifey, right? On relationship talk. I would love for my baby pops to come up here, right? Because for some reason, people don't believe that relationships like mine and his exist. And we live in proof though.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, a woman like me can be with a man like him. And you know, a man like him could sit here and believe that a woman like me doesn't have the body count that the average woman has. For those men out here to say, oh, it's impossible.
No, it's possible for the simple fact that I ain't gonna get too deep in it. I'm gonna leave it for that conversation. But I'm gonna just put it like this. Throughout my years of dealing with women, it'll never be the same with each woman. It'll never be the perfect woman. It'll never be the perfect man. But that person can be best for you. You can be best for that person. Because it's all about what y'all put into it together. If y'all both put in 100, that's what y'all gonna get out of it. 100% of each other, 100% of the truth, reality, communication, trust. But when y'all don't have that 100, they still stuck on that 50-50 notion. Well, where the other 50% of you go? Because if I ain't got it, who else getting it?
Oh shit, I didn't even see it like that on that part.
You see what I'm saying? Like everything is deeper, but people don't see it. Or they see the rabbit hole, like, oh man, that shit ain't that deep. Bullshit. Follow me. I'll take you to a whole new world.
Ah shit. He down there, man. He said, take the little potion, go down the little door, follow me. Let's go see. Shit, yo, Alice in Wonderland. Oh, what's crazy is that the Mad Hatter. I understand, like, I understand the Mad Hatter, but that's because I went deeper into his story and I know about why Alice in Wonderland was written, and it's crazy. No, it's not even demonic and dark, but you're right. But I didn't know there was a point in time that poison fucked up people's minds. That's how, that has to do with mental health too. That's why I was like, oh shit, that's why it's deep. And it's based on a true story, yo. But guys, yeah, we're gonna play this little video. Let me play that last video over there, right? And then we're gonna get back onto this, right? The Keimani Latigue case next weekend, and we're just gonna, have an open panel, have more people come up, right? And let's talk about the Keimani Latigue, right? Does the grandmom deserve to be behind bars? I mean, not deserve, right? Should the grandmom be behind bars, right? And in my opinion, the grandmom should.
Raped, had her hands cut off, and her throat almost cut off. This is an absolute animal that came into our town. I understand some of your editors won't let you print the word animal or view the word animal. If people are more offended to how I'm describing him, how he treated that girl, that's on them, not on me. Again, I'm glad our officers,
I love this police
our
officer.
SWAT are the best of the best. We just send a message. You murder somebody, do not come to this town.
It's some real shit. If you murder somebody, don't come to this town. We need more officers like that, yo. All right, so we got more posts, right? Somebody said, all bullshit aside, right? Fine, Keimani. Y'all wasting time. So these are a little more outdated posts, right? But I want to get to a post where they were saying that the grandmom was sending herself text messages. And I want to read that, right? So that we can get into the next clip before I end this live. And I want to also let you know what? I'm glad this clip is right here. Let's refresh our memories.
Y'all not saying nothing.
Top of the. So this is also the mom speaking before. This is the mom speaking before the interview.
You're not telling me nothing. It takes nothing. It's nothing to take a picture. It's nothing to, let me know when the coroner's bringing her out so I can see if that's indeed my baby. Y'all not saying nothing.
Top of the hour, new breaking news in tonight in the case of a missing 13-year-old girl in Toledo tonight. Keimani Latigue's father, 33-year-old Darnell Jones, is charged with her murder and abduction.
Police have confirmed they pulled her body from an abandoned East Toledo home today. Keimani had not been seen alive for the last 6 days. Her family, friends, and community had been searching for any signs of her.
Additionally, social media videos appearing to show Toledo police taking Keimani's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, from her home in handcuffs today. WTOL 11 has repeatedly asked police why, but we have not yet received a response. A family member did tell us Dorothy was arrested, but she didn't have information on the charges. WTOL 11 has reached out repeatedly to TPD for clarification.
Tonight, police say the search for her body is over, but the search for answers continues.
The story made headlines when Toledo police made this post on social media Tuesday, March 18th, 4:03 p.m. That's when the alert for missing 13-year-old Keimani Latigue went out.
I usually get off of work at 9 o'clock. I made it home like 9:40 that morning. She wasn't here.
WTOL 11 talked with Keimani's grandma the following day. She said she saw something unusual when she came home from work and called TPD.
There were things in the floor that should not have been. That's what caused the alarm. So I called the school to speak with her. I asked them, could I speak with her? And then they did. They contacted the principal, her teacher, and the gym teacher, and all three of those guys said that she was not there.
2 more days passed. Now 72 hours since anyone has last seen Keimani alive. Family, friends, and even strangers came out to search for her.
So let's scour throughout here.
The group spent the weekend alongside Keimani's mother looking for any signs of the 13-year-old girl.
Honestly, this is breaking me. I've been falling the apart since I found out. I've legitimately been on social media since the minute I found out, spreading awareness, sending out flyers, contact information, anything to get my baby home. I have not slept in 3 days. I have not ate in 3 days.
We need all the support we can get from anybody. We don't care who it is. Please just come out and help us find my niece.
The next day, Sunday, March 23rd, a felony abduction charge filed against Darnell Jones. Jones is Keimani's dad, and court records show he was the last person with her before she went missing.
This man has been to my house several times. He usually takes her for weekends to his house to visit with him and his other children. And I feel deceived. Like, you played for so long in my face. Like,
we feel deceived because we feel like the grandmama's playing in our face.
You was her dad. Like, you really had her best interest at heart. But where is she?
If my baby don't make it home, I will never be okay again. And I hate to say that because I have other kids.
That fear became reality when police pulled a body from a home on Miami Street in East Toledo. A body Keimani's grandmother says is the missing 13-year-old girl. Darnell Jones reportedly told police he saw his daughter late Sunday night. He claims she called and said she was afraid someone was trying to break into her grandmother's home. Jones says he and a cousin allegedly stayed with her for about an hour and left around 12:30 a.m. Police now say he gave inconsistent statements about being with Keimani that night. Once again, he is now charged with murder and abduction.
It was just after 3 o'clock this afternoon when police pulled Keimani's body from a burned home on Miami Street in East Toledo. That house is at 1101, the corner of Miami and Wilmot, almost directly behind the Glass City Riverwall, and less than 4 miles from where Keimani was last seen alive at her home in the 2900 block of Elm Street. The house where she was found in East Toledo was boarded up and had been on fire at least 2 times in the past few years. The most recent, July 14th, 2022, just a few months ago before that, in May of 2020.
All right, that article finished. Yo, what up? What up, dude? We got our OG in the building, man. We got Straight Godzilla 22 right in the building, guys. Make sure y'all go check him out. Right? Great conversations, great topics. But I gotta give y'all a warning, right? My OG, my old head, right? He's raw and uncut, right? His opinions might offend you, right? So before you enter his house, right? Make sure, right, that the doorknob doesn't hit you with a good lure, split you, right? Listen, if opinions offend you, y'all might as well leave. But my OG, right, he be spitting them gems, right? And he's funny as hell. He's just very old school. See where I'm coming from? I know a couple of y'all probably got an uncle that's just like him. And shout out is him, man. I can't help but love my OG, right? Man, like, he's like an uncle to me. He's like a YouTube uncle. Like, yo, like, I'm telling y'all. Like, and then he brings topics that are sensitive to people. But I'm going to tell y'all, he is shout the fuck out. All right? But if y'all enjoy his content, man, show my old head some support, right? And share his videos, man. Yeah, he old school, man. I love my OG. Let me see if I can find the video. Let me see, who's this? The whole time the grandmother knew what happened to Keimani. That's just so messed up with her father and her grandmother. Did her grandmother need to be in jail? I hope. And this was on March 24th. We're just on April 6th. Let's see what this shorty got to say. I'm looking for the text messages. Hopefully I get to them. That's what I'm looking for. Oh shit, she live 2 hours? Oh, we're gonna have to review and react this on next weekend. But let's hear a little bit of what she got to say.
About it. Didn't I tell y'all? Because I felt coldness in my kitchen. That was the first day that I started talking about it. And then some girl gonna come on her talking about, so you talk spirit. Girl, if you don't hush it up, if you don't know what's going on
What do you
in the
know?
spiritual realm,
Oh
spiritual
shit.
realm is very powerful. He took that little girl's life and God took his life. And I hope
He
that's
ain't dying.
exactly what happened.
He's still
They
alive.
arrested the grandmother. It was live. They arrested her.
Nope.
What about the other
They let
two
her go.
people that was in that house? What about the guys that molesting that little girl?
Oh shit. What else do you know?
She need justice all the way around the border. They murdered that little girl. They took her life. She could have been the next NBA star. And they took her life from her. It's so sad. But what happened to the cousin? Did they lock the cousin up?
Wait, what cousin? Hold up.
Didn't I tell y'all when it all plays out? Y'all will see. I feel like I'm the first medium that covered this story.
Oh, you a medium. Oh
I
yeah.
actually got it right. I told you the grandmother and the father are in cahoots.
Okay, so she's kind of like she's like a medium. All right, we'll review and react to this later. I thought she had some info. She was a part of the community, but she's not. Well, she's not. So I'm interested in what she got to say. So we're gonna do a review and reactions to that. I would love to have Tate Eats around, because Tate Eats know a little more. What is? No, she knows about numerology. Listen, Word. I think Word knows a little bit about astrology, or is it Stoic? Listen. I would love to have somebody that knows about that around. What is you? Another medium? Where the hell is the text messages? Looks like I'm gonna have to find them later. Yep, because it ends right here. Let me see if I type this down. No, we read that already. Where are the texts at? Exactly. March 26th, the grandmother's texts were leaked. And I'm trying to find them. I know they came out here on Facebook first. Hopefully on one of the videos we see the text messages. Y'all see, I'm trying to look for myself. I know they on Facebook, but yeah, I'm gonna have to do this for the next part. So fuck it. Let's go back to the videos, right? I had a debate yesterday. Ban all R. Kelly, Aaliyah, Puffy, etc. Hey. They can ban R. Kelly and Puffy, but they can't ban Aaliyah. Aaliyah, listen, Aaliyah is a victim. All right. And she listen, she helped me through a lot. She was one of them artists that when I was, going through my darkest moments, man, Aaliyah helped a lot. And I'm not talking because of the music and stuff like that. Y'all gotta look a little deeper into Aaliyah. Like, I was talking more like it's hard to explain. But yeah, I wouldn't debate that with you though. For real. I wouldn't. I mean, but you can't take away the fact that they put out hits. You see where I'm coming from? R. Kelly is the the king of as they say, the king of hip hop, right? The king of R&B, my bad. And Puffy, I don't know what the fuck he is, but he said Aaliyah my favorite band. I'm done. I love my old head. He funny as shit. Yo. Is this the video yet? All right, let's get started on the video, guys, right? So we're going to make this the last video, right? This video was posted 5 days ago, right? And it was uploaded by Misty, right? I haven't seen it yet, but it says police release new gruesome details on Keimani Latigue's murder. Her father did it. But is you going to show if her grandmother did it? You see where I'm coming from? I want to hear a little more on what the community has to say. And they say that the police got the reports and all this stuff, right? The videos and all that, right? So if all the evidence is out there showing what the grandma was doing, if the grandma was the first one to call them and lead them to how did the grandma first of all know that Keimani's body was there? You see where I'm coming from? It is so many questions that I have. So I would love to, dive down this case with y'all and see if we could, get a better understanding of it and see how we can find a way to bring justice to Keimani Latigue. May she have peace in paradise.
Answers and justice continues. Our community mourns the death of 13-year-old Keimani Latigue. Her family is remembering her life as she would have celebrated her 14th birthday this week, and her father remains in the hospital. What's your name?
My OG the best.
Dude, show me your hands right now. Pull your hand out of your. I swear to God, pull your.
That we suspect a family member has kidnapped them and has run off with them, that we have descriptions of cars or locations and stuff like that, something that we can provide. And for this type of case, it just did not meet that criteria.
So, investigators in the Keimani Latigue case just dropped some new shocking details that point directly at her father, Darnell Jones. Trust me, folks, this case goes way deeper than any of us could have thought. According to sources close to the investigation, Darnell was acting real shady in the days after Keimani went missing, almost like he was afraid of something. And get this, even his girlfriend started feeling very suspicious of.
In his research, Dr. Morrison identified a paradox.
You got a commercial? Oh no.
Of him after he asked her to switch off all the cameras in her house. Come to find out, he was trying to stash some suspicious looking things in her house. As if that wasn't shady enough, he tried to flee the moment he realized the police were after him, and when they finally caught up to him, he opened fire on them. Guys, it's innocent until proven guilty, but we all know the evidence doesn't lie. And right now, things are not looking good for Darnell. So, let's talk about it.
And as we come on the air here at 5, the community in mourning just days after a Toledo teenager was found dead in an abandoned home. Keimani Latigue, forever 13.
So, the death of 13-year-old Keimani Latigue has sent shockwaves through a Toledo, Ohio neighborhood, and the entire community is grief-stricken with too many questions and very few answers. For those who aren't familiar with the case yet, the body of Keimani Latigue was discovered on Monday, March 24th, in an abandoned building after she had been declared missing for about a week. She was found in a terrible state. According to reports, there was evidence that she had SA'd and her body had been mutilated. And now her father, Darnell Jones, has been arrested, and there are rumors that he might be charged with the crimes against his daughter because all the evidence points to him right now. This case started on March 17th, when Keimani's grandmother, Dorothy Latigue, who she lived with, came back home to find the house upside down. For context, Keimani lived alone with her grandma and 2 dogs. Dorothy was her legal guardian, and it looks like her parents might have been separated. So Dorothy gets home and Keimani is nowhere to be found. This is odd because, according to Dorothy, Keimani's keys and glasses were at the house, and Keimani can't see without her glasses. But that's not the only weird thing in this situation. Dorothy noticed that the house was in complete disarray. The stove was on and she could smell gas. Keimani's clothes and underwear were scattered on the couch, and her pajamas were on the dining room floor. It was too many red flags for Dorothy to ignore, so she immediately went to the police and filed a missing persons report. While the police started their investigation, Keimani's family started handing out missing persons flyers, organizing searches, and pleading with the public to help find her. Keimani's mother, Tiara Caston, was heartbroken and confused by her daughter's disappearance because she had seen her daughter just 2 days prior when Darnell brought her to her house. Meanwhile, Keimani's father, Darnell, got on.
Facts, OG. A lot of stuff is happening up here in America, up here in the United States, right? It doesn't matter, what state you're in or what community within the state, right, or county that you're in. It is a lot of crazy shit happening. Real shit, man. Shout out to, Straight Godzilla 22, man. That's my OG, right? He used to be in America at one point. He said, fuck that shit. I'm moving to the Philippines.
He said, America ain't shit. I love my OG. He said he got tired of seeing this happen time after time.
The news to spread the word about her disappearance and ask for help. According to him, the last time he heard from her was on the night of March 16th, after she called him to say she was scared to be home alone. Darnell claimed Keimani told him she felt like someone was trying to break into the house. So he drove up there with his cousin and left around 12:30 a.m. However, it's not really clear what happened from there. Did he call the cops? Did he inform her mother and grandmother? If your daughter tells you she's afraid that someone is trying to break into the house, would you just leave her alone and go back home? All these questions will be important later because, as you're about to see, this case takes a wild, gruesome turn.
And that's a fact, and it's crazy, right? Y'all have heard, y'all have heard Word's opinion on this, right? Y'all have heard We Unlock Nation's opinion on this. Y'all have heard Commander's opinion on this, right? People that hopped on my panel, right, and spoke on these topics. Y'all have heard my fiance, right? The father of my daughter. I say baby pops. I'm sorry, that's the hood terminology. But, it's something I'm used to. But let me get a little professional for y'all, right? Y'all have heard, a lot of people come on here and give their perspectives, right, on this topic. And they all say the same thing. All of them, right? A real father wouldn't do what these men have done to their daughters. Neither Richard, who is Janiyah Russell's father, right, nor Darnell Jones, who is Keimani Latigue's father.
Fast forward to March 23rd, and Darnell was charged with abduction about Keimani's missing persons case. Their reason? Well, he was the last person to see her. He claimed to have seen her on March 16th and gone to the house where she was alone with the dogs. This was around midnight on the 16th. The following morning, Tuesday, March 17th, Dorothy returns from work to find the house scattered, Keimani's clothes everywhere, and her glasses, which she can't see without, in the house. But no Keimani. This leaves so many hours Darnell cannot account for, so it only made sense for police to charge him with abduction. Sadly, what started as a search and rescue soon turned into a recovery mission. The day after Darnell was charged with abduction, Keimani's body was found in an abandoned building on Miami Street, North Toledo. It was no longer a missing persons case. It was now a homicide investigation. The scene was gruesome. It was like whoever had attacked her wanted to inflict as much damage as her little 13-year-old body could take. One of the cops on the case described it as one of the most horrific cases I've ever heard. It was that bad. According to the autopsy result, Keimani's cause of death was multiple incised wounds to the neck. She had also been SA'd. Her hands were and she was nearly decapitated. Columbus Police Lieutenant Brian Steele called the perp an animal, saying, "This is an absolute animal that came into our town." The moment the investigation started, Darnell was the prime suspect. Not only was he the last person to see her alive, but he also couldn't account for his whereabouts. According to reports, Darnell gave inconsistent reports about his whereabouts and what he and Keimani did together, so they issued a warrant for his arrest. However, Darnell's behavior got even weirder and more suspicious. At first, police couldn't reach him because he had fled his home and was MIA. This gave the police even more reason to go after him. If you're innocent, why are you on the... Why don't you want to stay and help with the investigation?
That's a fact, right? And that leads right to the question that y'all see on the screen is in the chat, right? How do you think the justice system can balance punishment with efforts to prevent these crimes in the first place? What can we do, right, to make these policies happen, right? And it's going to take us, right, to make them enforce these policies. It's we the people. So, I mean, we want changes. It's going to start within us.
If you've been wrongly accused, why don't you ask for a lawyer to declare your innocence? Darnell didn't do any of that. Instead, he ran away, trying to avoid getting nabbed. Darnell's luck eventually ran out, and police tracked him down in Columbus, about 2 hours south of Toledo, where Keimani's body was found. As if everything wasn't already suspicious enough, Darnell started a standoff with the SWAT teams.
What are you still doing here? You still have that downloaded Pi ad block? You know I'm just going to keep showing up on your screen until you download.
Sent after him. He whipped out a bang-bang, which led to the SWAT team firing at him. From the body cam footage, it doesn't look like he fired at the cops, but I guess the threat of pulling a weapon out at all was not a risk they were willing to take.
Where am I? What's your hands? Kill me. Dude, show me your hands right.
I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I keep telling everybody the guilt drove that man that day that when he got caught, he was on a suicide mission. He didn't care. That's why he pulled out that pistol and fired that shot. And he got shot back. And I ain't mad at it. I mean, I wish Karma would have got him right there, but I'm guessing Karma got bigger plans for him, right? And I'm guessing, you know, that Karma ain't completely finished, right? I think, you know, Karma isn't going to rest until the grandmom is put away too. For some reason, I feel as though the grandmom and him, like a lot of people, for some reason, they're in cahoots, right? And I don't know if the police department is seeing this or sees it and what they're doing about it. But as we dive deep down into this case, you know, we'll be answering the questions, I guess, that we have, right? Ourselves.
Right now, pull your hand out of your. I swear to God, pull your.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Dennis in a second. Medic, move.
Don't move. Don't move.
All right, suspect's down. All you guys are okay.
Don't move. He's got 33 right there.
33 in his hand.
No, it's a walkie-talkie, but there are 33s right here. Don't you move or you're going to get shot, okay?
None of the cops were injured during the shootout, but Darnell ended up in the hospital in critical but stable condition. The charges against him were increased to murder and felonious assault.
Tonight, her father, the man accused of killing her, remains in the hospital after he was shot by SWAT officers in Columbus yesterday.
Now, the investigation is just a few weeks old, but there's already lots of twists and turns. And somehow, no matter what road you take, you still end up at Darnell being the most likely suspect. Just when you thought there couldn't be any more surprises in this case, Darnell's girlfriend came forward with even more shocking revelations, painting Darnell as the perp. The girlfriend revealed that Darnell had called her on the Friday before he was arrested, asking her to turn off the cameras at her house. It was super odd, and she did not feel okay with that. So she decided to leave the cameras on. It would turn out that this decision helped the police get vital evidence against Darnell. According to the girlfriend, she was in the bedroom when a relative saw Darnell move some items out of his SUV and into the house, hiding them under the basement. What was he hiding? Well, allegedly, Darnell was hiding a mat. The type you put at the back of your truck when you're hauling something and you need to protect your back seats. And not just any truck, an SUV. According to the girlfriend, he also hid his work boots, which were caked in mud in the basement. But there was no...
I mean, has the police, released any update on the DNA on that mat that they took from the basement? Right? Did they find any evidence, of what could have happened, to Keimani before they, I know that he sexually assaulted her and stuff like that, but, like, was there any evidence that he tried to wash it away? You see where I'm coming from? Like, because what's crazy is, how did the grandmom, and I keep asking, how did the grandmom, right? If the father is the one that, sexually assaulted her and unalived her, right? How did the grandmom know how to lead the police to that abandoned house? How did she know before anybody knew? Wasn't she in the, out there allegedly searching for the little girl?
Reason for his boots to be caked in mud because he hadn't worked in a while.
What did he hide under your stairs?
It was like a mat for the back of your truck, not a pickup, but SUV. When you lay your seats down and you put that rubber mat in there to protect the back of your seats in case you're hauling something. That's what he rolled up and put in my basement. And his work boots, which were caked with mud, and he hadn't worked in a while.
She added that after Darnell hid those things in her basement, he went off the grid. She didn't hear from him again until he called her from Columbus, which was how she was able to give the police his location.
Now, moving on to Darnell Jones, he's in the hospital currently, and that's where we're kind of at with that situation. But I know that yesterday you mentioned in an interview that you guys sent detectives down there for questioning. Has he confessed to anything? Has he confessed previously before then? What are you guys getting?
So we did send detectives down and interviewed him in his hospital room. We made progress there. So we have some things that we're going through at this point. Once we get all the information that he provided, that we've gathered, we'll meet with the prosecutors. We'll walk through that timeline with the prosecutors and decide with their guidance on the charges that will be filed. And then at that point, we'll talk about what charges are going to be out there. We'll release that information. But right now, we did talk to him. We are moving forward. I would say we're in a pretty good spot investigatively anyways on moving forward with this case.
If you've been following this case since the beginning, it's almost impossible for you not to at least suspect that Darnell.
When I say nothing is added to this wig, baby, it's just sitting on my head. Guess what? It's still glueless though.
I don't care.
Had something to do with Keimani's disappearance and death. He has been acting shady from day one and keeps acting like he's smarter than the police. Keimani Latigue was only 13 years old. 13. And now she's never going to know what it's like to get a driver's license, go to prom, go to college, or get her big girl job. None of that. She'll be forever a teenager with her whole life in front of her. Heartbreak doesn't begin to describe how it feels, especially for her family, friends, and community. Keimani was a very intelligent and kind little girl who was loved by everyone that knew her. According to her mother, Tiara, Keimani wasn't a troublesome kid at all. All she did was go to school, play basketball, and go home. She was a well-behaved kid who faced her studies and was kind to everyone around her. She attended Spring Elementary School, where she was going to be given a kindness award the same week her body was found. That's how.
What's crazy is the grandma was contradictive though in her, interview with the media, and I'm saying it's like one moment she's saying she's speaking good about Keimani, the next minute she's not. So it's like there's conflicting. There's a lot of hypocrisy, a lot of contradiction behind the grandmother's story.
How kind she was. She was also on her school's honor roll assembly, and she was just days away from her 14th birthday. Keimani isn't just a victim of a senseless crime. She was a young girl with a bright future ahead of her who had everything to live for. She didn't deserve to have her life cut short by whatever sick, disgusting person did this to her. No kid deserves that. Everyone who knew Keimani is devastated, and it's not just because she was a precious soul that was taken so from the world. It's also because, according to reports, it could have been avoided. Apparently, Keimani's friends and teachers had noticed that she was showing signs of for a long time before she went missing.
They are shocked at the news of this young life taken too soon. They also wonder if the outcome here could have been different. We reported yesterday that one of Keimani's former teachers says that she and others reported concerns to children's services that they believe fell on deaf ears. Those concerns were raised when Keimani was with a different guardian. Council President Carrie Hartman says it seems like a lot of systems failed this young girl, saying it's hard when it feels like it could have been preventable. Councilman George Sarantu called this a sad time, but he says he also wants to know what happened.
We deserve action. We depend on these agencies to do their job. And I guess my question is, did they do their job? It doesn't sound like that. But I have an open mind. I want the truth. We all need to have that information ASAP.
According to the Mayo Clinic, some of the signs a child going through any form of a show.
And that's a fact. And that's why I constantly keep asking, right? How can partnerships between schools, communities, and governments improve outcomes for young people, right? Shout out to the word. Shout out to Commander for coming on panel, right? Giving their opinion and their perspectives, right? But if y'all listen very closely to them, right? They didn't just give their opinions. They put solutions on the table. The question is, that we catch it.
Open mind. I want the truth. We all need to have that information ASAP.
According to the Mayo Clinic, some of the signs a child going through any form of a show include withdrawal from friends or usual activities, changes in behavior, such as aggression, anger, hostility, or hyperactivity, or changes in school performance, depression, anxiety, or unusual fears, or a sudden loss of self-confidence, sleep problems, and nightmares, an apparent lack of supervision, frequent absences from school, rebellious or defiant behavior, self or attempts at self-unaliving. Now, it's not clear which or how many of these red flags Keimani's teachers noticed, but according to reports, she was exhibiting some disturbing behavior. And get this, the teachers allegedly reported this to Child Welfare Services. Sadly, nothing was ever done about those reports. And now we're where we are. Keimani was failed by many people, including the people who were supposed to swoop in and help if her family wasn't doing enough.
A lot of systems failed. That poor girl, I think we are included in that. I think the community failed her. It's hard when it feels like it could have been preventable.
Maybe if someone had done their jobs properly, we would be having a different conversation right now. But I guess we'll never.
Before Married America,
Amy was struggling financially as a single parent. She worked as a truck operator and
never know.
Political officials are going to have to step up. The local organizations, nonprofit and private, the businesses are also going to have to step up, because at this point, we should have been doing this a long, long time ago.
We just can't wait to make this happen and make it better for these kids out here.
The only good thing that has come out of this is how the community has come together to grieve and honor Keimani's memories. Folks have been stopping by the abandoned house where she was found and holding memorials to honor Keimani.
This scene where the little girl was found, her body is found in this house, and if you just take a look right here, people have been coming every day to memorial to say their goodbyes and to.
This is deep, yo. And it gets me to ask the question that I just left in the chat below, right? Is free will an illusion, or do we truly have control over our choices, right? And what's crazy is, right, and we was talking about it earlier in the panel, for those of y'all that missed it, man, I suggest y'all catch the replay if y'all choose to, if y'all want to, right? But mental health plays a big part, right, in a lot of these topics, right, in a lot of these situations. But regardless of whatever the situation is, right, a lot of us, right, we out here, we got free will, right? The question is, are we ignorant to the point where we don't know how to use our free will, right? And then that leads to, do we control it? Do we control our free will, or is our free will being controlled by others, right? And I feel as though that we can control our own free will. But, you know, a lot of us, like Word was saying earlier, a lot of people are ignorant. And those that even get the people that'll sit here and give them the message, right? And, you know, how can I say it? Even when somebody will sit here in front of you, explain to you, you know, this is like this person still won't take heed to it. And that's the choice that they made, the decision that they made. And that's why I say that, you know, when people constantly make that same decision, I feel as though that they no longer could be helped. So my focus is on the ones that could be helped. And it's crazy that I feel as though that this person right here, right, Darnell Jones, right, with the history that he has, should have been put away. He was given too many chances, too many slaps on the wrist. It's fucked up. And I bet you that if a real father, right, a woman would have, you know, screamed from the top of her lungs or made her child do this, would have been behind, you know, in jail right away. As innocent as he is, but the person, you know, the people that are actually criminals, predators, people cover up for them. That's the crazy part about it.
Basically, you know, remember this young lady, this community is heartbroken.
There was also a candlelight vigil at the location to remember the life of 13-year-old Keimani Latigue. Sherry Sweeney delivered the opening prayer at the candlelight vigil and had a few words for the community. She said, "City of Toledo, we've got to do better as a whole. It takes a village to raise these babies." You could feel the emotion rising from the crowd, ranging from sadness to anger. Everyone wants answers, and nobody can understand why anyone would do this to a child.
For her, I think the whole town wants something for her to have, you know, an abundance of flowers.
You know what's crazy? Do we really want the answer to it? Do we really want to enter the mind of a criminal? Because if we can't comprehend it, right? Picture putting yourself in that person's shoe. Would you be able to take, right? Would you be able to understand, even if you walked them all in that person's shoes, why they committed or did the act that they did or committed? Listen, I just brought that up a little bit, but hopefully I fixed it. Like, do we really want to sit here and really understand their minds? Me personally, I want to understand it to see if we could, you know, how can I say, figure out why they doing it, to see if we could prevent others from doing it. If there's a way that we could find a way, you know, if there's a way that we could find a solution, right, to prevent future people like that are, you know, they got, how can I say that? It's still a part of mental health, right? That show the signs of being a sociopath, right?
a beautiful casket, maybe a park bench or anything to help, with the memorial.
There are also now discussions about how this kind of thing can be prevented in the future. No child deserves to get their life snatched from them in such a gruesome manner. It's too late for Keimani, but hopefully, other children will still be saved. Meanwhile, people have been demanding justice for Keimani and praising Darnell's girlfriend for not protecting him. Thank you to the girlfriend for not protecting this male. Now, the rest of the community, take note. The girlfriend is the reason this demon was caught so quickly. May justice for Keimani and her family be even faster.
And that's why I don't understand those fools that come online bashing the girlfriend. I'm saying here, at least she turned him in. Another ratchet chick from the hood would have sat here and covered that shit. Would have been real sick enough, in their head to say, here, fuck it. She knows what's going on. She could put 2 and 2 together by watching the news, listening to what's going on in the community, right? And the boyfriend's actions. Another one would have stood shut. But she came forward, and that's probably the mother in her. So instead of, those that are bashing her, right, take a little note, right? Because what if it was your child? And that's what's probably made her do what she did, the mother in her. Like, oh, wait a minute. If he did that to his child, what could he do to our child? Because they had a child together. She did the right thing. So shout out to those that are, giving her props. But to those that are sitting here bashing her, criticizing her in the most up way, y'all need to, listen, man, I don't know, get a life. Y'all need to remember that y'all got kids. Don't come crying right when the devil comes knocking at your door and nobody want to listen to you.
My heart breaks for the family's loss. She looks smart and needs her story encouraged to be told. This young lady is one of many. Please allow her to help other girls who are going through something similar by being a light of hope for better resources. But do you think Darnell looks suspicious enough that he could have done it? Or do you think the police need to investigate other angles? Let us know in the comments. And if you know any child going through difficult situations at home, please try and get them help.
All right, guys, that's all I got for y'all right now, man. We did a lot. We had a great conversation here. I want to give a thanks. I want to give a thank you to all those that hopped on panel today, right? Talked with a shorty, had a conversation with a shorty, brought solutions to the table with a shorty, right? I appreciate y'all. I appreciate my day one subscribers, right? My new subscribers. If it wasn't for y'all, man, a shorty wouldn't be making it as far as she is right now, right? I want to say thank you to all those that, rocked out with a shorty, man, today, right? Had conversations with a shorty and helped her bring awareness, right? Whether it is by, starting your own topics if you're a content creator based on these topics, right? Or if you are just a subscriber sharing the videos. I really appreciate y'all, right? Because y'all didn't have to be here today with a shorty rocking out, bringing awareness to these topics. But y'all was here rocking out. Y'all could have been anywhere, but y'all chose to rock out with a shorty. So, with that being said, right, till next time, this y'all shorty Rachel. I hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble morning. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. In the old days, love was pure and true. Now it's just a show for all to view. People use it for their own gain, leaving hearts in sorrow and pain. Once a sacred bond, now just a game. Hearts are broken, never quite the same. Love used to be a beacon bright, now it's lost in the shadows of the night. Oh, how we long for those days of yore, when love was honest forevermore. But now it's twisted, tainted and cruel, leaving us drowning in an endless pool. What can we do? In the spiritual world, all seems bright, but shadows lurk in the dead of night. Half of humanity wears a wicked guise, evil deeds hidden behind virtuous eyes. Beneath the surface, a darkness lies, massive deceit veiling their lies. In this realm where good and evil collide, the line between them is blurred, hard to decide. So tread carefully in this world so grand, for not all that glitters is gold in the sand. In the spiritual realm where illusions endure, evil and good dance in eternal obscure. Just imagine that. Karma doesn't ask you how you want it, it just comes and take it. So be careful how you treat others on your way up the ladder, cause your way down, trust me. In a world of empty stares, fake love fills the air. Sincerity's distant glare, leaving hearts in deep despair. Truth is lost in a web of lies, hiding behind deceitful eyes. Love that fades and slowly dies, leaving us with heavy sighs. Aching souls in a loveless land, yearning for a genuine hand, but fake love rules with cruel demand, leaving us to understand.
In this age of like and retweets, we've forgotten what real love truly means. It's not just about show and tell, but a feeling that makes our hearts swell. It's hard to know who's true and who's fake in a world where appearances are hard to shake. But real love is deeper than a profile pic. It's in the way that someone makes your soul click. So let's not get lost in the digital haze. Let's remember what real love truly conveys. It's not about followers or online fame, but a connection that sets our hearts aflame. In this world of make-believe, they all wear a smile. But behind the scenes, it's just the clever guys, puppets in their show, dancing in their stage. We're all just pieces of their charade. Beneath their mask of joy lies the tangled web, where secrets and deceits are carefully bred. Their lovey-dovey act is just for display. We're all caught up in their twisted play. So let's break free from this illusion so grand and see through the facade with hearts unplanned. No longer pawns in their game of charade. Let's find our own path and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right, and I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, you know, in real life, their noses don't grow. Karma just catches. In the shadows we see a love so pure and meek, but all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak, longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak, yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique, lost in illusions of affection, fleeting like the mist, hollow hearts yearn for connection, any realm dismissed, seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists, but all we find are mere reflections of what loved ones kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real, yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal in this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought. Bed, just imagine a nightmare with Freddy. Every night his claw in the shadow mind. In the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With faith as my in the face of darkness, I stand tall and strong. With faith as my shield, I'll keep marching on. You may try to bring me down. In the face of darkness, I stand